We are here for the Oregon State Board of Education monthly meeting, and as has become practice, what we'd like to do is we'd like to show videos. And this video to kind of get us in the mindset of who we're here to serve. So this video this week is, or this month, excuse me, highlights how Springfield schools are celebrating February as Career Technical Education Month. So we'll cue that up and watch the video. So yeah, they have a lot of cool stuff going on in Springfield, for sure. And I always get jealous when I see all the great things that they're doing. Back in the days, I think we just had wood shop and agriculture kind of stuff and woodworm. But now they have all these amazing things, which is pretty nice. So with that said, I'm going to let Lisa take a moment, and we're going to do roll call. I'll turn that over to you.
Thank you. Roshan Sunder.
Here.
Lauren Nguyen.
Here.
Gustavo Balderas.
Here.
Alyssa Nestler.
Here.
Ryan Mann.
Here.
Sherry Helpt for Secretary Carno. Jennifer Skurlock.
Here.
Bridget Wheeler.
Here.
Jerry Colonna.
Here.
George Russell.
Here.
Guadalupe Martinez Zapata.
Here.
Kimberly Howard. And Chair Verlies.
Here.
And Colt Gill.
Here.
Everybody?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. Okay, we're going to go around and to start our board reports. I don't know if anybody wants to jump in. Would you like to start? Oh, okay.
Sure.
Yeah, since we're
Okay.
there you go.
Yes, great. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here with you guys today. I'm so happy to be here, and I'm happy to be able to discuss some topics that I'm very passionate about and that I've been grappling a lot with as we move forward and learn more about the Student Success Act and the Student Investment Account and in our individual districts. So there are several interesting narratives that I hope to take part in telling as the impact of the Student Success legislation continues to unfold. First, I think investigating the distribution of funds, meaning how districts spend their resources from the Student Investment Account, will be very interesting to delve into. And I have to be honest, I question whether or not we will be met with requests for more of the same, or will the plans request funds for resources that seek innovation. Will we see education leaders planning to take this as an opportunity to leverage resources to do something new, something that has been very carefully thought out and addresses the needs of stakeholder populations that have been given feedback? But I'm also in order to truly address some of the problems that plague our system. So I'm hoping it will be the latter. As I've dug deeper into investigating how districts plan and implement the community engagement process, especially with regard to how this process should be prioritizing traditionally marginalized student populations, I become more curious, and I think I have more questions than I have answers. So for example, most districts report using a survey as the first step in in the information gathering process, and I'm interested to know what the specific tools are that are being used and what questions they ask and how they ask them. The quality of the survey tool can really impact the type of responses that are elicited, which I think is really critical for being able to draw conclusions about what the needs of our diverse communities are. And then, in addition, as districts reference focus groups and leadership teams, and as these teams are continuing to have conversation with regard to the creation of plans, I can't help but wonder who's at the table in these conversations. What does this body look like? How were these representatives chosen? Whose interests are they serving? And as we continue to centralize the equity lens, these are questions that are important in evaluating the implementation of the spirit of this legislation. So I'm wondering if there is currently, or if there's a way to centralize how districts have gone about this process in hopes of there being transparency for the greater community, as well as for practitioners and advocates who are following this process. I'm very interested in exploring these questions and telling the story of this legislation because I think it's a very powerful narrative. I think that the Department of Education under this administration has shown an authentic vision of equity and, dare I say, the desire to disrupt systems of power that have been entrenched for a really long time. The resource distribution and the community engagement process is part of how this can happen. Families and educators and community members have more of a say in this process, and there's more transparency than there has been in the past. However, our system has processes and structures that run deep, and these are not going to be broken down easily, so I think continuing to question and press and follow up is more important than ever. I have another topic I'd like to touch on, and that relates, that I think relates well to the student success narrative as we're looking forward to putting additional resources into the public school system. Recently in the New York Times, Dana Goldstein wrote a piece entitled, "It Just Isn't Working. PISA scores?" I never know that acronym. Yeah. It cast doubt on U.S. education reform. The premise of this article is that over the last 10 years and 3 presidential administrations, our country has poured billions of dollars into accountability systems in order to close the gap between our levels of achievement as measured by standardized test scores with that of academically high-performing countries. However, in this era of accountability, little true progress has been made on standardized tests of literacy and math. So at this point, we're really left asking ourselves why. Why have we not moved the dial on student achievement? I suggest that traditionally, when examining what ails the public school system, we turn to traditional models of causation, which are not only linear but reductionist. Education leaders look at the output of the public education system, the output, then make assumptions about the effectiveness of the inputs by examining proximate causes. Using this traditional paradigm is problematic because we know in complex systems, causation accumulates over time, effects are nonlinear, and there are many interconnections as consequences are often delayed. We're operating in a complex and multifaceted system, and as we move forward in designing a theory of change for improvement through the submission of these plans, I think that it's important we continue to interrogate how our system is structured, what results it continues to perpetuate, and who that is benefiting and who that is undermining. Carefully considering these issues we are facing from multiple vantage points without making assumptions that simply reflect our own mental models and experiences in our system is critical, which again highlights the importance of engaging all stakeholders in an authentic manner. I have to say that when I was reading this New York Times article, I was disheartened to think about the funds that have been invested into accountability to little avail as my colleagues and I work in a system that is starved for resources. We've invested so much valuable resource over the last decade. However, it's clear that we still do not have what we need to give every child the tools necessary to learn. Opponents of the public school system would cynically look at these results and say, See, the system is broken. We put more into it, but we did not get a return on investment. And I would counter that the public school system is, in fact, our best and most equitable hope to provide every student with a solid foundation for the future. The idealized version of public school is a bedrock of democracy, and we must strive for that ideal in order for that to be actualized. However, we do need to take this as a critical opportunity in our state to reimagine and innovate. We should continue to invest in public schools, but we need to examine where that investment is going. Are we ensuring that we're centralizing our vision of equity in a manner that gets to the heart of complicated problems of practice? How can we balance impacting practice through policy and policy through practice, because both are essential for improvement? Though having an assessment system that measures the end result of learning is very important, and we need a measure that disaggregates this information so we can examine outcomes for traditionally marginalized student populations specifically, these measures have spent so much we've spent so much time and energy and money on these measures, but these are measures that are not going to move student learning and growth forward. Furthermore, accountability is not what motivates and inspires. Perhaps if we had invest the same time, money, and resource into training educators in quality classroom assessment and instruction that empowers students to self-assess, set goals, and track their own learning, we will begin to see our outcomes move in the right direction. The unintended consequences of this accountability movement continue to haunt our classrooms to this day. That includes the narrowing of the curriculum, developmentally inappropriate scheduling, and sadly, students who experience less art, less recess, and free time, and fewer content areas. I was inspired by Jennifer's report at our last meeting to ask my students what I should tell the state board would make school a better place to learn. Through the eyes of my second and third graders, they would like more recess, specifically 3 instead of 2 recesses, or maybe just 2 longer recesses. They would like, and this is a quote from one student, and most of my classroom energetically agreed, a longer lunch so that hot lunchers have time to finish eating. And they're also hoping for more art. I would say that they have every right to those things. However, recess continues to be cut in order to make sure we can get 90 minutes of reading into our schedule. We have art scheduled twice a month, but if it happens to interfere with 60 minutes of math, then we are required to change that time or make up the math minutes at a different time, which often means shortening art lessons or having them less frequently. This is not a scenario that is specific to my own context. As somebody that's involved in multiple state-level cadres and committees, this is very common across our state. As we ask ourselves, why have we not made the gains that we're hoping for in the last decade? I emphasize that investing in our public school system, which means investing in our students and our teachers, is the right thing to do. However, instead of spending time investing money in systems and measures that continue to perpetuate harmful practices, such as instructional minutes that are solely allocated to tested subjects, I believe that we need to make sure that we're expanding the opportunities for our students to be engaged in a well-rounded education with multiple avenues for engagement. I'm an eternal advocate of understanding instruction and assessment in a deep and meaningful way that allows all students to access success. However, we must be deeply reflective practitioners in order to truly understand this and consider what systems, structures, processes, and practices support this type of deep learning, because right now we do not live in an environment that does that. If we take this time to reflect, I think we would find a way to support and invest in funding in a manner that reflects our values of helping every student in our classroom be engaged, well-rounded, self-directed learner who experiences joy, curiosity, and play when they come to school to learn. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I'll hope to be brief. First, I wanted to start off by congratulating our own Dr. Balderas as being recognized and identified as the National Superintendent of the Year by the American Association of School Administrators. I want to congratulate Dr. Balderas on that. Also, would like to say that at our Blacks in Government dinner a week or so ago, 2 weeks ago actually, for African American Black History Month, there were a couple of people at this table that were recognized and awarded for their good work. Dr. Balderas, again, being one of those who was recognized and appreciated for his work, as well as Colt Gill and the Oregon Department of Education for the great work that they're doing. So congratulations to both on that. I was pleased to see, I think, the memo that Colt Gill passed out regarding the early learning piece. As some of you know, I serve on the Early Learning Hub in Lane County, and along with school districts in our area, there's been considerable concern and discussion about some of the new direction around early childhood education and what the implications are for local school districts and early learning programs, preschool, promise, kindergarten readiness programs, and what that means for school districts and for early learners in our local area. And I'm pleased to see this memo. I hope it helps clarify some of the concerns and questions that have been raised by the hubs and by school districts. Also, I want to say that, Alyssa, I appreciate your comments on SSA and SIA. I have some of the same exact concerns, and some of my observations have been very similar to yours in terms of how the process is proceeding, particularly the community engagement piece and how that's working out. I, in particular, have some concerns about how, not so much concerns, but at least some thoughts about how we're able to help our smaller districts and rural districts be able to go through a process that really is authentic engagement. And I know that that varies from area to area, and I know that in some places the ESDs are playing an active part in helping that happen. In some places maybe not as active a part, but I hope as we proceed that the department continues to monitor that and stay on top of that. The other piece that you mentioned, I want to just remind the group again that we've talked several times now about the issues of assessment and accountability. And I think a meeting a couple of months ago, I had suggested that I hope that we have the ability at our summer retreat to spend some time talking about assessment and accountability and what that means in the state and what is happening, what isn't happening, and so forth. So I hope that as we proceed, Mr. Chair, that we can think about putting that on the agenda and make sure we have some opportunity to discuss assessment and accountability.
Let's go down the line.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, who was that? Was that
Jennifer? Hi,
Jennifer?
This is Jennifer Spurlock.
Oh, hi. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Again, it's such an honor to be able to serve on this board. Right now, I'm at what we have called a town hall symposium for students of color in the Eugene School District and Springfield School District, as well as Bethel. So I'm helping to facilitate. So that's why I wasn't able to make it today. Again, it's an honor. I wanted to congratulate Superintendent Gustavo. What an honor to have you represented at the national level as Superintendent of the Year. Just to congratulate you on that. I just wanted to share a few things about what's going on and what I've been a part of. I am, as an NEA director, I go to Washington, D.C. every term to represent educators in the state of Oregon. And we were engaged in some deep conversations, and it connects to the conversations that I've not only been having with members here across the state of Oregon, but also with our students. One of the topics we've been talking about and what we shared during the meetings was supporting a comprehensive reauthorization of the Higher Education Act and the College Affordability Act. And my students have mentioned over and over again in the stories that I brought to DC the importance of being able to afford their college education. And they are experiencing a lot of stress around college affordability. Feeling like in some ways they're being penalized because they can't afford to go, and it's adding to the either systemic racism or systemic oppression that has been evident throughout our society. Another thing I talked about when we were in Washington, D.C. was to include school construction and modernization in an infrastructure package, making sure that students in our urban as well as rural areas have internet access, broadband internet access, to make sure that academics, all of the information that's available for students to be able to compete in 2020, that every student in the state of Oregon has access to that, as well as across the nation. And then we were also talking about co-sponsoring the resolution declaring February 24th through the 28th Public Schools Week, which definitely an advocate for public education, and again, it's an honor to represent educators across the state. I did want to bring up just a couple of things that came up from my students, and it ties into what Allie had shared and also some of the concerns that were mentioned by George Russell. We want to make sure that our communities are being heard. There's concern that people aren't hearing, that we are wanting smaller classroom sizes. So that is something that we've been fighting for quite some time, and that battle, it's a serious battle. Well, we know by research that large classroom sizes impact academic performance. And my students even recognize that, and they talked about that during our courageous conversation in my AP English class and English 11 class. They recognize the impact that a smaller classroom size has as far as engagement, more one-on-one time with the teacher to help them to perform at the next level. Another thing that came up from my students that I wanted to bring up is the importance of having more mental health support. Some of my students have a 4.0 or 3.8 GPA, but they are hiding or putting on the mask as they perform. They're covering up the mental illness and the depression that they experience. I'm going to read just this tiny piece from one of my students who shared a paragraph for me to take to Capitol Hill and to also share with all of you today. She said, I believe there should be more outlets for students to receive the proper counseling and mental health support to help those that struggle. As a student who suffers from depression and anxiety, I feel the need to advocate for proper support systems surrounding this issue. Mental health is vital to not only our mind's well-being, but also our physical and emotional health. I believe it should be more openly discussed. The students should know how to access the help and support they need. To do this, schools should help students with their mental health problems. And so she shared that. And then also some other students talked about issues around concerns with buildings and some of the buildings having asbestos and things like that. And this hasn't come up just in my community, but across the state as far as being able to learn in a safe environment. And I know that we are working on rebuilding schools and things like that, but the students want us to know as a board that this really is important. Last but not least, as I'm engaging with students today for the Town Hall Symposium, you would be just blessed to see how all of these students of color, multiracial, are coming into this place. We even have a student DJ for the activity, and today's activities focus on healing of the mind, as far as taking care of our minds and our spirits and our bodies, taking care of stress. learning how to engage in courageous conversations when it comes to institutional racism. And we have all of these community members that are a part of this, including Cottage Grove High School. Cottage Grove High School is represented today as well. And it's beautiful to see what our work does when we really engage with students in our community around equity work. And here we are for our 4th year having these courageous conversations around institutional racism, lifting up students on our shoulders so that they can thrive and be successful and be supported in our communities. And so that's all I wanted to share today. And thank you so much. Again, it's an honor to serve, and I'm just happy to be a part.
Thank you very much. We'll continue. You mentioned students, so I know the students are on the line today. So, Lauren, would you like to? Do you have anything to report?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I apologize I cannot be there in person today, but thank you for allowing me to call in. So right now, my school is in the process of planning a couple things that I'm really excited for. I'm currently helping our equity team create a student panel who will speak in front of the school about their experiences with hate speech and racism in the halls. At my school, and I'm sure at many other high schools, students usually have their headphones in, so they don't really hear the conversations in the hallway. And so I think it's so important that the students recognize that it is a problem at our school. And the student panel is just the first part of starting the conversation. We're focusing on acknowledging that hate speech in our halls exists, but we're hoping to be able to come up with a way to educate all of our students on how to stay aware and comfortable with intervening with racist conversations to help protect our students, because it's really important that our students feel safe in an environment to learn. We also have a Voices Assembly in March that we've done for a couple of years now. It really puts a spotlight on the struggles that our students are going through or have gone through. And in the assembly, we have students share their stories about that are anywhere between bullying to depression and how they've overcome those obstacles. And this year, we're also having a couple of our teachers share their stories. And the great part about this aspect of the assembly is that our students and teachers' identity are completely anonymous because they're reading their stories behind a shadow box. So it's just their voices and their stories that connect with the school community. And I really love our shadow box stories because it helps build a lot of mutual trust and respect in the school. We're also having a motivational speaker come and talk about mental health, and I think it's especially crucial in my generation that we continue to find support for our students who struggle with mental health. And Oregon's law that allows students to take mental health days is already proven to help so many students at my school. So I really appreciate that mental health is such a big priority with the Student Success Act. My school has a wellness center that was created with a bond that our district receives, which has been very effective for much of our student population. And I'm hoping that with the Student Success Act, other schools can find a similar and even more innovative resource. Mental health is a really popular topic during the Reset Council meeting last month. We were actually given monopoly money to help us imagine how we would want to allocate the money we were given from the Act. And besides mental health resources, we talked a lot about reducing class sizes and having Chromebooks available for each student so that they can take home and work on their homework, because a lot of my school does a lot of online assignments, and so it's hard for students who don't have the internet access to work on that. So I'm just really excited to see what comes next for our school.
Thank you very much. Roshin?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for accommodating my call and excusing my absence. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to participate in the board discussion, even if it's remotely. I'd also like to offer my congratulations to Superintendent Balderas for being recognized Superintendent of the Year. As an Oregon student who has been thoroughly invested in how we perform as a state in education, it's incredibly joyous to see one of our own being awarded such a high honor. So once again, congratulations. So some of the things that I've been thinking about in the education space have been a lot to do with the area of racial equity. So I can't quite remember if I mentioned this back in December, but I was involved in planning a community conversation about race at Southridge High School in collaboration with some of my district administrators, as well as the administration of Southridge High School itself. But regardless, it took place at the end of January, and I think it was a huge success. So many educators and students had the opportunity to share their perspectives on how they think that our public education system can work towards a greater degree of equity. And some of the primary essential questions that we were implored to consider throughout the conversation were, how do we increase our racial literacy to disrupt the status quo? And how do we support and elevate the young generation to be leaders in racial justice work? And even after an extensive conversation and thought, it's never an easy answer to that problem. But I think the conversations like the one at Southbridge High School are ways for the community to take on a grassroots approach to spread racial literacy and bring light to issues of racial justice in education space that may not usually have dialogue about those topics. And so in a similar vein, one of the things that I've enjoyed learning the most about from these state board meetings would have to be different parts of the Student Success Act, and specifically the African American and American Indian Student Success Plans. I think that to tackle those problems of racial literacy and facilitating leadership in racial justice is not only the community conversations, but also statewide initiatives that work towards accomplishing those goals. And I think, and I truly believe that the best way to see meaningful progress in these areas is to continue to take a dualistic approach to our racial equity from both statewide policy as well as the community level. But more specifically, I think the both said earlier is incredibly accurate in saying that structural racism in public education is an incredibly multifaceted, nuanced issue, and it will most definitely require a multifaceted and nuanced approach to solvency that involves more than simple monetary investment, maybe even sponsorship of community education initiatives. Some of the things that need to be most hopeful were the availability for grant money for early learning service providers. So just kind of that's been what's mostly been on my mind. I look forward to what potential the Student Success Act has from a policy perspective in facilitating those things like racial education and empowering youth that have been disproportionately affected by our structural racism in institutions. So once again, very honored to be able to serve on the board, and thank you all for having me.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Anybody would like? I think I had called on. You want to go next?
Thank you. Good morning. I just want to mention I do appreciate what it is, the situation we're in, to be on a board where we're actually talking about funds. I know that hasn't always been the case, and I know the past boards across the state always struggle with how to fill gaps, and we are in an opportunity where we get to talk about how those gaps are going to be filled at different levels. I think I'm just nervous and a little cautious about there are so many gaps to fill, and that we make sure and we watch that funds are being filled, gaps are being filled where they need to be filled. I think about the teachers and the resources that are needed in the schools, and to make sure that we are watching to ensure that maybe our larger administrative gaps from the top are not our priority to be filled. As a director of programs, I think about when we get funds to always be mindful and look at, I reflect back on the Safe and Effective Classrooms work that Colt Gill led a couple of years ago, and at the end of that report, I don't remember all of the dialogue, but I remember the priority is, in order to keep kids safe and well, it's relationships, and looking at all those relationships in the schools that will help kids be successful, classified and unclassified positions. And when I think about these funds, I want to see them go straight down to helping build those relationships on whatever level they are. I also want to talk about community engagement as a community member and a representative of one of the 9 federally recognized tribes. I have a huge interest in what this is going to look like in the future, and if this is going to be an expectation of grants in the future for school districts, and if we're going to be able to identify maybe some best practices or some clear guidance, because I think it's great that school districts have the flexibility to determine what community engagement is. They've been from survey straight to these opportunities where food and childcare is provided. I've had an opportunity to participate as a community member, and I've really appreciated, I think for tribes in particular, the opportunity to engage on not the community engagement with the public. I've really appreciated sitting down with administrators, superintendents, teachers to talk about what that means from a tribal perspective. It was a great opportunity, but really, as we move forward, what does it mean to engage our communities to make sure they have the information before they go into these, such as the continuous improvement plan? That is something that I wish I had known more about in some of these community engagements for those school districts. And lastly, I just want to mention that I really appreciate public comments on this board. I think it's a very powerful thing. And I just really appreciate all of the comments and things that people bring forward, and I understand now how impactful that can be made, that makes on decision makers. So I really enjoyed that. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Dr. Valdez.
Good. So thank you. So I'm going to piggyback on that student investment account, and we presented to our board yesterday, to our community yesterday, in terms of what we're proposing as staff, and we'll have another few. It's Eugene. We'll have a few more work sessions to discuss that. So we've had 50+ community meetings with a variety of stakeholders, many in Spanish, and we were really intentional about targeting specific groups that have not had a voice at the table in creation of the plan. And again, as has been stated, we don't have all the resources we need to be able to get the work done. But how do we become very intentional to really recognize where the gaps are in our system to fill those gaps? Because the way we cut is not the way we're going to add back. And it's something that we've been very intentional about in our community. Starting to hire early. We do have a little bit of reserve, but my worry is that everybody's going to be hiring early, hitting the same people. So we're hoping to hire. We typically hire 75 to 100 teachers every year. We're going to double that right now, and looking to again hire early. Specifically, right now, looking at nursing and also some mental health specialists. And again, in Lane County, I know talking to the other superintendents locally, we're all going to be going after the same people. So I think, how do we work with our university partners and our community partners to ensure that we can augment whenever we can until we get fully staffed in schools. I sit on the executive board for the Oregon State Activity Association, as well as on the equity board for COSA, and really heartened by the work that's working toward improve the culture in our athletic fields and activities fields. I know Colt and I sat in the meeting about 2 weeks ago with all the alphabet soup of organizations that we have, and it was really powerful, really powerful. You know, Anthony, you were there and led the work, and I appreciate that because I think it's something that it's much needed. So it was heartening to see the work coming forward with the facilitator, and that's really exciting. And also appreciate the work in the early learning discussions that have been had, because that's actually been a tremendous lift in quick order. So I really appreciate this Colt and his work with his team to have superintendents and other people be at the table to really talk about ramifications for unintentional actions that really impact our kids and our communities, and be able to sit at the table to have a dialogue in a way where, you know, it's a very respectful dialogue, and just be heard and see how we can work together. And I thought that was a very, very great conversation that led to some really good changes that are going to impact schools across the state of Oregon. So I appreciate your leadership in pushing for that, and also the governor. So from school superintendent to very impacted, talking to my peers, very much appreciated, and I really appreciate your leadership in that. Thank you. So,
Brian, you want to finish?
Thank you. I just want to provide a quick update on something you heard from Treasurer Reed about at a previous meeting. You mentioned, I think I may have even mentioned it when it was just a piece of legislation, and the education savings credit was passed by the legislature last session. I think the treasurer mentioned it had passed, and we were excited about it becoming law. And now that we're in the new year, it is live and available to Oregonians. This relates to the college savings plan that is run out of the state treasurer's office. So I just wanted to circle back on that and mention that it is now in effect. I think it's been mentioned previously the goal of the change, and the change was really just going from changing the tax incentive available to Oregonians if they save for college through college savings plan. It had previously been a flat tax deduction that anybody could use, and if you sit down and think about it, it tends to benefit people the more they can put in, and therefore higher income folks were benefiting disproportionately from that structure. The new refundable tax credit, just by virtue of being refundable on the tax credit, is more helpful to lower and middle income Oregonians. And not only that, but it's available on a progressive tiered structure. So for families making $30,000 or less, it's a 100% match for contributions they're able to make into a college savings plan. It's a 50% match for the next income bracket and on up. So it aims to help the people who need the help the most, and if we're going to be spending state dollars, then the treasurer feels like that's where we should be aiming them. And it's not only, you might be asking why is this relevant to K-12 and we're talking about college, but I think two reasons that jump to mind, and there are probably many others, but one is just as we think about preparing people for post-high school pathways, part of that is equipping them with the resources. The treasurer talks about the means and the mindset. It's both some amount of financial means to see what's possible, but also just the mindset that this is something I can do, and there's research that backs up when there's a demonstrated confidence in a student, they may perform well, better at the K-12 level, knowing that they have hope in the future, and they're more likely to pursue, and retention rates are higher when they do pursue that. So I think it does tie into the K-12 work. And the other way that it ties in is a lot of times people aren't thinking about their post-high school pathways until they're nearing that point and they're late in high school, and that's great, and we want to get people in our program at whatever stage, but it's actually most impactful the earlier you can talk to a family and get them in the program. Compound interest can go to work and make those resources go a little bit further. So I know the treasurer would be excited to work with folks in preschool settings and the K-12 setting to get the word out about this new opportunity. So I just wanted to mention it again here, that it is now the law of the land, and we're excited to see what it can do. The only other brief update was just that we are in the midst of a legislative session, and there's not a ton of stuff that the treasurer is working on directly, but one thing, the Senate Education Committee is meeting next week and holding an informational hearing focused on financial literacy and financial education, and they've invited the treasurer to come testify at that hearing. And because it's the Education Committee, I suspect they'll be talking a little bit about where it fits into the school setting. His interest is a little bit broader across the whole lifespan, how you can help people with financial literacy and financial education. But I just want to mention that hearing is happening if folks aren't aware, and the treasurer will be there and plans to continue to be engaged in those conversations. So certainly welcome any input, and I guess a sneak preview, he will talk about at the hearing his plans to pull together sort of an advisory group to help inform best practices and things the state can be doing on that front. So if folks are interested in that, we'd love to chat more.
Thank you.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say how impressed I am with the directors, students, and representatives' reports at the start of our meeting. Over the years, they keep getting better and better, more significant and important. And I just want to thank everybody for their efforts. I'm sure that Dr. Balderas would not have mentioned that he is National Superintendent of the Year. And we have mentioned it, and I'd like to say a few more things for him based on a beautiful article that was in the Eugene Register-Guard yesterday, and then some information that came from the Administrative Association in our state. I'd just like to read a couple of lines. Gustavo Balderas is the Oregon story, and now the superintendent of the Eugene School District is a national story. Balderas was named the 2020 National Superintendent of the Year, an honor that reflects not only his capabilities, but also those of District 4J. This is a we award, not a me award, Balderas said in accepting the award from AASA, the School Superintendent Association. Balderas is Oregon through and through and a role model for students and educators alike. Being a school superintendent is tough, often thankless job. The Eugene School District is fortunate to have someone of Gustavo Balderas' caliber as its leader. And a fascinating point that was brought out by COSA is Balderas is the third National Superintendent of the Year from Oregon since 2007. He joins Krista Parent, South Lane School District, and Matt Utterbach, North Clackamas School District. 3 National Superintendents of the Year in 13 years. And I think I went to 21 straight national AASA conferences. Each year there is a National Superintendent of the Year selected. And it may have happened, but I don't remember any state getting it twice during that 21-year period of time. And here in 13 years, we have had 3 from our state. That is an incredible statistic. And what an incredible individual honor, Dr. Balderas. Congratulations.
Thank you, Chair.
I'd like to mention a second point. I was able just to get to the very end of the Department of Education's presentation in Bend on chronic absenteeism in Oregon. I had another meeting and then I went and I could just get to the very end. But I really like the idea of going throughout the state to present information, but even more so to collect feedback from individuals on how they see some of our most difficult problems to be solved. And that outreach, I think, is being known more and more from the Department of Education to go out and hold these listening sessions and gather data to bring, in some cases, to us to be able to make better decisions. I just want to read a couple of things from a great flyer that was passed out at the meeting. It's a 2-pager. And I believe from the research that chronic absenteeism and mobility are the 2 biggest factors that keep students from graduating. All that we hear about all the other factors, I think those 2 are at the top of the list. So we are making progress, and there's 3 statements on this list that I'd like to mention to you. There are 197 school districts in Oregon. 99 school districts, over 50%, decreased their chronic absenteeism from 2017 to 2019. All high school grades experienced a decrease in chronic absenteeism rates statewide from 2017 to 2019. 2018-19 saw the stop of an upward trend of chronic absenteeism rates. This was also the first year of implementation for the Everyday Matters initiative, and those are great statistics. I think I mentioned this to you last time, but just in case I didn't, because I'm finding it so valuable, there is a 9-page what's called Yellow Pages Directory of Services and Personnel for the Oregon Department of Education. 9 pages, and just here's a little example of one of the hundreds of things mentioned. So if you have a question on autism spectrum disorder, you would contact Linda Brown, and it lists her name. And where I find this helpful is to take it to meetings, and also when I'm contacted and someone said, Jerry, I'd like you to tell me about X, Y, and Z, and I know I don't know it, but I can say, I don't have that information, but I can get you to a person at the department who specializes in that, and here's their name and address. So something very nice to have. And Zoe, I asked Zoe if she could send me a copy, and she did, and then I downloaded and printed it, and I keep it with me. And finally, I have always felt that being a leader means that you have to do a tremendous amount of reading. And I find that I have more time to listen than I do to read. Making long drives around the state, I use Audible, but I just finished a book on the way over last night that I'd like to mention to you that I think as leaders is a really important thing to have knowledge on. And that is the life story of Elon Musk, the man who brought forward the Tesla automobile, Solar City, which makes high-powered batteries and solar cells that are used all over the world, and another company called SpaceX, which is sending satellites into space to do all kinds of things. But his overall goal, when it comes time that the Earth is no longer habitable, to be able to colonize Mars. And I know that sounds way out there, but this is a guy whose dreams become reality. And if you understood all the differences in Tesla as compared to an average car, you would see that this man is amazing. And so in the book, at one point, they say that based on what he has done so far, that his impact on our world will be greater than Bill Gates and greater than Stephen Jobs put together, and I believe that. So for your reading pleasure, something different to consider, I highly recommend that. And then I'd just like to close and say once again what an honor it is to be with you and work with you today. Thank you, Gus. Thank you very much, Anthony.
I did the same to you.
I did that to you last meeting.
No, I'm kidding.
I did that to you last
No,
meeting.
I'm totally fine.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No.
I'm gonna see if my dreams come true as well. I looked at the agenda packet a couple of weeks ago, actually more like last week, and said to myself, okay, put on your glasses, your reading glasses, because leadership does entail so much reading. And then I said, or thought, put on your other glasses. Those glasses that you have to use every day, that you have to put on every day to make sure that you're looking at things through my own equity framework. It doesn't come free, this work of equity or the accomplishments of equity. It takes our constant vigilance. And I think everyone in this room agrees. I am so excited to hear everybody's reports, the entire board's reports, and how we all cherish and aim for those dreams that Jerry's talking about that seem almost untenable, but that we are slowly getting to, gradually getting to. When I read through the director's report and arrived at page 10, and Colt, I'm going to steal your little bit of your thunder here, and looked at this chart in the director's report, I sighed a big sigh of relief, because you can see that upward trajectory on that report. And it's an emotional moment for me to see the changes, the shift in that trajectory. I felt pride in the Oregon that I want to be the reality for every student that we serve. And still, we're not quite there. Because, well, 30% of African American students are still being pushed out. 24% of Latino students are still being pushed out. 33% of American Indian kids are still being pushed out. A few years ago, I'm going to tell you a little bit, a short story. A couple of years ago, I got a call from an educator in what I considered, or what is considered in Oregon, one of our rural areas of the state. Someone very close to me. She was in tears because one of her second or third grade students, I don't recall at the moment, was acting out terribly in the classroom, threatening other kids, significant threats. As she recounted his story, I was both heartbroken and appalled. He arrived in our state with no English language skills. His parents were instructed by his new teacher, kinder or first grade, not to speak to him in Spanish, so they obediently didn't. They sat him in front of a television diligently and did as they were instructed to do by one of the most revered people in their culture, a teacher. You will fail your child if you speak to him in Spanish, they were told. And the counselor agreed. This child learned a few things, erroneously as they might be. He learned that his parents didn't want to communicate with him. He also learned that his parents, the people whom he'd perceived as his greatest advocates and protectors and givers of love, that they couldn't stand up for him. He also learned that Spanish is bad. He learned instead, or became educated instead, through TV and the internet. And so, his acting out in school. I'm eagerly awaiting every day, I promise you this, every day, for the additional opportunities that we can create, becoming the first state in the nation to implement bilingual education for all children, dual language, where children like this one will not be pushed out to the brink of their sanity before they are noticed or validated. We need structural changes, aside from the focus on assessment and early childhood or early child development. We need structural changes. We have made huge improvements in our graduation rates, and I'm ecstatic because just as this story, I've also heard a lot of other stories of success amongst kids of color in our state. Stories of inclusion. I think our job now is to keep this constant reform of improvement going so that we don't stagnate. The CTE plan has great potential, and we also need to ensure that it doesn't become a tracking system for students of color in a world of work that offers less advancement. I believe we can become the hallmark of excellence in education that our nation deserves and that every child deserves. I'm so encouraged by all of the board member reports today as they are a reflection of this spirit of equity. And finally, Gustavo, Dr. Valderas, I want to say how much I'm bragging. I want to tell you, I can't give you any more accolades than you've already received, but to tell you how much I'm bragging to all of the people that I know about your accomplishment, because it represents all of us. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Y como dice mi gente, fuerza y adelante.
Thank you. So, I just want to continue on that, Dr. Valderas. Again, congratulations. It's so true. I have a lot of family that are educators, superintendents, principals, teachers all across the Southwest and West, and so they all know. And people at the national level know. But one of the things that's really interesting how life happens, right? So, Dr. Valderas and I, we're both we're farm workers, Oregonians, farm workers. You grew up in Nissa area, Ontario, so I grew up in the Woodburn area. And so we share that. We share being Latinos and men and in our communities, hopefully leaders, right? But also, too, it's really interesting. He worked in Woodburn, too, so our paths have kind of just crossed, here and there. And then, obviously, he came back. And I don't know if you know this, too, but he was the first Latino to ever win this award, too, anywhere. So if you think of the Latinx, the Latino community, where they're most populated, it would be California, Texas, Illinois, New York, Florida. A lot of people don't think about Oregon, But to have, so we're fortunate even on that level. It's like, wow, people are like, there's Latinos in Oregon, so that's kind of a funny thing that's always consistent. I chuckle with that. But more than anything, Dr. Valderas, I've seen his work, right? And he truly is a rock star, by the way, in Eugene. When I've gone to Eugene to see my son, and we've gone to grab like lunch, and people come up to him at breakfast and come up to him, and I'm like, wow, man, they don't do that with superintendents other superintendents that I've hung out with, and they come up and they're like, oh, sorry to bother, like when you're eating this, and they're like, I'm ready for them to ask for his autograph, believe it or not. I'm like, I go, so he should probably be sitting here, really, in the big scheme of things. But congratulations, again, proud moment for me and for the Latinx community, especially, not only here in Oregon, but across the country. That's really, really important with a lot of things that are going on at the national level, that we have some shining lights and stars. So I'm just really excited for you. And I know that you give accolades to your wife, your lovely wife, and your children. And I think they have a lot to do with this, because I know as a leader that there's sacrifices that you have to make, especially with your family. Sometimes it's the ones that you love the most, to do what you need to do in this world, what you're called to do. And so being an activist and a leader, and seeing a lot of people do it in that spirit, there is always those people behind the scenes. So I just wanted to publicly acknowledge your wife and your children for the sacrifices that they're making, and to help, right, to support you. So I just wanted to say that. Also, I wanted to let you know that I'm involved with the OSAA, Equity and Civil Rights in School-Sponsored Activities. And that started, just so people, if you don't know, it started last year. My daughter was a senior, and her and her team from Woodburn High School experienced these racist incidences at a game. And so what we were able to do is gather all of the educational leaderships and legislators and people that wanted to really kind of just stomp out racism, discrimination, all this bullying that's going on during these OSA activities. And so throughout the past year, if you've been to any games, there's a reading that people do at the varsity games, and they should be at all games, actually. But there's also a lot of behind the work scene. So about a couple of weeks ago, a smaller group got together of students and educational leaders, parents, and we're starting to put together a guiding principles and framework. And just so you know, our goal is to, by fall of this year, is to launch a big campaign statewide that's going to be addressing these issues on a large scale. So there's a lot of work behind the scenes. There's been a lot of presentations and whatnot. We've all been to a few of them. I look at Colt, and other people have gone and presented to different educational organizations, students, parents, and so on. So I just wanted to give you an update on that. Also, too, the Student Success Act. I think obviously it's that we all talked about it, but what I'm hopeful for is I think that we're creating this shift at the statewide level, because my dad was a teacher in the 70s, 80s. He talked about parent involvement, parent engagement. It's always been there, always been there. I worked for a school district. My kids went to a public school. It's always been there, but it hasn't been the way it is today. And I think what's changed is that tent just got larger. And so, like, the people that are involved now are people that probably have really never been involved. There hasn't been this super intentionality, because and I think that what's going to happen, and I said this before, it's going to be muddy, because I think there's going to be the institution of education might not be ready to hear about the people, from all the people that they're serving, right? And so I think everybody needs to think about that. And to I think that's it's a good thing. That's my really point. It's a good thing. Woodburn went through that. We went through some transformational changes. Speaking of language, our dual language program in Spanish and Russian is second to none in Oregon. And so, but it took the people, the voices to come together to talk about this, and then us to work hard and we've been at it for 15 years, and there is no finish line. It'll never come to an end. But we were able to break through a threshold. But it was muddy for many, many years, and there was tense, conflict and all this kind of stuff, and people, disagreement. But eventually we came together, and I believe we did the best that we can. But it's not going to happen overnight. It's exciting. We have a lot of resources. I think, again, I'm really appreciative of the community engagement. I do agree there's going to be different levels of that. than how people feel. I've heard really, really great things, and I've heard not so great things, but I do think that the people in the system are doing their best, and if community feels like they're not, then there's a platform and a voice to say so. So I just wanted to, again, applaud everybody. It's a long journey. We have to look out there. It's not going to happen. The money is not going to come in and save Oregon and the students and the families that we really want to impact. It's going to be all of us collectively, the people and the work, rolling up the sleeves behind the scenes and doing the people's work at the local level and at the state level. But I'm really excited about the Student Success Act because I'm listening from all people from all across the state. The first timers. It's almost like voting the person, the 18-year-old who's going to vote for the first time. Well, this is more like participating for the first time. I know families that have had, there's 5 kids, 3 of them have graduated, and so this year was the first year that the parents actually went to a meeting via the Student Success Act. It's like, wow, that's crazy, right? I mean, they're college already, and that's a big, wide gap, and so I'm excited for that, but I do know there's going to be challenges. So with that said, my last point is we are going to have informational, I looked at George, regarding the Student Success Act. ODE is going to do some presentation. I'll make the announcement later, but it's going to be on Monday, March 2nd in the afternoon, 1 to 2. So we will be getting information on assessments, and so I'm really excited to hear about that. I think that's really important. So with that said, I will turn it over to Colt.
Okay. And I apologize, I realize we're already at time, but I have a little bit more than usual to share because it's been so long since our last meeting. And I have slides, so I'm going to move to the other end of the table. I don't usually do that to you either, but I wanted to share a couple. A little tight today. So first, I also wanted to recognize Gustavo, Dr. Balderas, for his accomplishment. I had the opportunity to be not at the event where he got the National Superintendent of the Year award. Unfortunately, I actually was just about to sign the tickets and got called away by the legislature to do other things during that time. So I really regret not being able to be there to see Gus get that award nationally. But I have seen him accept the Oregon Award and heard him accept this award on many occasions and have had the opportunity to thank him for his work and appreciate his recognition. The one thing I would want to do, though, is, and this is putting you a little bit on the spot, Gus, but your many speeches, and each one of them have been different, which I also really appreciated. If you would be willing to share any one of those with the board, so you could send it to me and I'll email it to the others. I think you have really powerful statements in there that you haven't had the opportunity to share here that it would be great for people to hear.
Absolutely.
And some of those, any one of them especially that mentioned the many firsts and the frustration around that. That here we are in 2019-20 and being the first time that Eugene Fort Jay has had a Latino superintendent, that we have an Oregon Superintendent of the Year that is Latino, that we have a National Superintendent of the Year that is Latino. I think you were really eloquent around some of that as well.
Thanks, Cole. I will do.
And I also just quickly wanted to recognize Dr. Shelley Reggiani, who was at the same conference, national conference, and for Oregon and for her work, of course, brought home the National Women in Education Leadership Award as well. So another Oregonian recognized for her amazing work in education in Oregon. So I just wanted to bring that out there. And one more before I get started here on what I wanted to share. I wanted to recognize that the board right now, and we've talked about this from last spring and into the summer and trying to get us all ready for all the rules we're going to be facing and the important work of the Student Success Act, but we are really at the center of some really critical and important work. And I think that you can tell from the comments of the board members, from the comments that you're receiving online, from what I'm sure we'll hear in public comment right now, that all of that reflects that this is just how important this work is. And the decisions that you'll be making over the next several months, what a difference that they'll make for students. I also wanted to point out that some of the comments that you received online, you'll note in there that some of the folks are calling out commitments that the department has made to do certain things. And I've also made those agreements and commitments with our partners, and I've also agreed that at certain points during the meeting, I will call out those commitments as well. So you'll hear me reiterate some of those that you've seen in writing from other partners, just to let you all know the kind of work that we're doing, and really with a much broader band of partners than the department has traditionally worked with. So I'm going to put that out there. I have about a half dozen items that I want to share with you. The first one is at your desks, you have a couple of letters from the Secretary of State's office. So the Secretary of State are our auditors. So for those folks used to working at a local school board level, you have a municipal audit, independent audit every year. Our independent audit is done by the Secretary of State's auditors. And I wanted to celebrate Rick Krager and his team in the Office of Finance and Information Technology, because we have a really clean audit with no findings. We're really proud of that. The only unique thing that you'll see in the other issues area is around our use of our grants management system, which we're on a pathway to working with the legislature to replace. But they had some ideas for strengthening controls. Rick's team is already underway on that effort. And so if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer that. But I'm just celebrating that clean audit. Two items related to the Student Success Act. There are some first read on rules and adoption later on today as well around a couple of things, so I'll try not to talk about those ones too much. But I wanted to address two. So a couple of folks mentioned the work that was done to create requirements and create real direction for school districts that want to open early learning programs. So we have a couple of different options for districts to have kindergarten transition programs and preschool programs. And you all have a copy of a memo that went out to districts earlier today to superintendents. I think it is the record for my longest memo to them. So it's 7 pages. It's a lot of information in here. It has links to even more information with an FAQ. And there will be more to come later on just to support districts as they really begin with new resources to enter this world of early learning in meaningful ways and support our students before they even start kindergarten. And I just have to say to you that this is happening because of the work of our local school districts, who have recognized this need for early learning and have contacted the Early Learning Division, the Governor's Office, and the Department of Ed, and really said, if we're going to do this, how do we do it well, and how do we become partners on this? And so I would also recognize the leadership of the Early Learning Division and the Governor's Office for all their effort in getting this together. I'm sure we'll be answering lots of questions, so we'll turn back to this in the future. This is a little bit different approach to directing school districts than we do sometimes in the state of Oregon. So this is a directive from the Superintendent of Public Instruction. So in this case, me could also be the governor. We have a commitment as part of this to continue to work with our K-12 partners over the next year to refine this and make adjustments as needed to several detailed parts of it. Those ideas may come back to you, and we may be shifting this from a directive to a state board rule, so an Oregon administrative rule. So we may be revisiting this over the next year as we work more closely with our partners on it. Okay. I wanted to give, because the student investment account is such a significant part of the Student Success Act, you also have this colorful document that was prepared for some of our legislators. But I wanted to walk through just a couple of key parts of this. On the left side of it, you'll see that pencil that is just this march, this timeline that our local communities and school leaders have been going through for the last several months. They have put a tremendous amount of work into their planning, and you're beginning to see districts present those plans to their state board, which is a part of the requirements of the bill this month, and you'll see more of that next month as they begin to submit their applications in March through April 15th. I want to make really clear, through April 15th, and then that's the deadline. Every district needs to have it in by April 15th. They all have access to the funds, but they can't be late on that part. Their application process is really detailed, so all those little circles down on the bottom right detail out what has to happen. So it has the community engagement in the application process. Our districts have to tell about their engagement. They have to show how it impacted the decisions that they made, and they have to show artifacts from that engagement as well. They have to apply an equity tool of some kind of decision tool or lens. They have to review their data. They actually also have to look at the quality education model and see how the recommendations in the quality education model apply to their plan. And then they develop that plan. They submit it sometime between March 2nd and April 15th. Can't say that date enough times. And then it comes to ODE for review and assessment, where it will be reviewed by a few ODE members, staff members, who are going through some training and some alignment, so that they're all looking at these in the same way. Those folks will present it to a quality assurance and learning panel that is made up of community and educators from around the state of Oregon. Right now, we have about 300 people who have signed up to participate in that process. They are representative of the state of Oregon, so about a third of them identify as people of color. And we believe, we're still doing final counts, but we're close to representing every single county in the state of Oregon on these panels. So I'm really proud of that work, of that team. And then after the applications are approved, then it goes into the co-development of the performance growth learning targets. And then a grant agreement is created, and then we finally get to the place where we're giving those districts the money to begin to implement. And that's super important because, as you've heard from people in this room, and you see articles now day after day of how many teachers or how many educators and other staff districts are hiring, they're going to want to get on this as soon as they possibly can. Also, we are in the middle of a legislative session, so I wanted to give you a very quick legislative update. We are tracking about 18 or 19 bills that impact education in Oregon. Our legislative team, Jessica and Vanessa, are both in the room behind me, are doing an incredible job because while it seems like a smaller amount of bills, we're moving at a much faster pace. And in my mind, some of those bills have needed a lot more attention than some bills we've seen previously. So we're sharing a lot of information back and forth with our legislators and other partners, trying to make sure that that these are the best possible laws they can be as they go through. The two that I want to call out, the first one is really important to us, is Senate Bill 1520. This is what I would call our single priority bill. And we did it in partnership with the Senate Education Committee. It is a few updates to the Student Success Act. They are all around the federal programs in the Student Success Act. So two of them have to do with the school meals program. We needed to ensure that the definition for eligible students really matched our federal programs so we could take advantage of every federal dollar. And we needed to align the reimbursement rates so we don't have some school districts being reimbursed at different rates than other ones. So that was really important to us. And the final one has to do with summer school programs. So one of the programs in the Student Success Act is opportunities for Title I schools to be able to provide summer school. And you've been following the rule process on that. Some of our districts in Oregon end their school year earlier than others. So those who have experience on the east side of the state may recognize that some districts are out in May for different reasons. We weren't allowed under the current act to give dollars for summer school until July 1. We needed to shift that date so we can get the dollars to the district sooner. So that's the only other, that's our key piece of legislation that we're trying to shepherd through the process. Another one that I think is important and significant to this board is Senate Bill 1572. So this is a bill that started off as one to sort of redefine what the diploma requirements are for the state of Oregon, and to shift the responsibility for those diploma requirements to local school districts and to the legislature. So the bill has shifted over the last few weeks. Right now it creates a task force to look at diploma requirements in Oregon and provide recommendations to the legislature around those. That now sits, I believe, in Ways and Means. So it's passed out of its Senate Education Committee and is down in Ways and Means and will be picked up, I assume, soon in the next week or two. And we'll continue to watch that and keep you informed. Upcoming meetings, I wanted to just reiterate, Anthony talked about in March we have a couple of meetings. So one of them is the assessment meeting that was requested by board members here. So we're going to open the conversation on assessment, and we're hoping that what we talk about there will give you a lot of information, but also help you name what you want the summer retreat discussions to look like and entail around the assessment discussions. Later in the evening on March 2nd, we'll also possibly be holding a hearing on Eagle Charter School, so we wanted to make sure you had that date. March 19th is our next regular board meeting, but a portion of that board meeting, because of the Student Success Act, we will be doing in partnership with the Youth Development Council. So over this next month, we'll be sending you more information on the Youth Development Council and their role and their rule setting that they do. And we will be hearing some proposed rules, like a first read kind of, or introduction of rules, that we'll be doing in coordination, where they have some rulemaking authority and you all have some rulemaking authority to prepare you for the rule adoption over the next couple of months. And you'll all get to meet with one another. That's quite a large council, so we're working out the logistics of it, but they outnumber you by quite a bit. May 21st is, we have an April meeting also, so I don't want you to think that we don't have an April meeting, but May 21st is the meeting that Anthony set up for us to hold at Umatilla School District. So we'll be heading over to Eastern Oregon for that meeting and learning a lot about some of the great programs that they have going on over there. Okay, now I'm getting to the slides. So I wanted to share with you, because I put together some information about some of our equity efforts at the Oregon Department of Education for COSA's Administrators of Color Lobby Day with the legislature. And when we put these together, we've shared them with some of our leaders at ODE and kind of thought, well, we haven't really put all this information together in one place this concisely. So I thought it was important to share with you so you continue to have an idea of where we're driving equity within the agency and how we think that's impacting things. So I'll just reiterate that, a big part of the purpose around this is the students that we serve in the state of Oregon are very diverse right now. And this is a big shift from just a few decades ago, where we had 4% students of color in the state of Oregon. Today we have 40% students of color in the state of Oregon. So we are rapidly diversifying. Our systems are not designed to serve the students that we have today, nor recognize the assets of the communities that we're serving. And so there are a lot of changes that we need to be making, and like some of you said, disrupt or dismantle some of what's in place to create something different that really serves and recognizes our students today. So we do have some tools. Oregon, quite a few years ago, actually led the nation in developing a state equity lens, and you all have adopted it as yours. It was originally adopted by the Oregon Education Investment Board, OEIB, which no longer exists, but our other state boards, the HEC, the Quality Education Commission, the Early Learning Council, the State Board of Education, the Youth Development Council have all adopted this lens as well. And so one of the strengths of it is that it's co-owned by all these organizations, and everybody has a deep belief in it. We typically have, I don't see them out today, but we typically have your questions around the equity lens in front of you at these meetings. It's also a racialized lens, so it centers on race. It has strong belief statements, and at the end of it, it's a multi-page document, but it has 8 questions as a decision tool for our policies and practices going forward. It also has some challenges that I want to recognize, because it is a few years old and this work changes and evolves over time. So It currently includes some what I would call deficit-based language that we need to address and think about how do we evolve that to better recognize assets. It also doesn't fully recognize intersectionality with gender identification, sexual orientation, disability, religion, language, and some other protected classes. And so we need to think about how race has intersectionality with some of these other protected class statuses. And then what I put as a strength, I'm also putting as a challenge. It's co-owned. And so any one of our organizations that wants to make changes, we need to think about how that impacts the other education entities that also own this, and how do we have a discussion together, or do we move ahead in some ways and then wait for others. So, recognizing that the Department of Education did put forward its equity stance, and it has a lot to do with the work you do when we receive legislation and you're creating rule around that, or decisions about how resources are allocated, that we want to make sure that that we're thinking first of opportunities for our historically and currently marginalized students and youth and their families, and that we want to maintain education rigor, that we're not changing rigor based on equity. And then others already named the dismantling and restructuring of systems may be what's necessary to accomplish that. We've also been taking an approach by John Powell, who's an internationally recognized expert in civil rights and civil liberties law, around targeted universalism, which means that we are targeting our resources at specific populations so that we have universal gains in our outcomes. So with that, I want to share, I think, 5 things that we're doing internally at ODE around equity. So the first thing that we did when I came in was we looked at our leadership cabinet, so the group that meets most frequently with the superintendent or deputy superintendent, director of the agency, and we wanted to diversify that. So we enlarged it. We now have a cabinet, or what we call our executive leadership team, our E-team, that is diverse in terms of race, gender, age, representation of sexual orientation and gender status, and also is representative of people who have had experience in small school districts in Oregon and large school districts in Oregon, and some incredible state acumen, state leadership in either this agency or others to bring to that table. So we've done that, and we're also working hard to flatten our hierarchy. But I will say that the hierarchy of state systems exists outside any one department as well, so that's a little bit of a challenge for us. But we're working on trying to open lines of communication that can cross over leadership levels. We're also asking every one of our staff members to participate in 16 hours of equity learning. So this is the Taking It Up curriculum that includes Oregon's racist history and policies. We talk about Discourse 2 conversations, racial battle fatigue, white privilege, white fragility, institutional racism, and more. So this is a pretty deep dive. It's still what we would call a beginning dive, but it's more than a 1-hour workshop or an online training, so it's deeper than what most of our state agencies are experiencing. And we're about halfway through or so. We have about 250 staff members who have participated in this training so far, and we're continuing it again. I think our next group goes through in March. We're also developing a distributed equity plan, and what I mean by that is something that the University of Oregon, actually under one of your former colleagues, Dr. Charles Martinez, went through several years ago. When he was a vice provost there. We're asking everybody to align to some specific goals around equity, but we're not creating the strategies and activities for every office or team at the Department of Education, because how you implement equity looks very different if you work in procurement or student transportation or instruction and curriculum or assessment. So we need them to take a look at the work that they do and align it to these goals and tell us what their strategies and their activities will look like to embed equity in the work that they do day in and day out. So we will share that plan with you when it's finalized, and that'll be just in the next couple of months. We've been working on it for several months across the agency, and I'm hopeful that it's really powerful work that's sustainable and lasting. We also have an equity decision tool. You use that at times here. We have the equity impact analysis for every packet that comes to you as well, which has some of those decision tool parts to it. And then when and I'm going to just read a little piece of this to you. When the Student Success Act passed and other legislation, we let you know that we would be staffing up to support this work. We're still in the process of staffing up. Some of our positions are not funded until July 1, so we'll have more hiring to do, and we've done some hiring since the act passed. But we put out a memo that had 3 hiring principles. The first hiring principle is that diversity is a critical asset needed to meet our goals. And what I reference there is that it's the goal of the state of Oregon in statute, in law, that the percentage of diverse educators employed by a school district or education service district reflects the percentage of diverse students in the public schools of the state or the percentage of diverse students in the district. So that's the Educator Equity Act, used to be called the Teacher Minority Act. It's a state goal that when school districts go out and hire or ESDs go out and hire, they need to match their student population and their demographics. We are not there yet. Like I said, we're close to 40% students of color. We're just over 10% teachers of color. ODE is exempt from this law. Not sure why that is, but the Department of Education, who sets policy and guidance and a lot of implementation for education across the state, we're not included in this. But what I said to our staff in this memo was, because anybody here could be a hiring manager, that I believe ODE, as the state's education agency, must apply this goal, this state law, to our own hiring efforts. At the time I wrote this, about 16% of ODE staff identify as people of color. So that was an improvement over our previous biennium. And it outpaces the percentage of teachers of color in Oregon, which is right around 11%, like I said. But more than 38% of Oregon's K-12 students are people of color. And that number is greater for the children and youth served by the Early Learning Division and the Youth Development Division. So we can and should make great strides in diversifying our workforce. We will never be presented with an opportunity like this to diversify this agency. When we're increasing our staff by 20%, I don't believe anybody will ever have the opportunity to do that again. So we need to work hard to get it right and try to represent our community. Okay, that's some internal stuff. I wanted to give you a sense of some of the targeted universalism in action. And I can't talk about all these just because we don't have time, but I'm going to put them up here. You have these slides in board book, and I might try to stop on a couple of these. I'm actually going to stop right there. So we have 3 or 4 projects going on right now. The Holocaust and genocide work that's underway, tribal history, shared history, and that's Senate Bill 13, and ethnic studies. Our team is working really hard on a memo that's going to go out to our school partners and community partners that explains these 3 and exactly what they are. All are, because each of them impact the instruction that happens in school on a day-to-day basis. The tribal history, shared history from Senate Bill 13 is the first time in Oregon that there's been a required curriculum that every school must teach. And it is created in partnership with our tribes. And the tribes have created additional lessons that are place-based for the communities that serve locally around their tribes. And others can have access to those. They're available on the tribal websites. And we need to be really careful about how we explain that because it's different than the others that are also important. So ethnic studies and the Holocaust genocide, those both lead to standards, which is typically what the state board adopts. And the standards tell districts what they have to teach, but they select the curriculum in order to do that. And so those are really important pieces as well. The LGBTQ2 plus student success group, we're just getting that underway. They have their first meeting coming up in March for the advisory group. So we're really excited about that work. The Latinx student success group also has a executive sort of steering committee that's beginning to name the people in that advisory group, and the hiring process is underway. Anthony's talked quite a bit about the equity and civil rights and school-sponsored activities work. And I'm just going to skip ahead. Just know that there is a lot going on this equity front. And then there's this full other page of other efforts that I think are also critically important. Oops. And then it leads to the slide that Guadalupe pointed out. And for me, this is the targeted universalism in action. So the reason that we got to 80% is because we outpaced the statewide average growth in each of these groups of traditionally underserved populations and marginalized populations in Oregon. And this is, the incredible work that's happening in school districts and the focus that's being brought to their effort. It's the advocacy of partners and families to support their students. And it is beginning to make a difference, and yet, like you said, we're still far away from where we need to be. But that's the right direction. When these groups are outpacing the overall growth, then we're closing the gaps and beginning to make a difference. With that, I'm just going to show you, I think that both Gus and Anthony have talked about the events where we came together to drive the work in equity and civil rights and school-sponsored activities to the next level. Anthony is a leader in that. He wanted me to show just the student pictures, but I had to show this one first so you recognize he was there. As I looked at all the pictures from this event, I think he's only in one, but he was at the center of it, so I just wanted to put that in there. And then we had Ralph, who was helping to guide us and facilitate us through the process. And we did have a couple of amazing students there who both Anthony and I talked to about being applying to be future representatives to this board. And then we had some great education leaders, administrators, teachers, OEA represented as well. Students driving a lot of the conversation, which is important because it is all about them. And then some celebrations as well. So with that, I will stop and let you get on to public comment.
Okay, thank you, Colt. So we're moving on to our public comment, and I've got a little note here that I wanted to read before we get started. Oregon Department of Education staff will hold a public hearing on Monday, March 2nd from 4 to 6 p.m. to take public comment on Eagle Charter School review. So watch the board book for details. However, with that said, if you still want to make public comment today, feel free to do so. We've got a list up here. I believe there might be another one in the back. Okay. So, as customary, kindly limit your comments to 3 minutes. The board will accept written testimony should you have further comments. And Lisa will be running the timer. So we'll start at the top of our list, and what you could do is you come up and give your name and where you're from, and we'll give you 3 minutes.
Thank you. Is Laura Mack, you are here? And then after Laura, we will take testimony from, and I do apologize, I won't get some of these names correctly, Elena Boston.
What did you want?
She will be up after Laura.
Oh, after Laura. Okay.
Go ahead, begin.
Okay. Hi, my name is Laura Mack. I teach at Chemeketa, and I'm a parent in Salem-Keizer School District. I have 2 kids that are school age. I'm here to explain how Salem Kaiser Public Schools is misleading parents about art in K-5 schools. I learned there were no art teachers in our 42 elementary schools when my son entered first grade back in 2014. I chose to develop art literacy for his school, volunteer-based. I go in 3 times a year for 1 hour per classroom, and I teach an art literacy lesson. I've been doing this for 5 years. This particular year, when my son, he's in 4th grade now, when I went in for a parent-teacher conference, we got to the art subheader. And I have handouts today of this, but this is a copy of his report card. And on the second page, it has an art section. And it looks just like any other section in the report card. Social science, science, they all look the same, as if they're all the same importance. He got to that section and he said, and this is you. And he said, for the past 5 years, I've told parents, we're lucky to have a parent who comes into the school and teaches art to our kids. I have handouts for you so you can see exactly what this says. It's national standards. It's Oregon's art standards that I'm supposed to be teaching. Collects, organizes, and produces art, uses self-reflection and feedback to improve art, recognizes artistic differences between cultures and periods of time. I'm not doing that. I'm providing an art experience. So, ordinary classroom teachers aren't actually trained to fulfill these standards. It's on report cards, so it looks as important. Oh, that's telling me that I need to not keep going very much longer. Parents want and expect art education in K-5. Low income and parents of color cite it as expectations of arts programming at a good school. This fraudulent inclusion of art in the handbook for elementary as well as on the report cards is a problem because it's misled parents all along. Art education didn't come up in the priorities with community meetings because parents think it's already being taught. It's only come up as a B list or C list in the Salem Kaiser executive summary for the SIA funds right now.
20 seconds.
Okay, thank you. My call to action: require districts to tell the truth with authentic report cards. Hire an art specialist within ODE. There's no one who's speaking up as a subject matter expert for arts in ODE or in Salem Kaiser. So if you need help on the hiring committee, I'm happy to be a community voice. I don't want a job. I want to just go back to teaching at Chemeketa and not doing all this extra art education volunteer work. Thank you.
Eleni Boston, and after Eleni, Justin Potts, if you'll be ready to come up. Three minutes.
Okay,
Thank
you. State Board Chair Valise, Vice Chair Howard, Director, and members of the board, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Eleni Boston. I'm here on behalf of the Early Hearing Detection and Intervention Advisory Committee. I'm also an educator and coordinator at Willamette ESD, and I work with our low-incidence regional programs. We are here in support of SB Senate Bill 16 and Senate Bill 13 that you will be hearing from Candace Pelt and Linda Brown from the Office of Enhancing Student Services under the first readings. And so I'm giving you information, and you'll be getting that later this afternoon. But we did want to show our support for the criteria revision for children who are deaf and hard of hearing, ages 3 through 21. The revisions will be in alignment with the criteria for children birth to 3. And we're very excited that we will have more inclusive of students who have unilateral hearing losses, mild hearing losses, microtia, atresia, and as well as auditory neuropathy. Those students right now are falling through the cracks. They're not getting the direct instruction that they need to be able to self-advocate, use their auditory amplification equipment, etc. Many of those students are behind in their literacy as well as other content areas because they are entering school 1 to 2 years behind in language. Right now, children with unilateral hearing losses are 1 in 1,000. By the time they get to age 5, they're entering school at 2 in 1,000 students have a unilateral or a very mild hearing loss. What we're seeing is that they are in need of services to mitigate their language delays, educational delays, and their social emotional delays. Without the intervention, a child with a mild hearing loss will enter kindergarten at the age of a 3-year level. So again, we're looking at that criteria to be approved. We're also in support of the terminology. We were thrilled to have hearing impairment changed to deaf, hard of hearing, and that is reflective in all of the readings that you will have. It is more inclusive of all students as opposed to saying something that they can't do. In addition, there are 2 things that we are looking at. Under eligibility, there's a change in the definition for what constitutes a team. They have removed, quote, professionals who are trained and experienced in the evaluation and teaching of students with disabilities. It seems to be a pretty important definition to have included, so we would like to have that addressed. Also, the criteria for orientation and mobility is definitely something that we are definitely in favor of. It really does talk to the need for experts in the field of visual impairments. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Justin Potts, and after Mr. Potts, we'd be having Stephanie A.N.
Thank you, Board, and thank you for highlighting the work of my great friend Jose da Silva at Springfield High School, the CTE stuff that you brought up at the beginning. Chair Vlies, Deputy Guild, board members, my name is Justin Potts. I'm a school psychologist in Oregon for over 20 years, past president for the Oregon School Psychologists Association, and also facilitate the Oregon Synergy Student Information System, the special education state work group, which covers about 2/3 of the students in the state. ODE is proposing a sweeping set of rule changes to special education sections advised by 2 Senate bills, but also a DOJ process, possibly at the prompting of a specific lobbying group. None of the stakeholder groups impacted by these changes were consulted or involved in the proposed rule changes. These are school psychologists, speech pathologists, special education teachers or developers for statewide student data and paperwork systems, or district administrators. You got a lot of public comments supporting Senate Bill 16, and I do as well, but of course, perhaps they don't understand the bill was already passed and we're talking about the rules. But the proposed rules are not just a simple streamlining. They span well beyond the disability terminology and medical statement issues noted in SB 13 and 16, and the federal IDEA regulations have not changed since 2007, so why the additional changes? You'll see in the docket package these changes affect nearly every special education rule except autism, and therefore every document used across the state. It will potentially require a massive overhaul of every electronic system and an unfunded retraining of thousands of special education staff. The existing language in Oregon's longstanding rules have served to reduce decision-making variability between districts in Oregon, and many of the proposed changes potentially undermine that by significantly reverting to vague federal language. So my request is that you consider asking these questions before accepting any of these proposed changes. What rule changes are directly related to SB 13 and 16 and which expand beyond the statute? Could the changes that remove specific criterion in favor of generic federal language result in prompting legal review to undo student decisions made in the past retroactively? Could it significantly increase the number of students in special education? If this is the result of a DOJ determination that Oregon's rules were more restrictive, then where is the evidence that our special education identification rates for these disabilities vary significantly from comparable states or from national trends? Why were the proposed autism rule changes removed from the docket? Is this an undertaking happening in other states, or is this just unique to Oregon? Is there funding for all of the associated district costs in making these changes? As this is being proposed by ODE's Office of Enhancing Student Opportunities, how does all this effort that will be spent on terminology changes actually result in better services and outcomes for students with special needs? I would also ask that OSPA, the Oregon School Psych Association, OSHA, the Oregon Speech and Hearing, and the Synergy Consortium be included in stakeholder input. And as a side note, even if ODE had these proposed rules and model documents in place today, it's unlikely we could get that to developer in our system to get these changes for the June release date because ODE did not consult with us. Thank you.
Stephanie?
I just want to know if we have a copy of his Justin's statement in writing.
Right there.
Okay.
Stephanie? There you go, sorry. And after her, Sarasa? Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Ahan. Thank you for your public service and commitment to the children of Oregon. I'm a parent of 3 students in the Silver Falls School District, and I have a 19-year-old attending Chemeketa Community College. I'm here today speaking on behalf of myself and the Russian Old Believer community. I'd like to address our concerns regarding comprehensive sex education in Oregon and whether the Department of Education truly knows what is being taught in the classrooms. As parents, we are in disbelief of what is taught in sex ed. Our children's innocence is being taken away. Recently, a high school student from Malala School District participated in a mandatory sex education class. She was mortified by the subject matter. Planned Parenthood, not once, but multiple times, taught the students how to have oral, vaginal, and anal sex. They showed a pornographic video on a big screen of 2 gay men having anal intercourse and how it should be done. They showed them how a woman gets stimulated and how to do it. They gave them resources to local clinics to obtain free abortions and assured the students that their parents would never find out. Shame on them. They taught them about different types of birth control and Planned B pregnancies. This is just a brief synopsis of high school sex ed taught to 14 through 18-year-olds, majority being minors. I want to know, how is this legal? How is this acceptable? Why is showing pornographic videos in schools legal, yet outside of school, it is illegal for a minor to even purchase these type of videos? If these graphic images were shown to a minor at home or in any other public area, it would be considered sexual abuse and the person would be labeled as a sex offender. But Planned Parenthood, partnered with the Oregon Department of Education, labels this as comprehensive sex education.
30 seconds, please.
Sex ed should be taught so kids learn how to prevent STDs and pregnancies and learn more or learn about the human sexual or reproductive system. Above all, abstinence should be taught. Planned Parenthood has a different agenda, one that does not promote abstinence. Instead, they promote early sexual behaviors, promiscuity, and they teach children how to have sex. This curriculum screams, kids, go have sex, instead of wait until you're mature enough and can psychologically, socially, and physically handle the responsibilities that come along with being sexually active. I'd like to make a suggestion. Oregon Board of Education, please investigate and see what is actually being taught in the classrooms. I believe that you too will be in disbelief. Another topic I'd like to touch on briefly.
I'm sorry, we'll have to, if you can submit those in writing, I will make sure the board gets those, but your 3 minutes are now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Harasa, and then after that we have Jean. Jean Eakin.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Chair Valise, Vice Chair Howard, Deputy Superintendent Colt Gill, and the Oregon State Board of Education members. Really appreciate being here before you. For the record, my name is Parasa Chanrami. I am the Policy and Implementation Director with Stand for Children. We also submitted a letter on behalf of coalition partners. It includes coalition partners from statewide advocacy organizations as well as culturally specific community-based organizations, and I wanted to chat chat with you and share a little bit more about our feedback on agenda items 7A and 6F. So 7A focuses on summer learning programs, and we want to strongly encourage you to adopt that rule today. That's up for a final adoption. And we've worked really closely with the Department of Ed staff and the Rules Advisory Committee process. And Colt mentioned this earlier about some of the work happening beyond the rulemaking process to make sure that culturally responsive work also includes culturally specific. And what came out of that discussion in the Rules Advisory Committee process was making sure that we have shared statewide definitions that are really clear, that can be applied beyond the work around Student Success Act, but also be applied to a lot of the equity work that the department is doing and all of the core programming as well, because we think that that shared understanding and common framework will be critical just to make sure that folks are on the same page. We're all speaking the same language. But we also make sure that we are prioritizing key communities in that work, specifically students of color, students with disabilities, students who are immigrants and refugees, and other priority populations. The other thing we wanted to comment on was agenda item 6F related to student investment account distribution and definitions. So the item that we specifically wanted to comment on is around definitions for students from racial or ethnic groups that have historically experienced academic disparities. So that's up for a first reading today, and we wanted to point out, and we've also mentioned this in the rulemaking process, that we still think that the definition misses key communities. So for example, students from the Latino, Latina, Latinx ethnic communities and different Asian communities, as well as LGBTQ communities as well. And we find that, you know, with more recent research, just looking at the access and experiences of these students, we want to make sure that the department in the work around implementation of SIA is continuing to be responsive to these student groups. And we want the department to adopt a really more expansive definition for this work. And then we also recognize there are current data limitations and limitations around accountability. At the same time, we just don't want our students to be erased. We want them to be seen and valued and supported more equitably. And with that, the other commitment that we talked about with Colt and the team is around creating a smaller work group that works alongside with the Rules Advisory Committee process to help provide recommendations on this particular definition so that it is more expansive and it continues to help us evolve with developments around data collection and the work that we're doing to implement the Student Success Act. So with that, I'll close my testimony. Thank you again for your time and appreciate being able to share today.
Thank you. Mr. Egan, and after Mr. Egan, we have Matt Newell Ching, and then three more after.
So I'm Gene Aiken.
Gene, if you sit there, the camera will see you better. Yeah.
I think I can speak loud enough so everybody in the back
We have microphones. They should.
can hear me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gene Aiken speaking on behalf of the Oregon School Counselor Association, also Oregon Association of School Counselor Educators. You may recall I presented testimony at the previous meeting on House Bill 2876, concerns about other professionals being allowed to serve as school counselors. What I'd like to call your attention to today is you really have no means by which you can audit the impact of that change. And so I invite you to think about how are you going to be able to tell whether that move provided additional quality services, school counseling services to students, or it was detrimental to providing school counseling services to students. Now, the one means that you do have to kind of track what's happening with school counseling services in the school districts is the Division 22 Standards Report. So as you know, those reports come into school boards and communities usually February. They then are to be sent to the Oregon Department of Education. So 2 concerns I want to register about Division 22 reports. When we talk with school counselors in school districts, the rule is my school superintendent did not ask us to sit down with her or him and discuss how well are we doing. I'd like to point to Dr. Balderas as an exception to that rule, because I know from having spoken with program lead in 4J, he does that. Diana, how are we doing in meeting these standards? So that's one concern. How can you receive information on the status of comprehensive school counseling services without input from school counselors? Second concern is, and I do not want to impugn integrity of school superintendents, but it concerns me when a school district has 0 elementary school counselors, 1 middle school counselor serving 900 students, and 1 school counselor at the high school serving over 1,000 students, and that superintendent is saying we're complying with OAR 581-022-2060. If you look at the standard, and I provided you a copy of the standard, I hope you join me in being just a little dubious about the validity of that report. Thank you.
I'm not going to attempt to pronounce the last name, so I'll leave it up to you. Go ahead.
Hi, Chair Veliz, members of the board. For the record, my name is Matt Newell-Ching. I'm the Public Affairs Director for Partners for a Hunger-Free Oregon. I want to call attention to the elements of the Student Success Act that deal with expanded investments in nutrition for Oregon's students. 1 in 9 families experience food insecurity in Oregon, have trouble putting food on the table. That includes 1 in 5 kids. And 1 in 3 kids in Oregon who experiences food insecurity are currently above the income cutoff guidelines for school meals in Oregon. With the investments in nutrition in the Student Success Act, I'm pleased to say that Oregon will become the leader in ensuring access to school meals, nutritious meals at school for Oregon students. We will significantly increase the number of schools participating in the community eligibility provision, which ensures that kids are offered meals at no charge and without application. This reduces stigma. This addresses some of the issues around school meal debt. For kids facing trauma, it levels the playing field. It's just kids breaking bread together. We have submitted comments for the record. I think there are about 5 pages, and there are 14 individual points. And in my limited time here, I will not get into the weeds on what those individual points are, but we do request that those comments, many of which we have submitted as part prior to this in the advisory board or the stakeholder group that preceded the first read. And we would like some consideration of those points. Just to summarize a few of those, there are 3 provisions that the Student Success Act addresses. One is breakfast after the bell, so ensuring kids have access to breakfast as they enter the classroom. Many schools scheduling or buses coming to school prevent kids who do need a nutritious breakfast to make sure that they have access to breakfast at school. And quite frankly, I mean, any kid who gets on the bus, has eaten an hour beforehand, often needs a snack. And this is not just something for low-income kids. This is for all kids in Oregon. And that's going to apply to schools with 70% or more free or reduced price eligibility. We think having a clearer definition is necessary in the rules as to what is accessible for breakfast, and we'd like some attention just to make sure that both schools and students and parents are clear on what it means to have breakfast accessible at school, to make sure that it's not something going out of the way to the cafeteria, but that it's part of it's accessible as kids move throughout the school building. On the community, 30 seconds. On the community eligibility, just real quick, to the point about targeted universalism, this is an excellent way to address targeted universalism within school meals. We think it's crucial that schools and school districts have clarity and certainty around reimbursement rates. And the rules as written leave it open that reimbursement rates could drop in the middle of the year. That could undercut the program. Last is on expanded income eligibility. Just want to say we've had several letters of support on this from stakeholders, from legislators to clarify intent. I want to report back that give gratitude to folks at ODE for ensuring that we're going to work through this. We do think there's a gap in how the statute reads and what the intent of the law is. Stakeholders are going to work. Happy to report back to you, but there's a good faith collaboration that's happening behind the scenes. Thank you.
We have Ross, and then after Ross we have Anna Olivia.
Good morning, Chair Valise and directors. My name is Ross Worsengruber. I'm a parent with 3 children in the Salem-Keizer School District. And today I'd like to offer testimony concerning extended ADMW account determination and agenda item 6F, the Student Investment Account Fund Administration. Specifically, I'm questioning the validity of the underlying data of student assessments. I've attached 2 individual student reports mailed to my home by the Salem-Keizer School District. The report explains how my child performed on the 2018-19 Oregon statewide assessment in English language and mathematics. While both attained level 4 achievement, their scores indicated they were level 2, and I would like you to go ahead and take a look at this. But that's not the biggest problem, because I opted my kids out of this test. So there's some fake numbers on my children's permanent record. So, while HB 2655 has no provisions about faking opt-out assessment numbers, it does state in subsection 7, the result of the statewide summative assessment must be provided to students in a timely manner, in a manner that is understandable by the student. I'm a parent. I do not understand this. Do any of you understand this document that we're going to be passing around here? I have the originals right here. The law mentions, and you'll be happy to know, men in the room, that the arbitrary numbers put in there by the algorithm or a human scored my son higher than my daughter. So the bias is working. The law mentions the effects of opt-out numbers, school performance report ratings, which may affect the funding levels. How many other opt-out numbers are fake?
Just 1 minute, sir.
Thank you. One of the 2 primary aims of HB 3427 is to address persistent academic disparities reflected in the achievement gap and rooted in the opportunity gaps for specific groups of students that have historically experienced academic disparities. How many of the subgroup numbers are fake? Do we know? How can you make a decision on flawed data? And now we're going to spend all this money more on this structure that has documented evidence of faked numbers. Where did these come from? I want them off my kid's record. I want them to say, my child did not participate in racist policy, instead of that number. And I would like to encourage you, when we go through the assessment work group, to think about these fake numbers and possibly this is being, we know that the cut rate is an arbitrary fake number that affects the bubble kids, thousands of bubble kids. We're relying on the wrong outcome measurements. They're fake. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Anna Olivia, and then after Anna Olivia, we have a Melissa McCarthy.
Hi, good morning, Chair, Assistant Chair, Vice Chair, and Superintendent. My name is Anna Olivia Palazzo Angulo, and I'm the Executive Director of the Salem-Keizer Coalition for Equality, and I'm also a parent in the district. And our organization is run and led by parents in the district, Latinos, and I'm also on the State Advisory Rules Committee with PARASA, and I'm going to be on the committee about the small committee with Scott Nine about making these definitions better. And I just wanted to speak to, for example, culturally specific. I can't tell you how many school officials, administrators, and other people that are not in a culturally specific organization, or if themselves are not of a particular of our culture, then they don't understand the words. And I've been asked just yesterday from someone very high up that said, what is the difference between culturally specific and culturally responsive? So they really need that definition, and needs to be stated very clearly. And I also agree with Peraza, we've got to have that shared all over. I would like to see it through the state, not just ODE, but, you know. And then there is that issue of some of these people groups not included because there's not this data trail thing. But in our district, for example, LGBTQ kids, there's a lot of them, and we know who they are. The school knows who they are, and we keep on mentioning that in the committee of SIA. You know, it's like, and we got to do something there too. And of course, everybody's intention is we'll figure it out, but it's not listed. And so obviously you could use words that would include others, and districts could make a case to you. And then the other thing is, just got to find my...
Just under 1 minute, please.
Okay, great. I think that's basically it. It was about that. I can't remember if there's something else I was going to mention. I think, I think that's basically it. But thank you very much. I appreciate it. Oh, I know one. I'm sorry. I just have to say this, because the Asian thing is just really difficult also, and you probably know this, but that's, again, it's a national thing. But there's groups of, we have small groups, especially in Salem-Keizer. It's a big district, and we have some of the most multicultural communities in the state. And so, you know, if it's Cambodian or Vietnamese refugees or whatever, they're not included in that. So thank you very much.
And we have Melissa.
Hello. Thank you all for allowing us to be here to provide testimony today. My name is Melissa McCart. I am the director of the Oregon TBI teams under the University of Oregon's Center on Brain Injury Research and Training. And I came today to provide support for OAR revision 581.015.2175 regarding traumatic brain injury. I want to take a second to talk about previous testimony that claimed that stakeholder input was not solicited or addressed in this revision. To let you know that there was groups conducted, and there were surveys conducted specifically to school psychologists and educators who, when we look at the results of those surveys, express support for this as well. And I know Linda and Candace both have that available if you would like to look at that input. So what this bill does, or the revision does, is to provide an alternative to the medical statement to gain access to specially designed instruction under the eligibility category of TBI in IDEA through a credible history alternative. And the point I really want to make about this is, fundamentally, this revision is really about equity of access. We have many, many children in this state who struggle with this to gain access to IDEA specially designed instruction under the correct category, specifically because of this medical statement. And there's a ton of reasons, one of which is that some children never see a doctor or a physician in order to provide that medical statement. They don't have access to a physician for many reasons. We have students in very rural communities who don't have access to a physician who will sign this medical statement. We have financial barriers, we have transportation barriers, we have language barriers, we have kids that come from other countries who at the time of their incident weren't even in this country to see a physician that could sign this. We have foster children that we don't have an accurate medical history on, and the list goes on and on, other states, other countries. So I'm here to represent CBERT. I'm here to represent our Oregon TBI teams and ask you to please support this revision. I think it'll make a big difference for many children in our state. And on that note, I just want to thank you all for everything you do and to make this a better place for our kids. We so appreciate you.
That was the last, Melissa was the last person signed up. Is there anybody else that would like to provide public comment before we close? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you everyone who came and provided public comment. We appreciate that, and you're taking time out of your day to be here and provide that for us. So up next, we have our consent agenda. And on our consent agenda, we have E-rate matching program, world languages, adoption criteria, school finance, updates, science achievement level descriptors and cut scores, and Crook County School District Superintendent's Plan.
I move approval of the consent agenda.
And I will second that.
Okay. We have a first and second. Are there any comments? Anybody on the phone? Okay, then I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Okay, so up next we have adoptions. We have one agenda item under adoptions, English language, arts, and literacy adoption criteria.
Move to adopt the criteria for selection.
Do we have a presentation?
They were just in here.
We have a presentation. We can. Oh, wait.
We couldn't hear. Which item are you calling?
Oh, English language, arts, and
Okay.
literacy adoption.
We thought this was world language consent agenda. Oh, we just did the consent agenda.
Yeah.
Okay, so world language. Okay, yeah, for English language. We're in here, and
Oh, you're here
I
already?
stepped out.
That's okay.
Okay, let's click on that.
I don't know what they look like, so I can.
They'll be right. They're close by. No, we do not have a slide presentation.
I want to make sure we were connected.
One more. I can go ahead and get us started if you'd like, but they should be coming in.
The live streaming kind of.
I'm getting emails that we're having some problems with the streaming, so I apologize for that.
The live streaming is out.
Live streaming is that?
Yeah, when we had all the people in here, it crashed the Wi-Fi. We're back on now. We're just a little bit of a delay, but we're back on.
Thank you.
This is not world language. Yeah, where do they go? I know. Okay. All right, we're going to get started. And then Tina should be coming in, and if not, I will stand in for Tina. So good morning, Chair Belize and Director Gill and members of the State Board. It's good to see you again. My name is Alexa Pearson. I'm the Director of Standards and Instructional Support Team here at the Oregon Department of Education in the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Assessment. I'm proud to introduce Jeremy Wartz and Tina Roberts, who will be sharing the incredible work they've done to develop the instructional materials criteria document for the English language arts. They have engaged in a thorough process, really, truly a thorough process, to ensure that the document before you today includes the best thinking, not only from representatives here in Oregon, but they really did a lot of national outreach, which Tina will share, in order to make sure we have the best possible products here. So they've reached out with experts in the field nationally, and we're excited to share what they have today.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Chair Belize, members of the State Board. My name is Jeremy Wartz. I'm the Instructional Materials Coordinator with the Teaching, Learning, and Assessment. We are here today again to present on the English language arts and literacy K-12 instructional materials adoption criteria. Chapter 337 of Oregon Revised Statute related to books and instructional materials, and Chapter 581, Division 11 of Oregon Administrative Rule related to textbook adoption. The State Board establishes guidelines and criteria for the review and selection of instructional materials to be placed on a list of approved and adopted materials. This is done for subject areas on the instructional materials adoption schedule every 7 years. The criteria development and adoption is the first step in the overall review and adoption of instructional materials. Criteria was developed for each of the categories up for adoption, which includes the following grade bands: K2, 3.5, 6.8, and 9.12. The criteria recommended for State Board adoption will not only be used for review of publisher submitted materials, but they may also be used at the district level for independent adoptions. This is a process districts go through if they find what is adopted does not fit their needs. I will now turn it over to Tina, who will update you on the changes made to the document since December's first read.
Good morning, Chair Belize, Director Gill, and members of the board. My name is Tina Roberts, and I'm the English Language Arts Specialist in the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Assessment. I'm grateful for the opportunity to share with you today all the work that's been done with the ELA instructional materials criteria since we presented to you in December, and pardon me for being late. As a reminder of our process, following adoption of the ELA revised standards last June, Jeremy and I consulted with internal groups at ODE, in the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Assessment, in the Office of Enhancing Student Opportunities, as well as with colleagues on the assessment team to ensure that we have language representative of ODE's equity stance that would translate to the instructional materials criteria and then to the instructional materials review process, which is the next phase of the process. After the last State Board meeting, efforts were continued to solicit input and feedback on the criteria our Oregon educators developed for our instructional materials evaluation. Student achievement partners and Ed Reports provided guidance on formatting and norming against the national rubrics that are used to evaluate instructional materials. The National Center on Improving Literacy shared really important suggestions that helped us rethink the breadth and some of the criteria, as well as helped us understand how some of the criteria that appeared in the document originally was not in alignment with current evidence-based measures. Without these changes, it may have lowered the quality of instructional materials to be reviewed and available to districts. Our criteria document will allow districts to utilize this tool to ensure that they adopt core curriculum resources that address the foundational skills of reading and writing. Meetings with the Office of Indian Education and the Office of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion highlighted key criteria that are important, but that will need to be carefully defined for our panel of reviewers when we go through the instructional materials review process. As a reminder, too, these equity-focused criteria do not appear on any of the national rubrics for instructional materials evaluation, but these criteria are essential. So they've been added to ensure that they are addressed in the evaluation of the materials that publishers will submit to us. As a final step, we came back together as an internal ODE group to ensure that the criteria that appear on this final document are indeed in alignment with best practices for reading and English language arts instruction. Additional revisions that were made to the document included standardizing language across all grade levels and ensuring that the look-fors appeared with the appropriate metrics and criterion. Once the document was in final format, it was sent back out to the Criteria Development Committee to show them how their initial work showed up in this final draft. This document truly does represent the best work Oregon educators have to offer in service of Oregon students, which is why we are requesting adoption of the English Language Arts instructional materials criteria. We welcome your questions at this time.
Throw one out.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Can you, Tina, or any one of you, talk a little bit? So the AC5, the cultural representation, the look-fors in that, the first one, says students are able to see themselves in text as well as access and experience diverse cultures and perspectives. But then it follows that up with this parenthesis. I'm just wondering how that group defined mirrors, windows, and sliding glass doors.
Yes, so that is language that is very popular in the field right now. So students need to be able to see themselves represented in the text. That would be the mirror. They need to be able to sort of peek in and see what other cultures and other experiences are like. That would be the windows. And then they need to hopefully be able to step through and help like maybe experience that firsthand a little bit, which would be the sliding glass doors part. And so we really wanted to make sure, again, that's not something that, even though it's talked about on the national level, using that language, it's not something that appears in the criteria for instructional materials evaluation on any national rubrics. And so we felt like that was something that was really important that we wanted represented in our criteria, so that our students have opportunities to experience all three parts of that.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and the other look for is around being, they're very asset-based.
Thank you.
So.
Is there a definition for that somewhere where you just said the mirrors, windows, and sliding glass doors, anywhere for people to be able to, who are using the rubric?
So that is part of the training that will happen.
Thank you.
Jennifer, Lauren, Rashun, any questions or comments? I want to make sure, acknowledge you that you're still there on the phone, and if you have any, please speak up. Okay, if no more questions, can I get a motion?
Okay, now I move, Chair Lee, to adopt the criteria for selection and adoption of instructional materials for English language, arts, and literacy.
A second?
I'll second.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to adopt the criteria for selection and adoption of instructional materials for English language, arts, and literacy. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And apologies for.
All right. We're late. You were on time. All out there. So right now, just for the audience, we're going to take a break for lunch, and then we'll come back to our first readings, and then we're also going to jump back into another adoption, which is about 2:45. Okay. And the adoption will be on the summer program for Title I schools. So we'll go ahead and take a break. How long do you want to do the 45 minute or an hour?
1 hour.
Okay. We'll do the hour. Okay, we'll be back in an hour. Okay, good afternoon. Welcome back to the State Board of Education. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Thanks for being here. Up next on our agenda, we have first readings. Our two on our agenda are actually written reports, so I'll just name them. The first one is proposed program budgeting and accounting manual changes for 2020-2021. Say that 3 times. Yes. I should have said two. Yeah. So anyway, that's a written report. And then our next one is farm to school permanent rules. Again, that is another report. So our third item is charter school renewal and review request. The first of that is the Ivy School renewal request. That's state-sponsored charter school. So. Yep.
Good afternoon. Chair Valise, Director Gill, members of the board. My name is Kate Pattison, and I am the Charter School Specialist at the department. Today, I'm here to present the renewal request for the Ivy School. The Ivy School is one of our 4 Oregon State Board of Education sponsored public charter schools. It was originally approved for sponsorship in December of 2008. The Ivy School opened in September of 2009. The Ivy School is currently in its 11th year of operation, serving about 300 students in grades K-8 using the Montessori method and materials, and they're located in Northeast Portland. The current charter contract expires on June 30th, 2020 of this year. Therefore, the Ivy School requested to renew their charter contract with the State Board of Education for another 5 years. Department staff have conducted an evaluation of the school's academic, financial, and operational performance according to the performance framework included in the charter contract. The Ivy School has made improvements over the last 2.5 years of the contract to strengthen the organizational performance and focused on areas of academic improvement. Before we look into the school's performance, I'd like to give a little context for the renewal process. Section 5A of the charter contract requires that the board evaluate the school using the criteria in the statute, ORS 338065, and consider academic performance as the most important indicator of Ivy's success. The board will also consider how Ivy has met the legislative goals for public charter schools in ORS 338015, which we'll discuss in a little bit. First, the renewal criteria in the statute asks 5 questions. Number 1, is the school in compliance with the chapter of the statute and all other applicable state and federal laws? Number 2, is the school in compliance with the charter of the public charter school? 3, is the school meeting or working toward meeting the student performance goals and agreements specified in the charter or any other written agreements between the sponsor and the public charter governing body? 4, is the school fiscally stable and has it used a sound financial management system described in its proposal and incorporated into the charter? Number 5, is the school in compliance with any renewal criteria specified in the charter of the public charter school? The board must base its renewal decision on a good faith evaluation of whether the public charter school has met these criteria. To determine whether the school has met the criteria, the department reviewed the school's data, received reports from the school each year, conducted annual site visits, and evaluated the school using the performance framework. I'll now explain the department's evaluation of the school in 3 key areas of performance: academic, financial, and operational. When we look at Ivy's academic performance for the last 3 years, it has been mixed. There are multiple indicators where the school consistently meets expectations and some where the school consistently fell far below expectations. In the 2018-19 school year, the school exceeded expectation or showed growth in multiple student groups. Overall, the school has struggled to support historically underserved students, specifically Black and African American students, toward consistently meeting standards on state assessments. This can be observed in Figure 1 for the 2016 through 2017-18 school years. 2016-17 through the 2018-19 school years. We've discussed the school's performance and academic disparities at length with the new administrator and believe the current improvement efforts and community engagement underway will support the students who have not historically been served well at the school. In Figure 7, you can see, and this is all on your docket when I'm referring to different figures, so these are the materials you have in front of you. So in Figure 7, you can see how the students perform compared to PPS students in the same subgroups. I know it's really complicated, and we've had discussions with the board over the years when you compare a small group of students to a large group of students, but I think it's worth noting that the students in most groups perform slightly better at the Ivy School. Financially, when we look at the school's financial performance, we can see improvements have been made in the last few years to ensure clean audits. The school's worked hard to maintain appropriate internal controls, even through leadership transitions and across 2 campuses. Ivy has also improved its cash flow. This year, the school purchased a new building in Northeast Portland. This required extensive fundraising and securing financing, and we anticipate that this will impact the school's near-term performance in the next audit, but we'll be watching closely as the school sells its other property and manages the financing for the new building. Overall, Ivy has worked hard to address all issues that were identified in earlier audits and is now working to maintain their current financial management system. In the last 3 years, Ivy has maintained a strong operational performance record. In the early years of the charter contract, there were opportunities to strengthen the school's policies and procedures. The previous administrator implemented many operational improvements that have supported the school's current performance, and that included policy updates, working with ODE to ensure policies and procedures were accurate and reflected all current necessary requirements, as well as teacher qualification records. Currently, the board and the administrator, the charter school board and the administrator, along with their equity committee, have been working hard to support the school's place in the community. This year, the school moved from 2 campuses in Northeast Portland into 1 building in a neighborhood that is rapidly changing. This move is viewed by the school and the department as a significant opportunity to amplify the improvement efforts. With all students, families, teachers, and leaders under one roof, more energy can be spent focused on academics, culture, climate, and community. One area the site visit team called out as a key area for improvement is the Charter School Board's work to reconcile the school's mission to serve a diverse student population with its current student and teacher demographics, who are mostly white, in its place in a historically black neighborhood. A core strength of Ivy, however, at this time, is their focus on implementing a Montessori program with fidelity, attention to culturally inclusive instruction, and a strong academic coaching program led by current leadership. In regards to the legislative goals, the contract asks this board to consider how the school is working toward meeting the goals identified by the legislature when the charter school statute was initially adopted 20 years ago. Let's see, just want to make sure that's in figure 5 in the docket. You can see a chart with the legislative goals and our assessment in conversation with the charter school on whether or not they're making progress or meeting those goals. And they are definitely meeting some of those goals. As you can see, the first one there, creating choices of learning opportunities for students in the community, encouraging the use of different and innovative learning methods, and creating new professional opportunities for teachers. The school has some plans currently in place and underway around creating innovative measurement tools and building stronger working relationships among educators, parents, and other community members. The department reached out to PPS, the PPS Charter School Liaison, who is our main point of contact regarding the 2 schools in PPS, and inquired about the district's input on the renewal. PPS did not raise any concerns regarding the school's performance or the renewal request. Staff have prepared a recommendation regarding the Ivy School, and based on its performance, we're recommending that you approve another 5-year contract to go from July 1st of 2020 to June 30th of 2025. The board will participate in a dedicated public hearing on the recommendation to renew the charter school on March 10th at the school, and this is a requirement of statute that upon receiving a renewal request, we hold a public hearing, and we're doing that at the school and the community so that more families can participate in that. All board members are invited to participate and hear from the Ivy School staff, families, and community, and then this will come back to the board in March for your determination. At this time, we do have a representative from the Ivy School here to present and answer any questions that you have about the school, and then we'll come back and answer your questions from staff.
Thanks, Kate. Hello, members of the board. Thanks for having me here today. My name is Nikki Jones. I'm the Executive Director at Ivy Montessori. I want to say thank you for the opportunity that Ivy has been presented to offer a different educational approach to the public school students in Portland. I stand behind Montessori, and I think it's one of the best ways for students to learn early education through middle school. So I'm here today to answer any questions. Also want to thank those who came out to our site visit. Our parents, our students, and our staff were extremely excited to show off the school, and we really enjoy the feedback that you gave us, and we took it to heart, and yeah, it was a great day, so thank you for coming. But I want to take this opportunity to answer any questions that you may have about Ivy and our renewal.
I don't have a question, I just have a comment. I was able to participate in the site visit, and I just want to thank you. I really enjoyed the day. I know there are some challenges that are being addressed, and I appreciated getting to visit with the board around that, but I thought it was great, and I really enjoyed being able to be there.
Thank you.
You have something to?
No.
Anybody on the phone? I think we have one person that might want to ask a question. Yeah, we had mentioned about the diversity of the makeup of the student. So can you speak to that a little bit? Just what the moving forward would look like? What the thoughts are?
Well, coming on board at Ivy as the executive director, and throughout my career as a Montessorian, I've always thought that all students should have the opportunity to participate in a Montessori education. It shouldn't just be for folks who can afford it, which is an amazing thing that ODE has offered to Portland Public School students. But the word isn't quite out there for the Black and brown community, and where it is, Ivy has historically not been seen as a safe place for students and families to be. And so that's been a main part of my work at Ivy. I work closely with our equity team. We meet once a month to plan activities for staff, students, and for parents. This year alone, we've had a couple of book clubs. We've got one going on right now. So you want to talk about race? That's been a great eye-opener. And we very strategically think about how to present equity and who presents equity to our very white community. There are some events that I attend that and I'll lead, but there are some events that are better led by individuals that look like the community. So we've brought on a couple of different coaches. We have one equity coach that meets with our staff. She's an African American woman. Every year for the last 3 years, we've been having mandatory training around equity. It's a 2-day training where we have courageous conversations around race. We also, when we look at our data, our Black and brown students aren't doing as well as the other students. They're growing more so than they have in the past. So we've looked at the data and we've made goals, specific goals around those students. And it's just not the fact that we've set those goals, we also have plans and action to support those students. So we look at each individual Black and brown student and we track their learning, and we have conversations about what we can improve, what's going wrong, what's going right. So we have targeted our students to make sure that those students aren't falling through the cracks and that they're getting the education that they deserve. So, yeah.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
So I was just going to say we're back to answer any questions about the Ivy School renewal process.
Yes.
Anthony, a while back, George spoke to us about one of the ways that we should determine how a charter school is doing is comparing them to their regular school, the school district that they are within. And I want to thank Emily and Kate for putting together such good information for us to make eventual decisions from. But Kate, I feel that Figure 7 is a chart that speaks to what George mentioned to us. And in Figure 7, we're looking at the state assessment data for students. The Ivy School compares to Portland Public Schools. And in 6 of those areas, the Ivy School is doing better than their district schools, which I think, George, was part of the point that you were making back then to say, well, if a charter school isn't actually doing as well as the overall district, there's some question as to why it may have come forward. I don't mean to be putting words in your thoughts, George, but to me that really appealed. So as I look at helping to evaluate decision-making on this, I think Figure 7 speaks very positively for the work that was done in this individual charter school. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. I guess, and on the next one, it's even more cogent for me. But I guess, and this goes back to the questions, I guess I'm still struggling with why it is, and I think it's been spoken to some, that a school that's in a community that has a significant students of color is struggling so much to draw students from that community. And what is it that's causing that? My cynical self says that maybe there's some perception that that school isn't intended for students of color, and that the approach is not one that supports them. But I do recognize here that there seems to be an effort to try to reach out more and engage the community and encourage parents to send their kids here. So I hope that's going to bear some fruit in the future. But, on first glance, one would assume, although maybe not so much anymore with the gentrification that's going on in Northeast Portland, that based on at least the historical demographics in that area, that you would see a school in that community with a substantial portion of its students representing the African American community. And that doesn't seem to be the case here, and I struggle quite honestly with why is it? I mean, while this data is helpful, it would also be helpful in some ways to know how other schools in that quadrant of Portland, how their data would compare to, I'm not asking you for it because it may not be that easy to get, but how that data would compare. So for some other schools in that area, and I can think of a few off the top of my head, how their data would look like compared to Ivy. But I do feel good about what I've seen so far in terms of where it's been and where potentially it's headed.
If I may somewhat respond to that, it's not going to have a full answer, but we've had this discussion with the Ivy School over the last 5 years, and even before, around who they're attracting and who's then enrolling in the school. And with charter schools, there's two kind of things: who you attract and then who gets through the lottery. And so with Ivy School, they do implement a lottery, and it is anybody within who can get their kids there or within proximity to the school who are eligible to enroll. And because the school also, and all charter schools in the state do this that I know of, offer sibling preference, there was a time before where there wasn't as much emphasis, and this was years ago, it was before this current charter contract, where the emphasis on recruiting intentionally, doing outreach intentionally, building relationships with the people in the neighborhood where the school's located took kind of second priority, wasn't a top priority anymore. It's very easy for charter schools to see their demographic makeup look different, and then for that to kind of take time to adjust based on who you're doing intentional outreach for because of sibling preference that kind of perpetuates over time who you attracted at a particular time. So as we've talked with the Ivy School for the last couple years, the necessity for them to do, if they're to meet their mission of serving a diverse student population within their particular place, they must do intentional outreach and think differently about who their community partners are, who's representing staff in their school, how they're growing and training, and what their perception is as a Montessori school in Portland. Because Montessori even has its own kind of general idea, especially within different communities. And so the school does have current activities underway to address your concerns around who they're serving. And we've seen this then in our other state-sponsored charter school, Four Rivers, where they saw a similar trend start to happen with their makeup, and they're a dual language immersion school that really is successful based on having a really balanced mix of students who are culturally and linguistically diverse. And they started doing things different, and it took a little time, but after a few years, they started to see a shift. So we're hoping to see a shift and to see almost like somewhat of a correction because of their mission, I would say a correction, toward their mission and who they're serving over time.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, I think that's all we have for.
We'll be back with the Ivy School in March.
So, do you want me to, the Eagle, up next, sorry, I was thinking continue, but no, up next we have the Eagle Charter School Review.
All right. Chair Belize, Director Gill, members of the board, my name is Kate Pattison, still here, but just for the record, Charter School Specialist at the department, and today we're going to present the department's Eagle Charter School Review, Evaluation, and Recommendation. On June 22nd, 2017, the State Board of Education approved a 5-year charter contract for the Eagle Charter School that included a midterm review of the school in year 3. Under the charter, the review is part of the board's review as part of its decision whether to continue Eagle Charter School's contract or pursue termination. The department conducted the review to determine whether Eagle is making progress toward meeting the expectations established in the performance framework in the charter and demonstrating growth in formative data collected by the school. In 2017, when the board considered renewing Eagle, the board expressed significant trepidation and concern because Eagle's academic performance was very low. The board voted to renew the school and asked the department to negotiate a shorter contract because of these concerns. However, because the school had already been renewed once, the board had to negotiate a contract for at least 5 years because of the requirement in statute. The school and the board eventually arrived at a charter contract for 5 years with a midterm review during year 3 to review academic performance. The contract that the school and the board signed included the performance framework. The performance framework compares Eagle's academic achievement performance to a cohort of schools identified as comparable for a variety of reasons and mutually agreed upon by both parties. This comparison was designed to address and eliminate concerns of comparing a very small sample size to all the students in Salem-Keizer School District, or to compare Eagle to its neighboring schools that have very different demographics. Included in your docket are the factual basis for the department's assessment of Eagle's performance and the basis of the department's recommendation. These facts were evaluated by the department through our review, which included evaluating the performance framework reports containing academic, financial, and operational analysis, conducting site visits annually, and this fall with a team that included a member of the state board, the director, and department staff with a variety of expertise and knowledge with school operation and improvement methods. The site visit team observed school operations, met with the administrator, governing board members, staff, families, and students. The department convened a group of staff from across the agency with knowledge in education equity, special education, school improvement, school finance, alternative education, and charter schools to review the school's academic performance on state assessments and the formative data provided by Eagle to the department. And finally, we also evaluated Eagle's financial audits. As you have seen in the report, Eagle has not made progress toward meeting the academic targets in the framework. Specifically, in the 2017-18 school year, Eagle did not meet 6 targets, and in the 18-19 school year, Eagle did not meet 9 targets. If you look at Figure 1 in your docket, you can see that Eagle has struggled for the last 2 years in supporting students to achieve English language art and math standards or make growth toward meeting ELA and math standards. In addition to the 9 targets Eagle did not meet in 2018-19, Eagle did not meet the target for academic achievement for English learners or emerging bilingual students. Because this was the first year that Eagle reported serving students in this group, the department rated the school but did not include this rating as a primary basis for the recommendation. However, this academic performance indicator is seen as a critical piece of data to consider when looking at the community in which Eagle is located. We've included the 2018-19 academic accountability details report for Eagle. This report includes 3 years of academic performance data for the school disaggregated by student group. You can see the school's achievement and growth over time in this report. One thing worth noting, after sharing the 2018-19 performance framework with Eagle, it was brought to our attention that there were inconsistencies from the 2017-18 framework to the 2018-19 framework indicators, which was an error. We corrected the rubric, adjusted the ratings, and updated the docket accordingly. The department sent you all these updated materials and provided these updates for Eagle as well. When we look at the financial performance of the school, the department evaluated the school's ongoing financial management and found multiple areas of concern from the 2018 and 19 audits. The audits reveal that Eagle failed to maintain records, submit timely financial reports to the department and the Secretary of State, account appropriately for students, or establish adequate internal controls for public funds. A lack of financial records maintained by Eagle limited the accuracy of the audit and inhibited the transparency needed to account fully for the public funds received by Eagle during the term of the charter. That lack of records, combined with limited internal controls, also exposed the school to possible fraud. And it led to Eagle's delinquency in submitting a timely annual audit to the Secretary of State and the department following fiscal year 2018. In Oregon, financial instability and mismanagement is a leading cause for charter school failure. Because of this and the violations of the charter contract and statute, the department is reporting this information to the board to consider in its evaluation of the school's future operation. Because the state board sponsored charter schools are located within districts that are required to coordinate state school funds and provide special education services to these schools, the department reached out to leadership at Salem-Keizer School District to discuss Eagle's performance. The superintendent and top leadership expressed concerns about Eagle's academic performance, their capacity to serve the students who are enrolling in the school, and the readiness of students matriculating into Salem-Keizer schools upon leaving Eagle. Should the board decide to close Eagle, Salem-Keizer made sure they wanted you to know that they stand ready to support students and families in their transition to neighborhood schools. In November, when the team of folks visited Eagle, the concluding consensus was that Eagles started implementing many school-wide systems of support that would potentially lead to improvements, but also agreed that the long-standing lack of performance, continual turnover in school leadership, and lack of school and governance capacity would likely make improvements impossible to actually achieve. Therefore, the department has prepared a difficult recommendation regarding the future of Eagle Charter School.
So I'll give you a recommendation, and a little bit of this will repeat a couple of things that Kate shared, but only to give background on why this recommendation. So in June 2017 is when the state board approved this 5-year charter agreement with Eagle. The charter directed the state board so you directed yourself in this charter, to complete a review before June 30th of 2020. So that's what this review is all about. And that was to determine whether to continue Eagle's operation. The review was to include an evaluation of Eagle's progress in meeting the expectations outlined in the performance framework, and formative data collected by Eagle. At that time, the state board's intention was to determine whether Eagle was making progress to meet or exceed expectations and show growth in formative data. And if they are not, by the time of the review, the state board was going to consider pursuing termination under ORS 338-105 and Section 19 of the Charter Agreement. ODE conducted the required review. Some board members participated in portions of that and prepared the information for the state board to consider in making the decision about Eagle's operation. So after evaluating the findings of the review and the intent of the state board as it entered into the current charter agreement with Eagle, I believe there is evidence that Eagle has not met the terms of the charter agreement. in relation to student performance, nor maintaining a sound financial management system. So I'm recommending that the State Board consider termination of the charter agreement. We would like to invite Eagle Charter School and its representatives up to the table to share some information, and you can ask them questions as well. We'll also have another opportunity with Kate and Emily to come back and share some procedural information with you, open it up for more questions from you and discussion, and any next steps regarding the State Board's discretion and options regarding termination or continued operation of Eagle.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Belize and members of the board and Deputy Superintendent Director Gill. My name is Deborah Dyson, and I am legal counsel to Eagle Charter School. I have been representing them and working with ODE in charter negotiations since 2014. And today what I wanted to specifically talk to you about is referring to the charter. And I know you have it in your board package. If you want to follow along, I'll be specifically looking at pages 8 through 10 of that charter. But before I talk about that, I just first want everyone to understand the process to date that resulted in today's hearing. On Friday afternoon, February 14th, Eagle received a letter that was emailed from Ms. Pattison that referred to the breaches of the charter and their recommendation of termination at today's meeting. Prior to Friday, Dr. Balance had not heard anything from ODE that would have forewarned her of this outcome. This means Eagle was provided notice of breaches of contract and recommendations for termination 5.5 calendar days before this meeting, or if you think about the holiday and the weekend, 2.5 business days. Then to add to this, the 2018-2019 performance framework, which is used as evidence of a breach by ODE, had not been provided yet to Eagle at the time of the letter. If you look at the performance framework, you'll see that itself, it requires and allows a charter school to comment on the performance framework and to review it. Eagle did not have this opportunity. It was able to quickly look at it prior to this meeting where the mistakes were found and corrected. But we just want to say, in our view, the performance framework, therefore, is not final. And it's exactly this kind of rush toward a decision based on this limited evidence presented to you primarily to one side today that the charter contract protects against and rejects. And this is in particular when it comes to a serious matter such as termination. So if you look at the charter contract at that section 19 about termination on page 8 through 10, you'll see in section B it says, in executing the obligations and rights of termination, the parties agree to first make a good faith attempt to resolve any dispute. 1, the party with a concern regarding the other party's compliance with the contract will notify the other party in writing. 2, the responding party shall submit a written response within 30 days. 3, the termination provisions contained in 338.105 may proceed if the parties are unable to agree in good faith to a resolution of a concern within 30 days. If you look again at paragraph C, it says that the dispute resolution process shall be required for the contractual right of termination. So based on this contractual obligation, I'm a little unclear of what we're actually doing here today and how a decision can be on the March 19th agenda when this dispute resolution process has not occurred. And by presenting today, we are not waiving our rights to this contractual protection of giving us up to 30 days to respond in writing. We had no option today but to offer some rebuttal because of it being placed on the agenda, with ODE moving forward with its recommendation. So I'm here today to ask that Eagle be given this 30 days from the date of the February 14th letter to respond in writing so we can start that dispute resolution process. The process then has 30 days for Eagle and the State Board of Ed or its designee, ODE, to work toward resolution. If we can't resolve the difference about the concern, then the State Board of Ed can move forward in a decision whether to terminate. Without this dispute resolution process, the State Board of Ed will be in breach of contract if it votes to terminate on March 19th. And ODE may say that you can make your decision to terminate first, for example, at your meeting on March 19th, then start the dispute resolution process. This, however, is not aligned with the plain meaning of Section 19B of the Charter. The initial steps refer to notifying the party of the concern. It's not notification of the termination. Moreover, if issues are not resolved, then it states that the termination provisions of 338.105 can proceed, or in other words, to begin. To begin, according to law, is to vote to terminate the charter. So in summary today, we are just asking the board to discuss how it wants to move forward with this dispute resolution process in the charter, instead of discussing specifically whether or not to terminate. The good faith attempt in the charter means that each party is willing to listen to discuss the concern, consider the other party's evidence, and to not have reached a conclusion about the outcome unless and until the dispute resolution process has been followed. So thank you for your time and consideration today. I will be available for questions afterwards, but I wanted to leave the bulk of the time over to Dr. Balance to present to you.
And before I get officially started, since we had such a short amount of time, I have paper copies of what we're going to present, and you'll see I need always things to fiddle with as I'm listening to a day-long meeting, and so you'll have data in there that you can look at as I'm discussing. I would like to call your attention specifically to the first two pieces of information, the red packet, which has a lot of family feedback and family quotes, and then the page immediately following the red packet that shows data, our school compared to the schools that our students could potentially attend were able to close. So with that, good afternoon, Chair Valise, members of the State Board of Education, and Deputy Superintendent Gill. I am Dr. Marie Balance, and I'm the Executive Director at Eagle Charter School here today with my Micro-Society Coordinator and Kindergarten teacher, Mrs. Doran, and with many parents and school board members for Eagle Charter in the room this afternoon. We have only a brief amount of time to share with you why Eagle serves a valuable role for the community of the Salem metro area. While ODE recommends the closure of our doors and sending our students back to where they came from, our position differs. We know that Eagle provides students and families with valuable life skills, whole child education, and a team of experts working to meet the needs of all within our walls. These efforts have resulted in continued improvement in our assessments and a streamlining of the systems that provide the backbone for our school. Eagle teaches students valuable life skills through a micro-society model. With micro-society, school is society, a thriving modern-day mini-metropolis complete with government center, entrepreneurial hub, nonprofit organizations, and consumer marketplace, created and managed by students and facilitated by teachers and school staff. Our students create resumes, apply for jobs, participate in interviews, create business plans, and engage in a wide range of entrepreneurial and government experiences. They practice their 9 essential skills daily through their microclass. Parents have noted that Eagle has a more family feel and that issues such as bullying are non-existent, in large part because students work together across all grades to see success in micro-models. Micro-society schools operate around the United States, but to the best of my knowledge, Eagle is still the only one in Oregon. Eagle has worked hard to be a high-quality micro school, and in July 2019, we were given recognition as a 4-star micro school and received the 2019 George Award, one of the highest honors from the National Micro Society. We have worked with the National Micro Trainer in an effort to continue to reinforce the 9 essential skills as well as English language arts and math standards, ensuring a rigorous, relevant, and engaging experience for students. After the last charter renewal, staff worked hard to make sure that micro classes were aligned to state standards in ELA and math, as well as to Oregon's 9 essential skills required for graduation. If you visit Eagle, you will see students work on common language arts and math standards within their micro classes and incorporating the 9 essential skills every day in the work that they do. We formally evaluate students on their 9 essential skills 3 times a year using the teacher rubric, which you'll find in your packet. Students complete self-evaluations 3 times a year, also in your packet. so that they can discuss and analyze their growth over time. This year, we redesigned our school report cards so that grades reported for micro are directly tied to the 9 essential skills. Governor Kate Brown has indicated numerous times that she wants students to graduate college and career ready. Giving Oregon students entrepreneurial skills is important for their success in 21st century and our investment in Oregon's future. We believe those skills should be taught to students beginning in kindergarten. EAGLE is doing this. EAGLE gives students the tools to succeed by educating the whole child through trauma-informed practices and social-emotional learning. EAGLE staff are well aware of the need to meet all students where they are and support the whole child in order to give them their best opportunity for success. Last year, we hired a counselor to teach life skills and support students individually and in small groups. She has had great success. In addition to our counselor, our staff have completed trainings in nonverbal classroom management, building positive relationships, and using trauma-informed practices, as well as ADA, IDEA, 504 training from ODE. Parents bring their students to EAGLE, and students who had poor attendance before transferring now eagerly come to school because our staff expertly builds those trusting, caring, and supportive relationships that allow students to succeed. We have many stories from each grade about students who have blossomed at EAGLE. The 3rd grader who was constantly bullied at her school before transferring and is now having wonderful relationships and is a strong leader. The 2nd grader whose experience with anxiety and OCD was so bad that he had pulled out most of his hair, transferred, loves school now, and does not seem to exhibit any signs of suffering from OCD or anxiety anymore. A 4th grader who exhibited significantly unsafe behaviors and caused multiple room clears every week is now successfully regulating his emotions and is finally able to get the much-needed academic help that he needed. I would continue to give you examples, but I think it's important that you hear from parents, and many of our parents submitted testimony as public comment today, so I encourage you to look at those. One parent told me yesterday, "The one-on-one help that my student gets through EAGLE Charter has helped him tremendously. We love that he's been able to attend EAGLE for several years now, and I'm always telling people with kids that are struggling in public schools about EAGLE Charter, and some of them have even enrolled." EAGLE has addressed the financial challenges that were revealed in the last 2 audits. When I started at EAGLE in August of 2018, merely 1.5 years ago, I immediately implemented plans to improve systems, from the way parents and visitors signed in to the way discipline issues were handled, and of course the way finances were addressed. Thanks to the work of new office staff, we were able to uncover financial challenges and a lack of systems and oversight, which we set about correcting immediately. ODE was informed of the issues early in the 2018-2019 school year, and as corrections were made and systems fixed, ODE was apprised of those details. I believe the audit for this current year, once completed in the fall of 2020, will show that we have identified and corrected the issues as we reported to ODE. It is unconscionable that pieces of the audit be used to justify the termination when the department was fully aware of the steps that were taken to fix the identified issues long before the audit was published. EAGLE is making improvement as measured in assessments, and we outperform many of the schools where our students would return if EAGLE were closed. Harvard Business Review published the results of a study of 411 school improvement leaders in 2017. The study lasted 8 years and showed what it takes for sustainable school transformation and improvement. One of the findings that schools that improved the most over the course of 8 years did not see test score improvements until year 3. Let me repeat, they did not see test score improvements until year 3. You have 2 years of data in front of you. Putting that aside, let's look at the actual numbers and compare EAGLE's data to that of the schools to which students would potentially return were EAGLE to close. It's the white piece of paper behind the red packet. As you will see, we outperform many of the other local schools, not only in Salem-Keizer, but in the 2 surrounding districts that we also have students who attend. The assumption that students may increase their academic performance by attending a different school is a faulty one that is not based in facts or evidence. Instead, if students were forced out of the school they love and made to return to their neighborhood elementary, their individual achievement may not improve. That is, of course, if students choose to return to their neighborhood schools. They came here instead of neighborhood schools for a reason. Closing Eagle does not address that reason. It shuts off an option for them to meet the need, for parents to meet the needs of their children, and it takes away that choice. Eagle is making growth over time, as evidenced also on that white piece of paper of 5 years of achievement data. I believe that we have placed the right supports in place now with the right teachers and staff members that we will start to see bigger gains. Research supports this theory. We need the time. More importantly, the students I see every day support this theory. Eagle should be allowed to remain open so that we can demonstrate we have put proper supports in place for long-term success. Eagle has made positive changes, as evidenced by parent support and ODE site visit reviews, and should be allowed to continue improvement efforts. ODE conducts annual site visits to the state-sponsored charter schools. For site visits conducted in 2018-2019 and 2019-2020, Eagle received their best reviews and feedback of any of our years in operation. In April 2019, staff members who had been at Eagle since it opened expressed amazement and gratitude that the hard work we had done that year paid off and was visible to our visitors. The site team this year specifically mentioned in person how impressed they were with new hires to Eagle, who demonstrated incredible instructional skills and expertise in supporting the learning and growth of all of our students. You can see their specific feedback in your packet as well. Finally, I would like to point out that at Eagle's last charter renewal, the parties involved agreed that Eagle would be evaluated on 4 different points: attendance, use of formative assessments, 9 essential skills, and summative assessments. I would love to brag about our growth and success in the other areas, but the nature of ODE's recommendation for termination requires I save those comments for another time. I would encourage you to note, however, that 3 of these areas were not cited in the recommendation to close Eagle, and I believe there is a reason for that. Eagle is a school I am very proud to lead. We have an incredible team, and we do good work for students every single day. Our entire staff greets every student by name each and every morning with a smile on our face, and then we get down to the hard work of educating kids. I invite each of you to the public hearing on March 2nd so that you can hear directly from our families who love Eagle and would be impacted by a decision to close. I also invite you to come to Eagle on any school day so that you can see for yourself firsthand, as some of you have, the good work that we do. Please consider these invitations to make it before you make a decision on Eagle's future, because our community depends on you.
Before they leave.
Yes, sir.
George Russell. I did have a chance, I think, for the 18-19. Was it 2 years ago? Kate, I think, to visit your school, and quite honestly, I was impressed with what I saw, and thought both the kids and the staff seemed to be on task and focused on what they were doing, and both them and the parents all seemed to think it was a wonderful place to be. So I agree with a lot of your comments. I do have a question. I want to make sure I understand this chart on assessment data. Is this showing schools that your students would have attended?
Yes.
If they had not come to?
Yes, these are the schools that our students would have
So
attended.
do you know, are any of these schools comparator schools in terms of the demographics, so that in fact I would know, I mean, some of these I recognize the name, but I'm not sure I know whether or not they're similar in demographics, socioeconomics, status of kids, and so forth, as would be some of the perhaps neighborhood schools in the Salem-Keizer School District.
Right. Some of the schools are relatively compared, like they do compare to Eagle. In our immediate neighborhood, there is higher poverty than what we have in Eagle. We have about 50% of our kids this year that are on free and reduced lunch. Neighborhood schools have a much higher percentage. And the immediate neighborhood schools are slightly more diverse than we are. We have about 62% of our students are Caucasian, and then 38% identify as something else. And so we have about 11% of our students who speak languages other than English at home. And so that's not exactly the same demographics as the neighborhood schools, which are also listed here because we do have some. Our neighborhood schools are Highland, Washington, and Hallman. Those are the three closest to Eagle. But we do compare very similarly to a number of the other schools that our students come from. And we do outperform many of these schools in ELA and math. Our numbers are not great, and I understand that, but we still outperform the schools where these students would return.
Yes.
Thank you, Anthony. I don't mean to refute anything that you have said because I don't have any data to back it up. And so I'm just mentioning things that are questions for me that possibly as we go to the next step could be clarified. And maybe some of it is data that can be collected by Kate to give us. So I have 3 areas I'd like to mention. The first one is on the certified public accountants audit that is less than 2 months old as compared to the date that we have. When I have gone through it, I see internal control mentioned many times for deficiencies, material weaknesses, many times for deficiencies, and then the word fraud, possible fraud, used, I believe, at least 5 times. And yet when I heard your presentation, it sounds as though all of this has been cleared up. Unless I could have some way of knowing more about dealing with the impression that I'm giving from the accountant's report, it would be very difficult for me to be able to vote in favor of continuing with the charter. So somehow I would hope that we can either be given new data that's proven that these things have been taken care of, or I would still have some questions. So that's one area of concern. The other one is, and maybe it's in the data that Kate and Emily have given us, but I didn't see a comparison of the academic achievement with all of Salem-Keiser's elementary schools. And since charter school students come from all over the district, it would be helpful for me. It would look like chart number 7 that we were given for Ivy School. And I know the 2 schools are totally different in terms of curriculum, instructional methodology, neighborhood, school districts, and so forth. But again, that chart number 7 from Ivy was really helpful to me, and it could be from others. And again, that may not be your work. It may be work that Kate does. The third thing that I want to mention is, as I heard you speak, I thought you said that the free and reduced lunch was 50% of the student body?
This year, as of today, we're about 50%.
Okay, and the data that we have, I guess, was from last year that was 30%.
Right.
So that's a tremendous gain. Again, I'm certainly not questioning anything, but if there's some way that the department could clarify those figures for us, I think it would be very helpful. And I want to thank you for coming and presenting to us. Very much appreciate your input for our decision making. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want me to address the audit piece a bit? Because I did speak with our auditors on Tuesday very briefly. Obviously, we only had 2.5 days to present this and gather our information.
I need to defer to the board chair if he wants that to take place.
I think, yeah, Sure, go ahead if you have some.
Just very briefly, what they said is they would be happy to provide a statement that our leadership and our school board has been asking all the right questions and seems to be putting the correct systems in place, but they cannot definitively tell you that until they perform the audit for this current school year, which will not happen until after June 30th of 2020. And so because the initial problems started July 1st, or probably started earlier, but July 1st of the previous fiscal year, so that would be July 1st, 2018, when I came in August of 2018 and started putting systems in place and cleaning things up so that it would be accurate and that it would be responsible. The auditors were very clear that they have to report on an entire fiscal year, and so if anything happened earlier in the year, it didn't matter if it was cleaned up and systems were in place now, they still needed to report that within the entire fiscal year. So that's why I believe they will have a clean audit with a much better picture when they perform the audit for this current year.
Anything else?
I don't think that can work for me. I wish that could, but I'm not speaking for the rest of the board. I just don't feel as though that can move me away from what I see in this particular audit. There must be some way we can get a little bit more of a handle on that. And again, maybe Kate can help us with that. Thanks.
I'm not sure who's on the phone, but if you're on the phone, if you have any questions.
This is Kimberly Howard.
Hi, Kimberly.
Board member, hi. I have some technical questions that I think around the public comment about the contract and the date of the contract, and just trying to understand that.
Okay.
It's not matching with what I've read, so I'm just trying to understand that.
Okay. I think probably when Emily comes back up, we can you can ask those questions. So
Okay, thank you.
So this is Anthony. I attended, went to go to the site visit, and I would echo what George was saying. I think it was a good experience. The students seemed, when I walked into the classroom, they were doing what they were, doing with whatever the project assignment was. Talked to some staff members. Had not as much time as I'd like to, but I just want to just let you know that I did attend, and what I saw was positive. I mean, so I don't want to take that away or just like that's the tone here, because what I saw, the students seemed happy, the people that I talked to. But that was again just a snapshot in time. I have to say that too, and but I wanted to share that with you. Okay. Anything? I think that's it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Staff back up. I have a quick question. So Kimberly's on the phone with some questions. Do you want to go first and then listen to the question?
No, if Kimberly wants to ask a question, that'd be fine.
So Kimberly, would you like to go? We have Kate and Emily, yes?
Oh, yes, thank you. Can one of you or both of you kind of explain the timeline that was referred to in the last presentation?
Yes.
Around the contract language. I looked at the contract, and it appears clear to me that we were going to be reviewing at this 3-year mark, and that one of the consequences or the decisions would be to close. So I do not see how we are outside of compliance of that, and so I kind of want to I need to understand it. And I'm sorry that it might make it harder that I'm on the phone. Maybe if I'd been in the room, I could have gotten a better understanding. So can you repeat that?
Sure. For the record, Emily Nazarov, I'm the Government and Legal Affairs Manager. So Section 19 governs how we can terminate a charter if that's what you choose to do. The purpose of today's meeting is to share with the board what the results are of the department's review that you asked us to undertake. This is really just the first step. So we're sharing with you, this is what we found as part of the review, this is our recommendation, and the board is not scheduled to take a vote until March 19th, which is more than 30 days after the notice of the board's recommendation. In between now and March 19th, we will continue to provide you with information, and we've been taking notes of the questions that you asked specifically. There will be the public hearing on March 2nd, where we will hear from many of EGLE's family members, teachers, community members, and the opportunity for EGLE to respond in writing between now and when the board meets on March 19th. And at March 19th meeting, we will have a full discussion and plenty of time on the agenda for this to be addressed. Does that answer your questions?
Yes, thank you so much, Emily.
I think part of that also is, can you respond to the piece about the dispute resolution part in the contract?
Sure, yes. And the dispute resolution part says that the party with a concern regarding the other party's compliance must notify the other party in writing of the concern. And then EGLE has, so we sent the notice to EGLE of what our recommendation to the board would be, and that we were recommending the board consider termination. Now EGLE has 30 days to provide a written response, and then the termination can happen after that, and the March 19th vote is scheduled for after that 30-day period. The board also has the option of pushing this vote back until April. When we set the meeting for March, we did that intentionally because we wanted to have some measure of certainty for families, staff, and the school so that families can make decisions about what they're going to do next year. But that's something that the board could choose to do.
Thank you. Any more questions, or do you have any more information you'd like to share with us?
No, I think we have heard the questions that you guys presented to us today, and we'll follow back up with information. And if anything comes up, as we go through the hearing, the board should feel free to let us know if you would like any more information.
Anything else, Cole? No? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so up next we have Career Technical Education, CTE State Plan.
Good afternoon, Chair Valise and Vice Chair Howard on the phone, Director Gill, and members of the board. I'm Jennifer Patterson, Assistant Superintendent for the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Assessment, joined here by my colleague Janelle Ives, Interim Director for the Secondary Post-Secondary Transition Team. And we're here today, we've got 10 minutes, so we have a very ambitious presentation, so we're going to try to be rich in content and concise as well, and also hold space for questions that you may have as they arise. As you know, we have the incredible opportunity, Guadalupe gave beautiful voice to this in her opening remarks, to set a vision for CTE in Oregon, and to do that with equity at the center, and to have some honest conversation about who CTE has served well and who we need to serve in better, more significant, responsive ways going forward. So our plan is an effort to set forward a vision and to co-create that vision with our community, with our students, with our educators, and with the state as we engage in the work. So it is a plan that does not set forward all solutions and all actions, but it sets forward a vision to help co-create, adjust, improvise as we go, and to make deep meaning of as we engage with it. So with that, I'll turn it over to Janelle to talk more about how we imagine living into a new vision for CTE in the state of Oregon.
Chair Valise and members of the board, I'm Janelle Ives. I'm the interim director for secondary post-secondary transition. And thank you so much for making some time to hear another update around our CTE state plan. The Strengthening Career and Technical Education for the 21st Century Act passed in 2018, and that gave us the opportunity as a state to create a new CTE state plan. And this is a high level, as Jennifer said, overview of our vision for 4 years. And this is going to outline the work that we have coming to us over the next 4 years. I'm sorry, reach across to get you. We receive $30 million in federal funding per biennium, and our CTE plan is going to be integrating not only the federal funds, but also our state funds as well. CTE in Oregon connects learners in a way that is relevant and engaging and active. And each of these programs that are highlighted in this image are connected to different stories, life-changing stories for learners who have experienced CTE in our state. CTE helps learners find their passion and purpose. And it is building a community and partnership with our workforce and our community college and our K-12 and communities. We started the state plan with a shared vision, and this is our vision for where we want CTE to go. It is that Oregon will reimagine and transform learner experiences to enhance learners' future prospects, empower their communities, and ensure equity and inclusive, sustainable, innovation-based economy. And we are really proud that we have engaged multiple and various voices in multiple ways, online, in person. We've had small groups give feedback. We've had work groups on this. And so we've had over 1,300 documented voices contribute to our state plan. And this is just the beginning. So that was the development. And our commitment is that we're going to continue that practice and have ongoing engagement with our communities, because we know there are some real concerns around career technical education in the state, concerns about tracking, about equity, about the quality of CTE programs. And that really is the purpose of our state plan, is to set that vision that we are going to have high quality CTE for all students, and that we're really going to involve our communities in that process and continually monitor and pay attention to access, tracking, and quality of programs. The structure of the plan, which you've had access to, is how we're going to achieve that vision. So instead of structuring the plan around our federal requirements, we have structured it around our vision and around these 5 essential components that will help us achieve the vision. And that is, those high quality programs are at the center of this. Empowering learners with information about how to navigate career pathways. It's not just about opening doors. You have to let people go through those doors. So you have to have a pathway to understanding how to navigate transition successfully, so being able to move between academic and work-based knowledge and between our different systems of K-12, higher ed, and workforce. And also to have knowledgeable experts, that teacher, that educator, that business partner is at the core of this. And also flexible learning. Not everybody learns in the same way at the same time, and learning needs to be flexible. We are committed to equity in this journey, and this is what the department is committing to do as we center on equity and move forward with this plan. We will be looking at data constantly, and we will be supporting our regions and districts in looking at their data, and not only at data, but in stakeholder voice and engagement. We're going to be working on building our fluency with change. If we are going to dismantle systems that create inequitable opportunities, we have to be comfortable with change, talking about change, dealing with change, and addressing those systemic barriers that exist. And we need to do a better job at meaningfully collaborating with our partners and having ongoing communication strategies and engagement and listening to the voices of those who are most impacted. I'm trying to summarize what we're going to do in 4 years in 2 slides. So here's my opportunity to try to do that. And that is, we are really going to be focusing on creating some central supports and structures. So currently CTE is done very ad hocly, individual programs develop, we have regional programs, and we heard loud and clear that there is a need for some consistency. So we're going to be engaging in statewide programs of study development. And this is a great opportunity to engage with our employers. And you've seen some public testimony from Oregon Business and Industry. And this is one of the areas that we're going to be working with them to really build a structure of how our business partners can be fully engaged in the development of these programs of study. It will also address some of those issues of mobility of our students, because they'll be able to transfer between these programs in more consistent ways across the state. We're also targeting work-based learning as one of our quality control measures. And this is an opportunity for our learners to have the professional skills and social capital to be successful when they transfer from education into the workforce. And this is an area that was identified as high need, and I think it's a real social justice issue, as who's getting access to these opportunities and connections to move into the workforce. So we will be working with Oregon Business and Industry around those connections. We also heard loud and clear that career exploration needs to start earlier. To create these pipelines into CTE, high school is too late, that we really need to have opportunities for middle schoolers to start exploring their strengths, their interests, and their opportunities in the state, and that there needs to be a more comprehensive career advising system. Some feedback from our stakeholders that we've heard so far is that there's concern that we maintain regional structures. There's a lot of concern with the money flowing out to districts, that some of the regional supports and structures are being dismantled, and that is something that we'll be paying attention to as we move forward with this plan. Just a review of where we've been in the past year and a half, that we started with our stakeholder formal engagement in April. We came to you. We've had stakeholders involved in building the vision, in setting our direction, setting our priorities. We had stakeholders work over the summer in work groups to make recommendations. Those recommendations have turned into what we as an agency are committing to do as our work plan for the next 4 years. And we presented those in the fall. We took all those recommendations. We created this draft state plan. It is out for public comment now. We will be closing public comment February 25th. We'll be coming back to you in March, and then we need to submit our plan to the federal government in April of 2020 to receive our plan, our money, and get approval. And we are here to support you. We love your feedback, and we hope that there's opportunities to give ongoing updates about where we are and to continue this conversation as we move forward with implementation of our plan.
Yes.
Just 2 questions, and probably if I were to read the whole plan, I'd find the answers to both of them. One is, I'm just curious, and I guess also putting a plug in for the role of community colleges and how we interact with community colleges as part of the overall CTE. And then the second piece is what specifically we're doing to better include rural and small districts and schools.
Thank you for that comment and question. Those are both really important issues, and that relationship between community college, K-12, and business and industry is central to this. All of our programs of study are required to have that structure, and one of our commitments is to reinforcing that relationship. We know that community colleges, compared to K-12, have been underfunded at the state level in some ways, and so how are we building that support for our community college partners? We can't have a CTE program without community college at the table, and they're also all going to be involved in those programs of study, those statewide programs of study development. And the idea is that all the community colleges partners will be at that table. And then regionally, we've heard we really need to strengthen regionally that connection between K-12 and community colleges. And that is something we've been working on for the past 10 years and we'll probably continue to work on, is how are we really building those authentic relationships, so it's not just on paper on the application, but our true partnership between our faculty members and our high school educators. So that is going to be continuing work that we do as well. And what was the other question?
The other question was around small schools.
Oh,
and supporting
small
rural
schools and rural schools. And I'm excited, and I hope we get the opportunity to talk about our revitalization grant, because this process and this state plan is not just about the federal funding, but also around our state funding. And we've chosen to distribute our revitalization funds for CTE in a different way this biennium that is really supporting our small schools. So for example, in our Malheur region, 15 of the 18 small schools are receiving revitalization grants this time around, which is really going to boost CTE in our smaller communities.
Thank you.
Laura and Jennifer, I want to thank you for taking in consideration something that George mentioned, that is the consideration of small, isolated, and rural schools in terms of the possible waiver process going from 3 CTE credits to 2, which for large districts may not be too much of an issue, but for our smaller districts it definitely is. And I like the way it's written here, where you say to mitigate this concern, we're taking 2 years to look at programs that only have 2 credits and support their growth. If necessary, we'll create a waiver process to ensure that this change does not disproportionately harm rural students or students in alternative school setting. And I think that's a really important factor, and glad you caught it. And the other one is just the quality of the document that you produced. 119 pages, 7 appendices, clearly written, really well done. And I asked Emily to send me a hard copy because I wanted it printed in my hands to work with, and so I have that now. But thank you very much. A tremendous amount of work, really high quality and well done. Oh, and one more thing. What is the difference in graduation rate of students that take at least one CTE class as compared that don't take any? I know it's a statistic that people can't quite believe, but it's really high, isn't it?
It is very high. I don't know that I have, let's see if I have the difference in here overall. We do have that in 2018, the 4-year graduation rate is 92.8% for CTE concentrators, which is 1 year of CTE. And that's compared, when you pull them out of our graduation rate, to 78.7% for non-CTE concentrators. And that is just one course of 1 year of CTE.
It's amazing, isn't it?
It is.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that point, that if you disaggregate the data, it's also showing to really have strong influence for our Black students as well as our Native students, and its impact on attendance is also significant. So I want to reiterate that. Also, just appreciate your acknowledgement of what's gone into this, and want to be really appreciative of Janelle. She's led this effort and has done so with engagement and voice at the heart. And that's been a real different shift in focus and how we've authored other plans before. So while I appreciate you printing out the draft, I will also say we're continuing to iterate and in active engagement still with this engagement, as well as other public hearings and forums, continuing to seek input and make final improvements. So we really are taking this seriously and appreciate all feedback that we continue to receive.
Hold on just a second. Kimberly, do you have any questions? I just want to check in with you.
No, those are all good, very good questions and comments, and thank you for asking.
Okay.
I have nothing to add.
Okay, thank you.
Just a very quick comment. I also echo the sentiment about the amount of work that has gone into the plan. I'm a total visual person, so I appreciate the appendices, and have really enjoyed, especially looking at Appendix D, the Career Exploration Action Plan, that continuum, which actually gives students a visual about their steps, where they can start and where they can end. And that's something that I wholly appreciate. Thank you.
Just real quick, I know in Eugene, and to answer from a 4J perspective, our kids that take courses are about the same. It's about 90% compared to 75% graduation, and it's pretty amazing. It's about engagement. It's providing something that kids want to be engaged in. Back in the day, you know, I think many of us took wood shop, or it was called home ec back in the day. So culinary arts now, but it's something where we are really focusing on expanding on the 6 pathways, and working with our local community college as well as our local hub. We have a Connected Lake County. It's our Elevate program, and really working with community partners and business partners to really see how we can connect to industry and really backward map to see what curriculum is really needed to have the opportunity for our kids our kids to be able to stay local and work local if they want to be. Because of the local economy in Lane County, manufacturing is actually going up, where nationwide it's actually going down. And that's something we're really excited about. But the partnerships that's happening right now in our county with the 16 school districts, it's pretty impressive, and it's really under the county ESD Superintendent Tony Skrittl's direction. So I'm excited about that. Just want to share that.
I can make a comment if it's time. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I wanted to recognize Janelle and the entire CTE team, because a couple of reasons. So one is they're doing this, creating this plan with the engagement. At the same time, they were working through the new revitalization grant process, where Janelle expressed sort of the outcome of that, but there was a lot of new kind of creativity and thought that had to go into it, and frankly a lot of engagement and working with all the traditional partners and new partners around the re-emphasis of that program. So not only did they focus on some of our smallest and most rural school districts, they also took a lot of the competitive nature away from that grant. And that's one of the things that has held back our small school districts in many times, because they don't have the staff to write a competitive grant. So they helped work on that. They also, for the first time, opened it up for each of the 9 tribes to work directly with ODE to receive CTE revitalization funds. And we have 3 tribes that already have a plan in place and will be receiving those funds, and the 6 others continuing to work with them on what a plan could look like and how they could partner with districts and community colleges to bring that around. So I just wanted to recognize that. Then that they did this plan at the same time, and they created a plan that frankly doesn't come with extra resources for the Department of Education, but is going to require quite a bit of extra work for the CTE team and our partners. When you look at the new pathways that they want to create and new partnerships with business and industry and community colleges, there's a lot of work in here for us to accomplish over the next several years. And just want to thank them for being bold and trying to do something that will make a difference for our students.
I just have a comment, and one thing when I looked at this, I mean, I'm definitely supportive of career technical education. One question, and maybe I probably missed it, but when I was look at this, some of these, it's like, okay, this is what we've been doing, but so you don't have to answer this right now, but what's different? What's going to be different beyond? And if you've been to heard meetings, I'm definitely about who's in the room when during the committees and all of that. But after that, right? Then what's going to be what's different, right? What's the change that's going to allow people of color, young girls, women more into these career technical education? Because when I think about this, I think about the lack of diversity in some of these areas, and then another thing I think about is, okay, well, here's industry, but which industries and how much are those jobs being paid for, right? And then are we are we looking at futuristic? I mean, who are the partners, right? Are we, because there's a lot of jobs, right? But it doesn't mean that they're all living wage jobs, so to speak, right? So I think about that. So I think, that's what I'm eventually, and maybe that's out there, but what is going to be different of what was being done in career, because career technical education has been, there's people, they change it different names. But so kind of I think about that. And then I also think about, again, I think I have 2 daughters, so girls, and I like that it's starting in middle school, because I see that as the place where people end up, diverse students, and I'll say gender-wise, they end up going one direction versus another direction. So that's kind of like the big dot question, and it's probably in here, buried in, but I think that's more the action. But that's just how I just look at this, is, and actually a lot of things, what are we going to do different? Because we hear that in different conversations with Student Success Act and whatnot, and we're going to do more of the same, but we have more money, we're going to do more of the same, or what is it going to be different that's going to change the trajectory of the students that we're trying to impact, and the equitable part of it into living wage jobs, or just different experiences, right? And I think it is really hard when you get into rural communities, in my opinion, that those experiences maybe, again, unless there's that technology limited, So I always think about how can we, I know that's probably being talked about, and I'm reiterating what's being said, but I just wanted to share that, because I do think it's important for Oregonians and people to know, what are we going to do different? What have we done? What have we been doing in everything that we're doing? What are we changing to make it more equitable? And I think that's a very fundamental question that you don't have to answer today, but just something to think about, I think, in the community, because I get asked that a lot, I guess. And historically, as a person of color, again, I'm not putting just CTE, but in general, there's been a lot of like this, right? And then, but the data never backs up the intent, right? So that's my challenge to education and just in career technical, and to understand, to show what is going to be different, what's going to be the change. And it might be the people involved in all levels, not just like, okay, we're going to ask you, what do you need to do? Because I get this all the time. And again, I'm not just putting CT, I'm just talking, I'm pulling back a little bit. But I get asked a lot of things, and then somebody goes and does something, I guess, and then they come back to me and they show me, well, it went good. You know what I mean? But I think the trick of all this is getting communities of color, and maybe in cases where like STEM, STEAM, and CT, where there's not a lot of female representation or women of color, to get all the community involved in the whole process. And that leads to, again, kind of pulling back what Cole was saying about an opportunity once of a lifetime or career to hire a diverse staff here, right? Because because then what happens is it masses, it stops. You go in there, you do the focus group, I do this in marketing, and then after that, you turn it over to people that don't, to a bunch of men like me, or, you know what I mean? Very homogeneous group. But I think that's something that, again, when we're talking about career technical education, that's like workforce development, and people of color skew young. And if we don't do the job that we need to do now, then that's going to impact our economy in Oregon, because we won't have enough workforce, which I think is a big deal right now, probably. And that's a long editorial, but I want to I just really passionate about this, because I do see a lot of young people wanting to get into these careers, but there's this glass ceiling, so to speak. There's this roadblock, and people come to me all the time. How do I become an electrician, printer? How can I get into all kinds of stuff? And it's like, that's not my job. You know what I mean? I'm not a career advisor, but if it's out there like that in general, then we need to, exactly the work that you're doing is really, really important. So that's really what I'm saying. It's super important, important to our people's lives, because that's how I look at it. Look at my community and the people that live there, and if they get that opportunity, they can thrive. But a lot of people where I live in my community, historically, they don't get it, and their quality of life is limited, not by their choice, but just by information, really. So I'll leave it at that. So anything else?
Chair Belize?
Yes, go ahead.
You just inspired me. Thank you. I want to add something to that, to everything that you just said, and involving, let's ask the students. Let's see how we are building in student voice, in particular around career technical education. Because I've heard in small group settings, informally, and sometimes formally from youth, the young people, that conversations around career technical education still seem to be, to still sound a little bit, I'm quoting a student, dominant culture centered. And that the pathways that are being shared with us and the ways, even the relevance for CTE to a young person is being shared through that lens and not through their lived experience. And so these young people, in particular, young people of color and Native and Indigenous young people, are saying, talk to us about what we are interested in doing, and then and help us understand what the options are for sure, but don't make assumptions that because I'm not quote unquote college bound in your mind that I should go a CTE route, and that route should look like this. So leaning in on our community-based organization partners, if we don't have direct access to student voice, could be helpful in that regard. Because they're hearing these things from young people directly as well, and they have different ways of addressing those conversations. So I really want to advocate for that, and what Anthony said reminded me of that, and then echo that in this great opportunity of hiring for the department, that we have representation in solving the problems and making the recommendations, because your lived experience can go a long way in understanding the experience of the young people, in particular our communities of color and Native Indigenous students. So thank you for saying all you said, Anthony. You got me fired up. I'm excited.
I thought I said too much, but it's okay. Okay, so we got, thank you for your words, and so I'm going to go over to George.
I just want to pick up on one thing that Kimberly said, because I think it's so important, and it's how do we dispel this perception that talking about CTE means non-college bound, and that it really means both or, and includes choices that people are going to have, which can include and may include college or professional school or all kinds of things. But there is still some perception out in our communities that CTE really means the old vocational education track. And I think the plan is starting to dispel some of that stuff, but we need to keep saying that. This is not about a vocational track.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just at a conference with colleagues last week, and a beautiful student voice, Latina young woman saying, I'm in this mechanical engineering CTE course that I love, and it is inspiring all sorts of connections and future dreams, and I'm also in AP Calculus. So I think making sure that it is a both and conversation, that is the way we're designing the system from the ground up. It's the way that our the adults in the system are asking the right questions and creating the right opportunities in the right ways at the right time, and just really continuing to pay attention to student experience, as Vice Chair Howard named, and really asking students for what their lived experience has been, and trying to amplify that voice so that we can redirect and reshape what we're doing to help mindset shift and culture shift occur.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the information.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, up next we have the Office of up on the docket is Office of Enhancing Student Opportunities, Rule Revisions. First reading.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, Chair Valise, members of the board. For the record, I'm Candace Pelt. I'm the Assistant Superintendent for the Office of Enhancing Student Opportunities. And today we're going to bring you first readings and some revisions of our eligibility rules for students who experience disability in a number of categories. And there's been, as you've seen and heard today, some significant engagement with our stakeholders in the field around this, and we have a lot of work to do to continue that, and that will continue to inform our plan as we go forward. I'm presenting today along with me as our education specialist. Doing the presentation is Linda Brown, is going to give the information as well as why, because I know that came up earlier, for each of the changes.
Good afternoon, Board, Chair Belize, and Superintendent Gill. I guess I need to talk a little louder. Like I said, my name is Linda Brown, an educational specialist, and one of my buckets of responsibility are the low incidence disabilities. So within your packet, we do have 4 different dockets that we provided you. So we'll first look at Senate Bill 13. Senate Bill 13 started with a conversation from the folks from our deaf and hard of hearing community. They came to us a couple of years ago and said, you know, you use the word hearing impaired, and that's not a term or phrase that's well received within that community. They felt that language was demeaning, it was negative, it was focusing on disability instead of the abilities. And so at that time they asked us to use the phrase deaf and hard of hearing. So we did develop a legislative concept, went across the street, and the folks over there, with ample opportunity for stakeholder input, did indicate that we should use the term deaf and hard of hearing. While the folks across the street also were considering that, when they were looking at Oregon Revised Statute 343035 and 343236, they decided there's other phrases we also need to update too. So we're going from emotional disturbance to emotional behavior disability. We're going from autism to autism spectrum disorder, deaf blindness to deaf blindness, just a little hyphen difference. We used to have something called orthopedic or other health impairment, and we broke that down into 2 different areas. When I sent this across the street, it was precedent setting. Before, our legislature did consider the term mental retardation, and we decided that it was more appropriate to do intellectual disability, and so in the same way we asked our board, our state legislatures to consider that. So these terminology changes impact 16 different OERs, and here at ODE we need to look at our website, we need to look at our report cards, we need to look at our eligibilities. Those terms touch a lot of different things within ODE. So Senate Bill 13 is simply a shift in the terminology that we use for special education. So any questions about that one? That's a pretty easy one.
Actually, who is it advocated for this? I mean, I'm just curious, because I think words matter.
Yes,
it's really
it's the deaf and hard
the
deaf and hard of hearing community of Oregon. It's a very specific group of individuals. Also working with the teachers of the deaf hard of hearing, they also advocated for that language change. So we're excited to bring that forward to you to consider. Senate Bill 16. So this one, I need to take you on a tiny bit of a journey. In Oregon, back in the 60s, educators walked alongside our health care providers, and at that time we looked at our health care providers to provide us information about students. And so if you look at our revised statutes all the way back to the 60s, you see educators asking our health care providers for guidance and support. And so in the state of Oregon, we developed a form called the Health Statement Medical Statement Form. That form is a part of the comprehensive evaluation for early intervention, all eligibility areas, early childhood special education, and school age. That specific form is listed in all those areas. So as we thought about this, and our special ed team really wanted to put the focus on a comprehensive evaluation. What do we really need to know about this student? Do we really just need a form, or do we need more? So we asked our state legislators to allow us to remove the form and first look at the comprehensive evaluation. So we do want to get information from our medical partners. So within Senate Bill 16, and it's reflected in Oregon Revised Statute 343-146. So now, if you need a vision examination, now we know who's going to do that. We know the appropriate licensure, and we also know that that appropriate licensure can be from out of state. So if you're a student moving into the state and you have a vision disability, that information can be helpful. Also, audiological evaluations. We specifically talk about that and who can provide that. And again, we look at the appropriate licensure, and we also made sure that people coming in from out of the state with that information can do that. And then finally, we looked at the term medical examination. And with this term, we wanted to be very thoughtful as we consider our families and the medical choices they make. So now we're looking at a medical examination can be provided by a physician, a naturopathic doctor, a nurse practitioner, or physician's assistant. So we clearly delineate what the licensure is, and then again, for all of these, we also look at the ability to pull that information in from another state. So this Senate Bill 16 actually touches 15 OERs. It impacts every EI eligibility, every ECSE eligibility, and every school age eligibility. By doing this, really helps us keep the focus on a comprehensive evaluation. And so we think these changes are well received and really help us dial in what we're needing other than just a medical statement, health statement form. You also note that that form has really become a barrier to lots of kids. If you didn't have a doctor, you might not be able to get that form. So we're trying to figure out how can we get the most appropriate information, but also be very sensitive to all of our students. So that's kind of the big overarching things I wanted to share. But I want to take it a step further. So when we ask for a medical examination and you're a student that has a speech and language impairment in the area of voice, so maybe you have some type of cleft palate, you need medical examination to give you that information, that diagnosis. If you're a child with a possible health condition, other health impairment, we walk alongside our medical providers to get that diagnosis. If you're a child with an orthopedic impairment, we need that medical information. And again, with traumatic brain injury. So we, in our OERs, we do have specific times we need that information. So we're, instead of saying we want the form, we want that comprehensive evaluation done by the people that can give us the appropriate diagnosis. So this does not change at all. This is the exact same thing we've done for years and years. We're just going from asking for a form to documentation from our medical providers. So I want to take that one more step further. As I mentioned, the medical statement, health statement, in every one of our eligibility areas. But if you're a student that maybe has a learning disability, intellectual disability, emotional disturbance, autism, what we wanted to do is indicate that a medical examination is not required, but the evaluation team sits together and determines, do we need to have a medical examination? Is there a possible health factor or physical factor we're not aware of that could be impacting the student's ability to have developmental progress or educational performance? So we put that in the hands of the evaluation teams. So with what we're providing to you, if you're considering a developmental delay, it's not required. Speech and language other than voice is not required. Intellectual disability, it wouldn't be required. Emotional behavior disability or speech specific learning disability, it's not required, but that evaluation team, as they sit together, as they put their special ed detective hats on and want to really understand that child, that evaluation team has the ability to say, yeah, we need to have a medical examination. And in order to have free and appropriate public education, that is a responsibility of the school district, the same way it has always been as we've asked for medical statement, health statement forms. So with that, when you look at every one of our eligibility areas, and I do need one small rabbit trail, we're not considering autism at this point. That will be an area we'll be looking at later, but all the other ones. So as your special ed team, and this has been all hands on deck, we had every one of our eligibility OERs lined up. We are in the perfect opportunity to do some amazing work of making sure we have very consistent wording in there, very consistent structure. So Senate Bill 16 opens that opportunity up for us. So any questions about Senate Bill 16? Great. All righty. So,
Mention just one thing. It's on the traumatic brain injury area.
Yep.
3 years ago, my wife had a horrible bicycle accident, and she does have a traumatic brain injury, and I very much appreciate the work that's being done here, but I wanted to point out two very important points that you have documented, and that says brain injury is a leading cause of disability for children and adolescents in the United States. It has been found that 42% of persons who have incurred a traumatic brain injury, as defined by the Centers for Disease Control, did not seek medical attention. And I think what you're doing here is providing a much broader road for those individuals to receive help, especially early on in their life, and it's very significant. So all of the work is great. Just had a personal touch for me that I wanted to thank you about.
And I wanted to share a little bit more about traumatic brain injury. I'm so excited about this. Guys, I don't know if you know, but the House bill just passed about TBI. So we are, in one day, doing an amazing thing for TBI. But the important thing about what we want to do about the credible history interview, and I want to give you an example of how this is going to impact kids at a deep level. As you know, we get lots of phone calls here at ODE, and I took a phone call about 6 months ago from a parent that had an 8th grader. And she wouldn't tell me her name, she wouldn't tell me her school district. She had an 8th grader. She was in tears from the very first moment we had this conversation. She says, I've taken my child to all these doctors, I've given him medicine, he won't pay attention, he's always agitated. And she went on and just did a lot of listening for her. But as I put my special ed data and my detective hat on, she kept saying my child has ADHD, and it just didn't sound like that. I said, can I ask you a question? And you don't have to answer it. But when your child was young, did your child ever have like a car accident or a bicycle wreck or anything like that? And she's like, oh my gosh. At 3 years of age, he had a bicycle accident where he flipped over the handlebars, blacked out for how long, they don't know. They took him to the hospital. They opened up his cranium, drained out the blood, put him back together, and they sent him home and said he'd be all right. And she said, do you think that's caused his struggle all these years? And I said, well, maybe. I said, well, how was your child before that incident? And she talked about a child that was happy, that loved to do Legos, loved Matchbox cars. I said, well, how was he afterwards? She said, he was angry, he was mad, and he's been angry and mad ever since. And I said, have you shared this situation with your doctor? She said, no, I had no idea that made a difference. So in this situation, she doesn't have that documentation, but if someone sat beside her, eyeball to eyeball, and had that conversation about this child's journeys and some of his experiences, maybe this child could have gotten a traumatic brain injury eligibility, and it would have changed his journey through life. So as we look at their credible history, it's a plan B. We know that we have kids coming to us from all over the world that haven't had medical attention. They've been over to Iraq, all these places, lots of things going on. They come into our schools, we desperately want to support these children. But what often happens is because specific learning disability is the only eligibility we currently have that doesn't have a medical diagnosis. So our teams try to put them in LD. Is that the right bucket of tools? I know when I was a special ed director, I talked a lot about what's the right bucket. And if you truly are a child with traumatic brain injury, it's a totally different bucket of tools and thought processes. So with our credible history interview process, our first line is always get that information from the medical doctor. But if that's not possible, could we look at this plan B to open up opportunities and stop making some of these barriers that we have for kids? So excited about that. So that's traumatic brain injury. Then my other thing, deaf and hard of hearing. I love this stuff. Oh, don't tell me it's going to start. But we were here, when to come help, it's wanting to restart. Anyhow, I'll keep going. So deaf and hard of hearing, let's talk about that. So we were here a couple years ago, and what we do within IDA, we can't narrow the definition, but we can open it up. So for EI, we opened up the definition just slightly to include students that were kind of underserved, they were falling out of the cracks, and what we found is a lot of these students, if you kept that narrow, we were really shutting the door of opportunity on lots of kids. By shutting that door, those students weren't able to access regional services. They weren't able to get the teachers, the deaf and hard of hearing, or the assistive technology, or the related services. So what the proposal we're bringing you today is just to open that up slightly. Give this group of kids the ability to be found eligible for special education so they can get those supports. So right now we have our birth to 3, have that criteria. We have the children are moving up through the grades or through the ages, and now they're getting ready to be look at early or ECSE. And we don't want them to say, oh, yeah, you're eligible here, and now you're not. We want to have a whole continuum, birth to 21, with the same criteria of thoughtfulness and support all the way across. So that's what we're bringing to you when you consider our deaf and hard of hearing eligibility. And then, as our team has looked at all these, we have the perfect opportunity to make sure that we have increased connections to IDA. So as we looked at each one of these eligibilities, we pulled the IDA language word by word for each definition of a disability and embedded that within our OER. So when you look at each one of those OERs, you'll see a consistent format. The format is, now we have an early intervention section, so we're talking about toddlers in the toddler's development. Sorry, I know. No problem. So right here. So when you look at the format that we're proposing, we'll have early intervention. We'll be talking about the infant or toddler's development. We're very purposeful in using those words. Then within that OER, we'll have the IDA definition embedded in it, so it's consistent across. We'll have the evaluation components, and the evaluation components haven't changed other than TBI with the possibility of the additional interview process. Then we would have the eligibility. Again, the eligibility criteria haven't changed except for possibly deaf and hard of hearing. And then we would have the team determinations. And the team determinations go back to IDA, where you would look at, does the child meet the standards as in IDA definition? Do they meet Oregon's criteria that we established? And then the final question would be, does the child need special education? And then when we look at the school age, it'll be the same thing. We'll have the IDA criteria, we'll have the evaluation component, eligibility criteria, and team determination. So through all that, that's 26 OERs we're looking at, every one of our eligibility areas. And I know we had an individual shared earlier about the systems and the data systems. Once the board has completed their process, we can have those forms up on the website within probably a month or so. Those forms would be free to everyone. Most of our special education data systems, if changes are done within the context of an OER, they gladly make those changes. So there's ways, yes, with new terminology, with thinking in a more succinct way about our eligibility, it's going to change. It's going to change our forms, that we can be very consistent in that and be very efficient. And then just my last slide is a possible timeline. We hope to take many of these thoughts to the board here in March. We would have our ODE forms and websites. We'd start right away in getting that up to date. We'd probably have the new forms out by April or so with a possible start date of next school year. But of course, that's something that's totally up for discussion. But the exciting thing is, and ODE has so many amazing opportunities right now. This is an opportunity for special education that we can set a solid foundation for the work we're doing, that we can have very thoughtful, comprehensive special education evaluations. At the same time, taking that medical piece that might be a barrier out for kids. So we're excited about this work, and I want to applaud our whole team. This has been an all hands on deck, looking at 26 OERs through every lens. And so we appreciate your support. And do you have any questions for us?
Questions or comments? Yes, George.
Just so I'm clear on this, so the Senate bills have prompted these changes.
Right.
Some of this Senate bill requires some of these changes, so the board has no discretion on some of those
Yes.
changes in terms of OER.
So the terminology, we have no wiggle room with that. The ability going from looking at the health medical statement to now looking at the specific comprehensive evaluation components, there's no wiggle room on that.
So in terms of those where there is some discretion,
Wiggle room,
what's
yeah.
the process to engage stakeholders and professionals in the field around
So
what this
traumatic
might or
brain
might not look
injury,
like?
it's been a 2-year journey for us. We've had a stakeholder group, and I listed that in your packet. We've gone all over the state talking to special education directors, getting their input about that. Huge support. Talking to individuals that experienced a traumatic brain injury. So we've done a bunch of that, and we've actually been waiting to bring all this to you as one package because it all is so interrelated. Now for deaf, hard of hearing, again, working with the deaf, hard of hearing community, what are the right areas that we need to be looking at, what are the right people? So there's a lot of support for this. So both of those, there's a great deal of support. The things that have gone through state legislature, there's ample opportunity for stakeholder input. So that's kind of where we are right now.
And we'll engage through the rulemaking process. We'll engage also and look at the information and make adjustments and refinements in the implementation or rule as needed based off of that.
And that'll happen between now and the time you come back to us.
So the next time I come, I'll have our stakeholder input. I'll indicate who it's from. I'll probably keep that confidential, but available if you needed. The comment they made, our thoughts in what changes or variations we might want to do based on that input, so that all be in a chart for you, so you'll clearly define inside of all the conversations that we've had. Are you guys excited about this stuff as much as I am?
You know, my comment was going to be to you that I appreciate your excitement and passion, actually.
Yeah.
You know, I can feel it, and it just makes me feel really good for Oregon
Wow.
Department of Ed and students and families that we're in good hands here at this level. So
I'm just a special ed detective at heart.
yeah, we need that. We need that. Is there any other comments or questions? Kimberly, do you have anything? I think she might. She's still.
I do not.
Okay, just checking in.
And I might have to hang up the phone here in the next 5 to 10 minutes, so I'm going to miss the rest of the discussion today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're good.
Okay.
Yep.
So up next, we have permanent rules for the student investment account. Just definitions, charter school to vote.
So as Scott and his team are making their way here, this is one of those areas where I made a commitment to partners that I would go on the record and share some of what we're doing in between this meeting and the next one. And you heard about all these already, but I'm still going to do this. So this one has two. One of them is, we heard a couple of our partners present this morning, and it's this letter that we received. So we have made a commitment to pull together a small group from our Standings Rules Committee to help us work through how to make the communities and students who have experienced disparities in our districts more inclusive than this list. And it's super technical around how we want to go about, how we have to go about it related to the law. This particular OER section that they pulled out is actually related to the charter school eligibility. And so we think that we probably want something broader than just related to charter school eligibility as well. So we have that planned. Partners have been invited, and those meetings are getting scheduled. The other one, you received a letter that I think came from COSA, OSBA, OSEA, OEA, maybe Oregon PTA, might have also been on there. That is related to another section in this rule that talks about, not this year, because this year we're allocating all of the funds, but future years when we may get a signal that for whatever reason there's some fluctuation in the student investment account, and we would want to be cautious about allocating all the funds to the school districts in the event that we wouldn't actually receive all the funds and we would be pulling back from districts very late in the school year. And they would like to talk more about what the wording of that should exactly look like. So we've committed to that meeting as well, and we'll hold both those meetings, and so you'll see some further changes between what's presented to you today and what you get next month.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Veliz and members of the board. For the record, my name is Scott Nunn. I serve as the Assistant Superintendent for the Office of Education, Innovation, and Improvement. I'm happy to bring two new colleagues, both directors, working on the student investment account. So Rachel Moser and Dr. Shpresa Halimi. They'll address you in just a minute, so you get to hear from them. And exciting to begin to have a team and staff that are working on the investment. Director Gill provided some good overviews as we kind of shift gears into another topic. Today we are looking at first read of essentially 3 different sets of rules that cover the
I'd like to provide a short overview of the proposed fund administration rules to start that are before you today. The purpose of these rules is to provide clarity to school districts and eligible charter schools for planning purposes and to support the implementation of the student investment account. Specifically, the fund administration rules were developed to initially hold an unallocated portion of funds until revenues are collected, again after year 1. Determine the extended ADMW count that will be used to determine allocations, create a minimum grant allocation, determine the process for treating initially allocated grant funds that an eligible applicant does not end up applying for, set percentages and timelines for payment installations, determine carry forward extensions, establish a cap on funds that can be applied to administrative costs, and determine the process for resolving administration issues not addressed already in the rules. These fund administration rules have gone through engagement with the Standing Rules Advisory Committee starting in October of 2019 as they were temporary rules, as Scott said, and then most recently in January and February as draft permanent rules. Since the temporary rules were adopted in October, there have been some changes made, and we, as both Director Gill and Scott have mentioned, are continuing to solicit feedback. But we wanted to go ahead and note the changes that have been made and also changes that we are still considering. The first, if you're looking at the fund administration rules, 1A and B has been updated from reserve to unallocated portion of the legislatively approved budget. So again, we've received feedback in both the Standing Rules Advisory Committee as well as public comment that there should be additional parameters around the unallocated funds before revenues come in. We continue to be in conversation around these concerns and anticipate further work to clarify a recommendation both for final adoption. In number 5, we have added language per annual allocation. In 6A and B, it currently states an odd-numbered year, but we are considering changing this to each year since districts are required to, by law, to budget and produce financial reports annually. We will be vetting this through the Standing Rules Advisory Committee at the next meeting on March 5th. Additionally, in 6B, we have set the 90-day extension to expend funds permanently. And then language in number 7 has been added to define administrative costs and provide a cap to the amount of funds applicants can spend on administrative costs.
Great.
Thank you, Rachel. Chair Belize and members of the board, for the record, my name is Shpresa Alimi. I direct the Grant Management and Monitoring Program for the Student Investment Account. What we're bringing to you today is the first read on the set of rules that focus on definitions and charter eligibility. For this specific rule, as Director Gill and Scott mentioned, the topic was first introduced for broad discussion in October of 2019. And the discussion centered on the other possible student groups that should be defined. Then this discussion informed the decision to articulate the definition for students who are homeless. So that definition has already been updated to make reference to the McKinney and Vento case language. And that's under number 7. Students who are homeless has the same meaning as in section 725 of the McKinney-Vento Act. Then the conversation and the discussions continued on January 2020 with an emphasis on whether the definition students from racial and ethnic groups that have historically experienced academic disparities should be limited to those currently listed or inclusive of other student groups. And this conversation has continued, and it is important to note that this definition then is applied to determine on charter schools eligibility, which impacts setting district overall calculation for CIA awards. So you will see the connection between the definitions and the charter school eligibility. What has happened since then is a consideration for a change in the language. It currently reads, students from racial or ethnic groups that have historically experienced academic disparities means, and then it lists all the groups. So the proposed change is to replace the word means to which could include. In our last Rule Advisory Committee meeting on Thursday, we had quite a long discussion and conversation that was very participatory, and those who were present were very engaged. And as a result, a small group or subgroup was formed, and the plan is that they will meet to have a deep dive into this conversation before the next meeting of the Rule Advisory Committee that is set for March 5th. Thank you.
Great. Chair Belize, members of the board, that's what we've prepared in terms of just explaining the changes that you've seen since they were temporary to now being permanent. We're happy to answer your questions.
Anybody have any questions?
I know.
Yes, Jared?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, I keep getting logged out. I'm trying to get back to my page here.
Scott, this one is directed to you, and it's something that I brought up in the last meeting, and I'm not directing work. I don't mean to be directing work. I would have to go through Anthony on that. But it was an interest in the board knowing which districts don't apply. This is 581014004, number 4. The districts that are eligible that don't apply, could we receive a list of those districts and the amount of funding that they would have received? I just feel as though it would be a point of interest. I'm guessing that that wouldn't be a difficult piece of a chart to bring forward, because I wouldn't think there'd be very many. But so, Anthony, I'm really directing it to you on behalf of the board for information for us.
Scott, can you?
Sure, Chair Felice, members of the board. Sure, yes. So two things I'll say about it. So one, we will definitely be aware of who has or hasn't applied, and we will make readily available to you that information to help with understanding. Probably the more important thing, both for the record and for all of your help, it's not too late to make sure. We have worked very hard to notify districts that they understand the submission window is March 2nd to April 15th, and that because it's a non-competitive grant, we can ensure that even if their application is not meeting yet the requirements, we want them to apply, and then if they don't meet them, we'll work to coach and provide support for them to do it. The only way that you won't get access to that funding if you're still working with us in a productive and generative way is if you don't put forward an application. That said, because the expectation from the legislature is that the funds get spent, if districts don't put forward an application, we'll take those unspent funds and we'll roll them into the larger SIA allocation to be able to then spread them out back to the districts, right? So we're setting that timer and a very clear deadline for April 15th, right? And so, but then tracking who might. Now, we added in the technical guidance that we released in December that very small districts could apply in consortia. And we are in dialogue with some of the districts who early on were expressing some hesitation. Many of them are choosing to apply in consortia or are figuring out alternative ways to participate. There still may be a small handful or less who don't, and we'll definitely pay attention to that and share information about why people may not choose to participate as we move into implementation.
Great. That all sounds very reasonable. And then a second question on that same section, and it is 6B. This is the timeline, September 30th, of not using all of the funds that they've been given in the past academic year, that they can make a request to extend it until September 30th. And I had hoped that it could be longer, but it may be that there weren't any requests from the field and that the field feels as though the September 30th date is adequate. So I just wanted to ask you if you got any requests from the field of extending it a bit longer with the request.
So, Chair Felice, members of the board, we didn't, as we were going through the rules advisory process, receive any explicit feedback about changing that. There was hope to keep it. So you might remember that we initially put this forward simply in the temporary rules process, really thinking only about this first year of implementation, the speed of it, and trying to create a process to allow for some extension for the first year. But part of the reason that there's a cap on it is that the next set of funding comes, and part of the need to really help encourage good spending and accountability processes and ways for us to administer those, how to handle unspent funds while another wave of funding comes. So how do we handle that? There was some hope to maintain the extension, feeling like it offers a little bridge into the next academic year. And so what you see in the maintenance is reflective of comment or feedback, but we didn't receive anything asking for it to be longer than that.
Okay, that clarifies it. I used to see the Staples trucks pull up to our individual schools in my last school district the last week, and all these packages coming out. It seemed like a little bit of frivolous spending. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yes. So I just Colt, can you clarify for me just one more time, what are the, I thought it was 3 things you said were going to happen, but maybe there was a 4th.
So there is 2 in this rule. I have another one coming in another rule.
Okay.
But for this one, the 2 are related to first, really working on that definition of student groups who have experienced disparities, finding a way for it to be more inclusive. And I'll just name the real challenge for us in this one is that in the law, they always refer back to the same set of students and say that the board can name other groups who have experienced disparities. Now, in some portions of the law, it makes sense for us to be completely inclusive and name everyone because there aren't data tracking requirements or requirements that we're collecting accountability information and assessment data. And in other parts of the law, that same set of student groups that you all name, there are requirements for districts to send us information about how they're improving, that they set performance growth targets on each of the groups that are named. And that data is not yet available in Oregon, so we don't have data on who identifies as LGBTQ, for example. We don't have data on racial and ethnic groups outside the categories that the U.S. Department of Ed names for us to collect. We do have 3 gender criteria that we can collect data on, but there's a lot of people that are left out of the ones that we can collect data on. And so our problem is, how do we name a more inclusive group and have it be applied to every part of this law? So that's the challenge that we're trying to work through. And we're going to meet with this smaller team that both has brought it up and can help us think deeply about how to go about that. And so we'll bring back ideas at the next meeting.
And since this applies, the one we're talking about right now, to charter schools, we would use that same definition broadly.
Yeah, although Scott and I are talking about how can we pull that up and raise it above so it doesn't appear like we're just doing one portion of the law. So.
And what was the thinking with respect to the one about the not fully allocating the approved budget?
Yeah. So that one is in relation to any future year where we may anticipate, due to a recession or some other event, closure of large businesses in Oregon or something, that when we send the estimates to districts about how much funding they'll receive, and when we're actually allocating those dollars to them, there may not actually be enough that comes into the account from the collection. So the idea is that we wouldn't allocate all of it initially because we wouldn't want districts spending, and they're supposed to spend it all, so they're spending full force all through the year. And then in May, we would say, oh, wait a minute, stop spending. We can't really give you that much. We didn't get enough from the collection. And so the idea is that initially we wouldn't allocate all the funds that are in the estimate, that as a possibility if we were foreseeing some sort of economic event.
So would that be consistent with what we've done with previous
So we don't have
initiative funding or
so we don't have
funding?
any other funding source that comes to us in the same way. We do have a holdback in the state school fund, and it covers a lot of purposes for ADMW adjustments and things like that. So that does exist currently in that fund, and it's about $40 million, I think, that's held back. But
So when we do on the state school fund, usually you get the 49% in the first year, the buy-in, and the 51 in the second.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the partners, I have not heard, and I don't know if they're even in the room right now, I have not heard disagreement about the idea. What they're more concerned is that this doesn't have a limitation on it right now. So if we said we weren't going to allocate 50% of it, that would be a real problem. And that isn't something we would do, but that's not in rule, and they don't know, what future state board or people sitting in my seat would do with a rule that's kind of open-ended. So that's the concern that they have.
And have there been in the past instances where you've had to claw back?
There have been, not in my time, as a school district, there was during the 2008 recession where they changed the state school fund allocations, and people had to make pretty significant cuts mid-year. Scott wanted to add to that.
Yeah, Chair, for these members of the board, if for the next time when we come for final adoption, we can do a little bit more prep on that background. I think the key things to keep in mind is it's a new type of revenue that's different than a type of revenue that we've had before in the education system. That new type of revenue is going to have different types of rhythms and flows. We want it to be constant, but we don't actually know yet. We won't know really how the collection is going to fully come in until October, given the way the Department of Revenue has allowed businesses to have an extension. What we're trying to think through is we know that districts want stability, and to know what those funds are, but this is not the situation where we have that same kind of stability and it will flow year by year. The question is, we previously had language that said a prudent reserve, and then we were asked for good reason to change it to unallocated amount because reserve suggests that the department might keep some of it and carry it, and the idea of unallocated is simply that it is the district's money, that is the intent of the law, but how do we not allocate it till we know that the revenue is there so that we don't put more forward? Some of our partners are suggesting that there should be some cap or limit. There might, on this language, so it doesn't feel so broad, like essentially the way it's written, you could potentially hold all of it back, and there's a worry about that, which is real, which is why we're having a working meeting to sort through it. The flip side of that is what is the parameter that we set when we don't yet have the data to know what that should be. So kind of just setting a generic number doesn't also feel right from teaching ourselves how this new type of revenue would work and how to do right by districts in terms of projections. So that's kind of what we're working on. We'll have another meeting with them between now and when we come back for final adoption. We can provide kind of more additional background or context on that aspect of it.
Yes.
I just have one more comment to jump back to the data piece and adding other groups. I just want to note that we have a real struggle in the state system around capturing American Indian Alaska Native kids. A really serious problem, and our kids are lost in the system, and it's hard to follow the data, it's hard to trust the data because we can't capture that story. And so I'm always nervous about, as we add other groups, not being thoughtful about how we still capture that story. So that's just something to think about as we roll out other data collection strategies.
Can I add to that? I think that's just a really important point, and this is on a federal level and a state level for our American Indian, Alaska Native populations. We, in partnership with the tribes, we have been putting out a report on how our American Indian, Alaska Native students are doing in the state of Oregon, and we're just coming around to provide the second report, and our team is working really hard to uncover the way that our American Indian students are erased in our system. And so we're going to name that in this report, and then we're going to have two ways to present data that will show the impact of that and sort of illuminate students who have previously been erased in our data system that really belong to the Native American population and disappear because of some of the way we as a state and as a federal system collect race and ethnicity data. So we'll bring that here so you can see it live and we can point to it, and that can inform the other work that we're doing here. And it is the reason that the groups brought it forward, is that we really don't want to see communities erased in our data or in this law. So we want them to be served and called out and know that districts need to engage with them. And the challenge again is how do we decouple parts of the law where we can't follow through with the law for some of our groups. So.
Gustavo, did you have something?
No. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we're going to take a 5-minute break right now, and just to kind of spread our legs a little bit. We'll be back in a few.
Emily needs you.
Yes. Okay, welcome back. We're going to continue with first reading. Up next, we have school breakfast and lunch initiatives in the Student Success Act.
Good afternoon, Chair Valise, members of the board. My name is Dustin Milton. I'm the Director of Child Nutrition Programs, Pupil Transportation, and Fingerprinting. Sorry, I kind of remember that part too. It was recently added to me. With me is Heidi Dupuis. She's our Operations and Policy Analyst for Child Nutrition Programs. And Heidi has done a lot of great work with the rules or nutrition provisions related to the Student Success Act. So we're very excited to be here in front of you today. I've been in the back for a while, just listening to all these great presentations, and it's helpful for me because it's my first time presenting in front of the board, and it kind of helps me where I can make my presentation better. But it also made me realize you all have a really hard job. And not only do you have to digest all this information, understand it, but you have to make strong decisions on it. And so my hope is that I can present in a way that's clear and concise, and that will make everything really seamless for you, and that we'll be here to answer any questions that you might have. And in thinking about how to get our minds into school nutrition, I had an ask of the board to think about when you were a student, what was your favorite school lunch? And I might come back around to that. So we are here to present the first reading of the proposed rules related to the school breakfast and lunch initiatives in the Student Success Act. The purpose of the initiatives is to increase student access to meals at schools through state funding to programs in school districts and charter schools, and in fact would make Oregon the leader in increasing access to school meals. The rules implement the 4 school nutrition initiatives in the Student Success Act. The 4 are breakfast after the bell requirements and exemptions, breakfast after the bell equipment grants, the Community Eligibility Provision Incentive Program, and the Expanded Income Eligibility Group Reimbursement Program. All 4 rules were developed with input and guidance from the ODE's Technical and Community Rulemaking Advisory Committees. We provided a chart showing the substantive comments received from both advisory committees on all 4 rule proposals. ODE's Technical Advisory Committee met 3 times, and the committee was comprised of 50 members, including school district and education service district staff, program administrators, COSA, Child Nutrition Program advocates, and the Oregon PTA. ODE's Community Advisory Committee met 5 times, and we've added the census option, which includes income data collected through the American Community Survey, to our Expanded Income Group Eligibility Reimbursement Program after hearing from the Community Advisory Committee. So next, I'd just like to provide a kind of a high-level overview of the rules to implement the 4 school nutrition initiatives. The foundation of the initiatives are the federal school nutrition programs, which make the rules very technical. The rules are written, however, as the statute reads. So first, a breakfast after the bell requirements and exemptions. This initiative requires that districts make breakfast available after the bell in schools where 70% or more of the students qualify for free or reduced price meals. And if 70% or more of the eligible students at a school regularly receive breakfast at school without a breakfast after the bell program, then the school can claim an exemption from their requirement. The second is the breakfast after the bell equipment grants. This provides $5,000 to help schools that must implement a breakfast after the bell program purchase or upgrade necessary equipment required to provide the breakfast after the bell program. Third is the Community Eligibility Provision Incentive Program. This program makes the community eligibility provision more financially viable for eligible schools by supplementing federal meal reimbursement with state funds. And students at community eligibility provision schools receive meals at no charge. And then lastly, the Expanded Income Eligibility Group Reimbursement Program. This is an option for schools that are not eligible for the community eligibility program. This program provides meals at no charge for students from households with gross family incomes greater than 185% and up to 300% of the federal poverty level. Within these rules, there are 2 methods for payment. One is the family application or a formula, which is based on data from the American Community Survey collected by the U.S. Census Bureau. The state funds will help the school provide the meal at no charge, and districts will notify the department of the intent to participate in the Expanded Income Eligibility Program. For all the provisions, funds will be managed through the agreement renewal and claiming process for the federal school nutrition programs. I also like to note that there are 2 legislative fixes that are working their way through session right now. The first is the breakfast after the bell requirement, which is in ORS 327535. Currently does not apply to schools participating in the federal community eligibility provision, which is due to the definition of eligible student. The definition of eligible student excludes students who receive school meals through the community eligibility provision. However, Senate Bill 1520 would expand the term's definition to include those students. The second fix would standardize the state payment calculation for the expanded income eligibility program group. What a yes vote would mean from the board would mean that 353 schools would provide 130,000 students to access to breakfast after the bell. School districts would have access to funding for equipment purchased in time for the start of the school year. At least half of Oregon's public schools would offer meals at no charge to students without families having to apply. In the remaining public schools, a third of paid students will receive school meals at no charge. And the ODE and districts will have the time they need to communicate with families about how they can access school meals. What a no vote would mean is that school districts will be unable to access the funding in the Hungry Free Schools account. Schools will provide fewer meals at no charge. Schools won't receive state funds to make meals available at no charge. There would be a continued growth in the district's unpaid meal balances, and there would be less nutritional support for classroom performance. A couple of asks, input that we would like to receive from the board is, first, when eligibility is measured for the breakfast after the bell program. So as the provision states is that 70%, if a school is at 70% free or reduced price, then they have to offer breakfast after the bell. Currently in rule, the free and reduced price data is from October of the second preceding school year. So other options we could use is we could use the free and reduced price data from the October of the previous school year, or we could use an annualized percentage. And if there's questions on that, we can definitely handle those. The second point of decision is the use of the census information in determining the expanded income eligibility payments. In rule, we've included that the department will develop and publish a formula using household income data collected by the U.S. Census through its American Community Survey. We included this approach to eliminate the burden of collecting applications by districts from families with incomes above 185% of the federal poverty guideline. If the data is used, then a school couldn't charge any paid students for meals because we wouldn't know which students were eligible for meals at no charge. A percentage of all meals served to students who didn't qualify for free or reduced price meals will be reimbursed by the state. I'd also like to address the reporting. We have interest in reporting out the success of these programs in that how do we see that the success has been made with the implementation of these provisions?
This is K-12, not just
Currently, we are limited in what we can provide in reporting of our own data, which is essentially just an increase in our meal counting by eligibility. We don't really have any other ways of measuring success of these programs. So things that we would like to do to help to be able to provide what would success look like with these programs. There are potential that we would like to do that we don't currently have in rule. So lastly, and I know it's been a long day for you all, but I would like to, it would be remiss of me if I didn't take a moment to publicly thank the entire Child Nutrition Program team for all their hard work with these initiatives. We have a passionate group of staff that are dedicated to making sure that kids and students have access to school meals. And we've done this work without adding on any additional staff. And namely, I would like to thank Heidi, who's sitting next to me, Matt Barber, who's our legislative coordinator, Jeremy Eaton, who's our research analyst, Damasita Sanchez, who's our school team manager, our entire school team, an entire child nutrition program team, and I'm forgetting names, and I'm going to hear about it when I go back to my office. But I just want to take this opportunity to thank them, because the amount that it takes to lift these initiatives up is a tremendous amount of work, and we wouldn't have done it without them. So I will stop there, and happy to answer any questions that you'll have.
I have a question. This is just meals within the school, because I saw school district. But, and I don't know where this fits here, this might not fit at all, but I had a question just coming up. I know that school districts provide meals outside of like their schools, right? You know, like they work with different organizations and they provide meals. Is this all included in that? Because I know some school districts, they do that, like with early learning or community-based organizations, or I don't even know if they do like private schools or not, but I've seen or heard when they've provided meals to entities outside of a traditional like K-12 school. So is that in here, or is that something completely separate? I'm just trying to clarify my head, if you know that.
So, Chair Velis and members of the board, the context for the Student Success Act are public schools and charter schools. We do have some of our public school districts that have community-based organizations under their umbrella for the purposes of providing breakfast and lunch during the school day. And other meals we also offer in child nutrition programs are after-school snack and meals, and those are not covered by the Student Success Act. So we're only talking about breakfast and lunch in public schools and charter schools.
Thank you.
Just a comment that just going through the materials, and it looks like you all have responded to most of the comments and feedback that you've gotten from folks. I guess the only question I have is, are there any negatives with this? What are the cons here? I mean, I'm trying to figure out what would be any objections to these changes.
We worked extensively with our technical stakeholders. That would be our school districts and people who are connected to school meals through schools, as well as our community members through the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. And we're committed to working with their comments and trying to fit those into our rules as best we could, and you see that. And there are some concerns about implementation, but that's always a risk or a problem or a concern. But our child nutrition program team is dedicated to supporting our schools in having them implemented. And there's something in the Student Success Act for every school district is going to get funding for their child nutrition program through the Student Success Act.
Yes.
I have 3 that I would name that are still challenges for us, and there's probably more detailed ones that I won't name, but 3, I think one of them is, like Dustin articulated, ODE did not get any additional staff to do this, and while it seems like we're just doing more of the same, we're just giving more money to schools to feed more children, which is fabulous. It is an entirely new program. The other ones are all federal programs. We're creating a state program that sort of emulates those but has more flexibility, and that's challenging. And so the teams worked really hard. I would say the same thing is now about to be true for school and district nutrition teams, who are going to be feeding more students, who are going to be doing more breakfast after the bell, which is better to get food to kids, but as a more challenging program that challenges schedules and busing and all kinds of things that, so they'll be facing those kinds of challenges ahead. And they don't technically get additional staff either, except as there is more staff needed to provide the meal service, but they don't get planning staff for that. Second one I would name is that there are still issues with the law that we're working with partners on. That was named this morning from Partners for Hunger-Free Oregon, where we want to do all we can to ensure that every district is participating so that the children in that district do get access to these free meals. And so anything we can do to ensure that districts both have the resources they need to pull it off, and then move to, rather than kind of an opt-in model, one that is either mandatory or that you have to opt out of, that becomes automatic. while at the same time making sure we're taking advantage of every federal dollar first before we spend a state dollar. So we have a lot of those kinds of issues that we still need to work through, and some of those require some legislative changes and can't be done in rule. But we're going to do it through guidance and things this year and try to push our way through the first year. And then the final one, I just reiterate what Dustin called out, is that there is really an idea that it would be really helpful to know who we're feeding and if we're doing a good job of that in our schools, that we're serving the kinds of meals that make sense for the populations that attend those schools, and that people are participating, all the while keeping high confidentiality for students who participate in programs, either paid or free, right? So that's a really tough challenge to figure out how to do the reporting when nobody has extra staffing at the district or state level, and we want to maintain confidentiality, but we would really like some more detailed sort of demographic data on who gets to participate in these programs and who's taking advantage of it and is it working for them. So I think those are three things that I would name are on the we still have to figure this out side.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Anybody want to share their favorite school lunch?
I was going to, and then I hesitated
Go ahead.
for a
Go
second.
ahead.
My favorite school lunch was lasagna. But I'll also, in listening to your comments, Colt, I remember also thinking, well, where's the stuff that I'm used to eating at home?
Yep.
So,
And that's part of, Colt, excuse me, Colt articulated it much better than I did, but that is an area where we would like to hear at some level from districts, how are you using these funds? How's meal quality, culturally appropriate foods being offered, size of cafeterias? We constantly hear that cafeteria sizes are so crammed that we don't have time to get kids, having more time to feed kids. So these are the things that we would like to hear back to be able to report out on, to say, yes, this has been successful and here's why.
I would argue that culturally appropriate is everything, inclusive, right? Having a universal design model when it comes to food as well. More extensive than exclusive. So, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Anybody else want to share what they used to eat? I used to eat everything, so it didn't really matter. But you know, this is really, I mean, just joke aside, this is so critical, right? Food and nutrition, and I volunteer at a food bank twice a month, and there's just this huge need. And as we know, we've talked about that sometimes this is the only meal that some of our students get, and it's super, super critical, obviously, and for their well-being and whatnot. So I appreciate all of the work, and if you missed anybody, I'll say thank you to them on your behalf. So thank you. Whoever that may be.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, up next we have administration. I'm sorry. We're carrying that one over. Right? Okay, sorry. So up next we're going to go back to return to adoptions and take up the administrative rules for the summer programs for Title I schools. Yeah. Okay. If somebody's here for the administration of medication revisions to implement Senate Bill 665, we are moving that forward to the next meeting. Is that next month? So, just an announcement.
As they are getting settled, this is the final one where I have to jump in and state a commitment that we made. Sure. This is again with several of our partners in the Standing Rules Committee. And this touches back to the first thing that Parissa actually talked to us about. So in many of our rules across SSA programs, Student Success Act programs, we are calling out the need to be more culturally responsive, to work with culturally specific
Your
organizations.
conference is ending now. Please hang up.
Okay. That's a sign.
It's done.
Sure,
It's done
that's done. With culturally specific organizations and using other terms that are equity terms and a desire that we come up with some common definitions for those so that when we're using those, they're not intermixed and people all understand what each one of them are. So we have an internal document. We're going to go to the external team and vet it with them, and then come back to you all. We'll share it with you as well, and then we'll try to apply this across our programs in the Student Success Act and beyond. And we're hopeful that we can, at least within the education sector, seek some agreement around these terms as well. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Bowles, Director Gill, and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Sarah Green, and I'm an interim director for the Office of Equity, that's my old job, Office of Enhancing Student Opportunities. They both start with E. It's my privilege and pleasure to be here with my colleagues, Jen Enberg, as well as Raquel Gwynn, to present the draft rules here for your consideration and adoption of the SSA summer programs. As part of the passage of the Student Success Act, the legislature provided roughly $3 million to improve student achievement in our eligible schools. Now, before I turn it over to my colleagues for the remainder of the presentation, I do want to recognize the significant and excellent work that they have done to prepare for the presentation and to bring the draft rules before the board. I'm sure there are many others who are to be credited for their diligence in getting this presentation to you today. But of particular note, we wanted to recognize Tamara Dykman, Holly Tucker, Holly Carter, Eric Wells, John Weems, Michael Wiltfong, and my colleagues Raquel and Jen. They have worked exceptionally hard to ensure that our readiness is here, that we're ready to present, and that their work is a testament to the department's ability to implement the Student Success Act well, in a timely manner, and it will be of a significant benefit to many children across our state. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our two colleagues here who have worked night and day to get this ready.
Good afternoon, Chairman Belize, Director Gill, members of the board. My name is Jen Engberg. I'm an education specialist on the Federal Assistance Team in the Office of Enhancing Student Opportunities. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to present today, and thank you for your feedback that was provided for our first reading. Today's presentation is the second read, so I will briefly review the program and rule writing process that we went through, and then Raquel will share our revisions from our ongoing stakeholder and community and tribal engagement. And this is the second read, so the department will be asking you to consider these rules for adoption. Through the Student Success Act, the legislature provided $3 million to implement summer programs at Title I-A eligible schools in order to increase student achievement and close opportunity gaps for historically underserved students. The department has also identified these schools as needing additional supports and interventions focused on serving these student groups. The statute requires summer programs to include 60 hours of direct academic instruction delivered by a certified teacher or instructional assistant. So throughout the rule writing process, which began in the fall of 2019, it included a rich and robust stakeholder engagement, which we're really proud of, and that's kind of been the highlight of our work over the last couple months. It keeps us going. In addition to the collaboration within the department with all those individuals that Sarah mentioned and many others, the process also engaged 3 different community focus groups, tribal representative and tribal members, districts and school administrators, parents, teachers, and students, community-based organizations, as well as subject matter experts in extended school day and summer programming. So these are really community-written rules. We certainly didn't do this ourselves. So this valuable input resulted in these rules and requirements that ensure these summer programs are academically strong, inclusive, and well-rounded, and that they will hopefully improve student achievement, close opportunity gaps, and that students will actually want to attend summer school because it's voluntary. Summer 2020, which is coming up very quickly, will mark the beginning of the first cohort of the Student Success Act summer programs. The first group of approximately 42 schools will reach students in grades K through 8, including incoming kindergartners. This first cohort will last for 3 years, and the following 2 cohorts will only last for 2. So we are in the middle of the biennium and a few other logistical items. As mentioned, the programs will be required to provide 60 hours of direct academic instruction, and that was defined through feedback from our stakeholders. It was in the first version of the rules that you received. I don't believe that has changed, correct? Okay. Also, summer programs must be a minimum of 3 weeks long and held at a physical location. We've also added providing transportation and providing a meal as appropriate, as these were pointed out by multiple stakeholders, including kids, that these are important features and wants and needs for attending a summer program. So these summer programs will provide a broad array of focused, well-rounded, and culturally responsive activities that are inquiry-based and also include physical activity and social-emotional learning. And with that brief overview, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Raquel Gwynn to discuss the changes that have occurred in the rules since that first read back in November.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair Valise, Director Gill, and members of the board. My name is Raquel Gwynn, and I'm an education specialist here at the Department of Education on our federal systems team in the Office of Enhancing Student Opportunities. It's an honor to present here today. It really is. And seeing all of your work, listening today and the time before, I really am honored to be able to present in front of you. We don't have a PowerPoint this time, so if you have your rules in front of you, I'll take you through each section and show you the specific changes. All right, we'll begin under definitions. Under subsection 2, we added culturally responsive to the definition of direct academic instruction from the feedback we received at our last meeting here, our first reading. We also reformatted a bit for clarity. The next 2 rules we switched. So if you were looking at the ones before, we switched the order for clarity. So we first start with eligibility, then we go to identification and notification of grant eligibility. And under that rule, under subsection 1, we added language to allow ODE to adjust for geographic representation across our state. Our total allocation for SSA Summer School is $3 million, and we wanted to make sure these dollars would reach students all across Oregon, and even in areas where the population might not be as dense. The revision was mainly due to an effort to look more closely at our Native American population across the state. And some of these schools might not have as many groups excuse me, showing up as a need because of their small N size within those student groups, but the schools are overall showing a great need. So we wanted to be able to adjust for that. Under subsection 5 and 6, we added examples to clarify the declining of funds. So for cohort 1, this first cohort, it's 3 years. And if a school or school district decides to decline funds, then they would be declining for all 3 years. And then the following cohorts would be for 2 years. And we wanted to do that to provide some stability in funding for the cohort. All right, so we'll move on to funding. Under subsection 3, we added more language to further clarify the 5% indirect rate. We've had some questions about this, and that 5% indirect rate, it doesn't include the programmatic administration. So if you don't have to have that limit if you want to hire a principal for summer school, or if you have a district administrator who's working on programmatic aspects, that doesn't come out of the 5%. And I wanted to publicly clarify that. All right. So we'll move on to summer program requirements. We reordered these a little bit since the first read, again for clarity. Under subsection A, we just had this question yesterday, and we found out it was confusing. And it says, it's the one where it says K-8, including incoming kinders. And there was thinking that that meant you had to serve all K-8 students, including those pre-kinders as well. And that's not the intention of that rule. The intention is that you would look at the needs within your school and your district, and you could focus on perhaps transitions or focus on grade 5 or incoming kinders, that you have flexibility within that. So we wanted to clarify that. Also, under subsection 1B, we expanded culturally responsive to include the term culturally specific due to stakeholder feedback and discourse. And as Colt mentioned, we're going to do more work on common definitions. We also changed, under subsection 1H, we also changed the word support in transportation to provide transportation. We know this is one of the biggest barriers, getting kids to programs. So we know we can provide all of this wonderful support and programming and robust instruction, but if we can't get them there, it's difficult. So we added the provide. The districts and schools will be able to use these grant funds to pay for transportation. Let's see, under reporting, there were no changes. And with that, we're happy to take any questions you may have.
Yes.
Help me, who would turn down and under what reasons would somebody decline?
The grant, the overall grant, that's a good question. We hope that all districts and schools will be eager to accept the funds and provide the summer programming. Thinking about as a principal, I can't imagine declining, so it's hard for me to say what the reason would be. Perhaps if they had summer programs in place through different funding streams and didn't have the technical assistance provided by ODE to figure out how to redistribute those funds, or perhaps with capacity, hiring staff, and with all the pieces coming at them, choosing that right now, having the capacity, would be difficult. So unless there's anything else.
Maybe a small rural school that didn't.
Yeah, so a small rural school might have trouble finding staff, possibly, and then planning time, because we're right up. It's near the time to start inviting families to summer school, so it's tight for this first year.
Very.
But I think most will. The other challenge I will say is that the way the law operates is that it's schools that are identified, not districts. So you could have some district that has multiple schools, or maybe just 2 elementary schools. One is identified and one's not. And so within the politics of that local community and district, that might be challenging. So you could see that maybe cause a problem.
And the $3 million goes far enough?
We certainly would love to be able to fund more summer school programs, but we'll start with that. We will take it. We will gladly take $3 million.
But we can reflect that in our budget roll-ups when we go back to the legislature next year and say, if the program's working, you could serve this many more students if you gave us $6 million instead of $3 million. We could do that. It was definitely challenging for the team across the offices. That's a lot of the people they thanked, helping to determine which schools should be eligible, because it's not competitive. It's us naming schools with the highest needs, and that is really challenging to say yes to some schools and no to others. So it would be great to have more funds.
I appreciate the language and the allowing the flexibility to adjust with the more rural communities, and keep them, that we have equity and representation all across the state. So I know that might be the challenge that we talked about, like you mentioned.
As we're closing this one down before you vote, I would just also add that this team, with its many members and partners around the agency, again, is doing the work of the Student Success Act with no Student Success Act staff. So there will be a person eventually hired to do this program, but they weren't funded at the time when we needed to do all of this prep work and work with the schools. So I just really appreciate with the team for coming together and taking this on when they all have their other jobs are still full-time. So.
The titles are getting longer, huh? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Belize. If I could just add that Ramona Holcomb and April Campbell were incredibly helpful from the tribal program in helping us think about how do we access or provide that support to other schools that are not in that I-5 corridor, because we hear that a lot, that you're taking care of the I-5 corridor, but you're not looking elsewhere. So that was really appreciate their input on this.
Yeah, they really asked great questions and pushed hard and made us pivot in a way that really helps include that eastern portion of the state, which is awesome.
Good. Good. Okay. So, oh yes, go ahead, George.
I move approval of the SSA summer school rules.
Is there a second?
Second.
Do we have a motion and a second to adopt the summer school programs for Title I schools? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Thank you very much. So before we move on, during the time after the Eagle, you guys are, yeah. I've had a chance to reflect on what was said during the Eagle presentation and what the legal counsel and the question that Kimberly brought up. And I know it's our goal to really have a fair and equitable process. So would like to make a formal motion. I'm going to read it, what I wrote here, what's written here. Make a formal motion to vote authorizing me as the board chair to send a letter to Eagle. And this would, 3 points, inform Eagle that the board has received the department report. Second, inform Eagle that the board has concerns with Eagle performance. And third, invite Eagle to respond. And the second half part of that is I would like to also propose that we, our vote to either terminate or continue Eagle Charter, move that to April. So I would like to put that out for, and I understand this is because this is a really hard thing, right? This would be my first, and it's not common practice for us to. We're not in the business of trying to shut down schools or charter schools, and so this is an important decision. We want to make sure the Eagle has a full and fair opportunity to respond and present their information. That's why I'm bringing it up today for your consideration. So. Is there any discussion or questions on that?
Well, actually, several. So I do worry about the timeline in terms of April if the decision is to close them down, both in terms of the impact on kids and families and staff and so forth, but that may be the only way to do it, and I understand it seems to be like what they're asking for, but I can guarantee you that they're asking the expectation that it would be a different outcome than that. Then the second thing is a question, and in the contract that we have with them, we approved a contract for 5 years, and then said at the end of 3 years we would get information and look at that, and that the board could terminate the contract. But is it clear that that meant we could terminate it during the term of the contract that currently exists? Which initial reading, the implication to me was that we could vote to terminate the contract. Terminate the school, close the school, but the termination would take effect at the end of the existing contract. And I'm sure that was not the intent, but I'm just wondering, if you look at that, it says the contract is to 2022, but that at the end of the third year, we'd make a decision about the school's continuation.
Yeah, I think what the review specifically says, so it's on page 2 of the contract, and right under the effective dates it's called review and renewal. So it says a review, Eagle will be subject to a review before June 30, 2020 to determine whether or not to continue the contract. So that part's pretty clear in the first sentence about whether we'll even continue this contract. And then it goes on to say the review will include evaluation of Eagle's progress and meeting expectations, outlined in performance frameworks and formative data collected by Eagle. In the event that the board determines Eagle is not making progress to meet or exceed those expectations, or showing growth in formative data, the board may pursue termination. And then it lists the rules.
The continue word is, so that would imply continue the existing contract as opposed to not renewing at the end of the new at the end of that contract. Okay.
To me, it also makes more sense, or it's clear that if we're conducting this analysis or evaluation in the middle,
then it's to determine whether they continue that contract instead of renewing another one at the end of the 5 years.
And the conversation at the time was that we only wanted to renew the contract to 2020 and then have a look at it before we decided whether or not to go an additional 2 years. So do you need a motion?
Yeah, so, and essentially providing them opportunity to respond, and giving them a little bit more time. And I understand, and we've talked about, pushing it out a month, and I hear you, but this is a really important decision, and I want them to feel, all of us to feel comfortable, and we were heard, and there was a process, and what I was kind of feeling is there was a question about that, so.
I'm supportive of that if, in fact, we could try to give a clear signal at the March meeting of which way we might be going, so that if in fact we are headed that way, they can start thinking about, okay, this looks like it is or not, isn't going to happen, even though we wouldn't take final action until April. Because it takes a lot. Closing a school takes a lot of effort.
Any other comments or thoughts on that?
I think you need a second also.
Okay.
Did you make the motion?
So I would need a motion.
I'm sorry?
Did you make the motion?
I did make the motion.
So
And
you
a
need
second?
The second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to, let's see if I don't know if I want to read this whole thing, but should I read it or just?
Probably.
Okay, I'll go ahead and I would, basically, I would like a formal, and a vote to authorizing me as board chair to send a letter to Eagle. The letter would include, would inform Eagle that the board has received the department's report. Second, inform Eagle that the board has concerns with Eagle's performance. And third, invite Eagle to respond in writing. I would then like to move the vote on whether to continue or terminate the Eagle charter to April. Can we do all that? We can do all that together? That was what, okay. So with that said, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. So that letter will be put together and sent out as soon as possible?
Early next week would be
Early
my
next
guess.
week?
Right. Can we do that early next week? Okay.
I'm looking at, I don't know if you can see me looking at you, but okay. Okay, thank you very much. Last but not least on our list, we have we have informational reports. We are now moving into information reports. Today we have a presentation from the Educator Advancement Council. So, welcome.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah. Thank you. Is there a clicker?
Okay, perfect. Perfect, thank you. Hello, Chair Valise and members of the board. For the record, Dehanome Shandine Garcia, Tsenahanusta. Hello, my name is Shandine Garcia.
And my name is Daniel Ramirez.
And we apologize because we know we are standing between, you and traffic. So we'll try to be short, concise, and to the point. We want to give you a brief update on the regional educator networks, where they are. We know that you're relatively familiar with EAC, but for those who maybe aren't, we wanted to just go ahead and restate the values that guide the work, that are foundational, and then dig quickly into the weeds on exactly what the regional educator networks are doing. And so first, just as a reminder, the EAC, Educator Advancement Council, empowers, supports, and diversifies Oregon's educator workforce. And we're very purposeful about aligning our work with Oregon Department of Education's equity stance. And for that, for us, it means specifically interrupting the areas in the system that create the haves and the have-nots in the educator workforce, specifically. Our charge is to support educators from recruitment to retirement, all along that continuum. Our charge in diversifying the educator workforce is also to produce the Educator Equity Report, which comes out annually and tracks the numbers of the number of diverse students and the number of diverse teachers. So in short, what we have right now is about 38.1% students of color and about 10.4% educators of color. Our charge is to close that gap, and we report on that every year. One of the ways that we do that is through regional educator networks, 10 research and design innovation labs. And the values that are grounded in the work is a shift from blaming to partnerships. It's one thing to say, well, you districts aren't retaining all the educators of color. You HR directors, you're not, hiring and recruiting if you're not. That accusatory relationship actually doesn't result in shifts. Our hope with the regional funding is to work deeply in partnerships. In those partnerships, our hope in those RENs are to create intentional learning spaces where we build fluency and capacity in the coordinating body members, the members of those research and design innovation labs. We also believe in reasonable measures. We don't think in the first year every educator from recruitment to retirement is going to be their most empowered self. We think that reasonable measures, not miracles, can be the result of an investment of this sort. And finally, this is a shift from funding that was originally the Network for Quality in Teaching and Learning funds, which were a competitive grant process, and where only about 51% of the districts in the state accessed the funding. So it shifts from competitive grant formula funding to regional funding. Again, the state is divided up into 10 regions, and they all have a coordinator, and they go through a process, which Daniel's going to walk you through. I wanted to first just tell you the values that ground the work, and then what the charge of the RENs are.
Yeah, and just to give a quick, some quick data on the regional educator networks, the coordinating bodies are made up of a variety of folks from that region who are going to eventually kind of make decisions around where to focus their energies. And we're actually really excited to say that 51% of the folks who make up these coordinating bodies are teachers, are educators. So that's really exciting to see that the actual data is playing out exactly how we wanted. And I think roughly 25 to 28% are people of color. So we're really excited by that representation and hope to improve that as well. So I'm going to go through quickly just a few of the bright spots of these regional educator networks, and then kind of dig in a little deeper into what their process is and where they're at currently. So we'd like to highlight, of course, is that equity is at the center of this work. So the RENs are doing their own equity learning, and they're using this continuous improvement process to dig deep into user-centered design. So really thinking about the teachers that they're serving, the students who those teachers are serving, and then designing through that lens. Teacher voice, of course, is super important. So the coordinating bodies not only are made up of 51% teachers, but then they're going out into the communities and doing empathy interviews and surveys with other teachers within their regions to better understand the problem they're trying to solve. And that leads to understanding the problem. So instead of I guess, thinking of the problem that first comes to surface, we really want to dig deeper into the root causes of that problem. And so not only are we proposing a problem, but then digging into those root causes through kind of those empathy interviews or other ways of gathering data. We also are, we also are thinking about this in a networked improvement way. So we're connecting folks together. And so not only are the REN coordinators coming together and learning from each other, but we're hoping that the networks themselves actually learn from each other so we can accelerate this learning. And finally, we know this is a regional effort, so the coordinating bodies themselves are really focused on their region. So the problems, the solutions to their problems that they're going to design are really regional based. And so instead of thinking of a top-down model, this is really a regional effort to improve and better support their teachers. So to kind of give you just, I would say, a little bit more into what they're actually doing in their process. So they're following a continuous improvement process, most notably probably the improvement science process out of Carnegie. And so the first thing that all of the RENs are doing, as I mentioned a little bit, is deeply understanding the problem from the user perspective. And so they're going to the teachers within their communities and asking them about their experiences from recruitment to retirement to better understand what problem they need to address in their region. And so instead of accepting, I like to think of this in a way of like, instead of accepting that initial problem or reaction, we kind of act like five-year-olds and ask why over and over until we get to more of that root cause. And anybody who's had a 5-year-old knows that that's what happens all the time. We're also thinking about this in a regional effort. We have a collective aim statement. And so the coordinating body is going to come together and have a North Star that they're really driving for this improvement. So if they're focused on teacher retention, that will become their North Star, and all of their smaller changes they're going to make to the system are going to be an effort to improve that aim statement. And that also provides a common language that the whole region can use to then accelerate improvement by talking kind of a similar language, instead of constantly siloed and not improving. And then they're going to develop a theory of change. So often in education, there is a kind of a goal, and then we have a change, and then something happens and it's a miracle in between. And what we're going to do is really work on that theory of how we get to that goal. And so they're going through a process in their regions where they're determining some big buckets that they're going to focus in on to make these changes. And then I think kind of the real center of this is the idea of starting small. And so they're going to select and implement changes at the local level, and they're going to test those out first before spreading and scaling. So the whole idea behind continuous improvement is instead of a top-down, one size fits all, we're going to test small changes in local districts or schools, see if they work through a disciplined inquiry cycle, and then scale and spread as we see fit. And so currently, the RENs, I would say, are working on the collective aim statement. So I've talked with most of the coordinators quite frequently, and they're developing their theory of change. And I also want to thank, I think before we move on, the coordinators themselves have been working really hard to engage the communities themselves and organize these efforts and work with technical assistance providers, and they're just doing a ton of stuff, and it's really wonderful to watch.
I simultaneously want to also show some appreciation for the ESDs that are hosting them, because they're being hosted by ESDs across the state to do work that's relatively new for folks to understand how to do. Before it was, here's the money and here's what it's used for. We're saying, no, we're slowing the whole thing down, and we're going through a deep process, engaging all voices of each coordinating body across the state. And so it's something that we're saying, go slow to go fast, and be intentional and deeply relational in it. When I think folks presented to you in the past, the coordinating bodies weren't up yet or even determined like where the RENs would be. They're all up. 100% of them have met twice now, and and some of them have met, what's the most, 5 times? Mm-hmm. Eastern Oregon REN has already met 5 times now. And so here's what the timeline looks like. The RENs were announced in the fall. The coordinating bodies began their design process, and it's going to go all the way, well, they started beginning their design process, and now from now until May, they're going to be deep into those 5 probably steps 3 and 4 that Daniel outlined. And in June, they're going to submit their plans to us, and the EAC is going to look at them through a rubric and give them support, a lot of the same way that Scott Nine talks about the SIA plans. We're going to treat them very carefully and with support and help them where the revisions are needed. We have that same level of support that both Daniel and my teams provides to the regional coordinators in addition to their outside technical assistance. So about here is the timeline, and then we launch in the fall. And we'll take some questions.
Yes, please.
Oh, that's exactly what I was wanting to ask you about. So the 10 RENs are in
those regions.
There. Have you found any like numbers? I think that's a G, area G. In terms of putting together the RENs that cover that huge geographic area, are you running into any issues or concerns?
We are. We are. So our understanding is the funding for how much we would give each of the RENs to stand up the coordinating bodies were calibrated at the most expensive REN, which quite frankly would probably be Region G because of how much. And so they took that number and they said, all right, the most expensive one, that's what we're going to use to fund, that calculation, the rest of the RENs. Turns out we think that's actually not enough because the cost of travel, especially with the snow, and to honor a little bit of the coordinator out there, Jennifer Martin, she has been magnificent in terms of Zoom and phone calls, videoing in, working strength to strength with the coordinating body members. And it's still a hardship for them if they wanted to come into some of the I-5 EAC meetings, for her to come to. Daniel has set up a professional learning community of those 10. They meet weekly online and monthly in person. Even in person, it's tough for folks on that side of the region to come. So we're doing a couple things. We moved the Educator Advancement Council meetings across the state to instead of just in one location in Salem. And we're working really hard to work with philanthropy and others to see how can we actually work at that balance. We're crunching all the numbers of costs across all of them right now that they've had a couple under their belt. We couldn't have foreseen it, and so now they're saying, here's a struggle, can you help us figure? And so I said, all right, let's look at the budget all the way across.
And what it points out, I think, is that when we were talking about this, the problem that the geographical distribution makes in terms of even providing professional development and ways that people can be engaged and involved when you have to struggle with those kinds of issues around transportation and distance and so forth and so on. So it sounds like you guys got some good ideas about how to get around that.
We hope so. Yeah.
My dad's a retired teacher, and he went to his generation. He's retired now. They all went into education. It's really interesting. I reflect on this because if in the Latinx and Latino community, if anywhere there should be multiple generations. You know how like families have doctors and lawyers and all. It should have been in education, because a lot of people, my dad's generation, that was the door through migrant education and their experience to get into a professional career. They all went into education. They're all retired teachers, blah, blah, blah. But it never like the system was set in place, because there wasn't a lot, but that was where they were at. A lot of them. Sonny Montes, I mean, I could name them, a bunch of people, but it was really interesting how there was a disconnect, and in some cases there's generation, like on my family, my cousins, they're all teachers. It stuck, but not for a lot. But so anyway, that's kind of like just, it can be done, right? But I think that we missed back in the 70s and 80s. We missed that opportunity to create the next generation as the population grew. But not going backwards. But I think. And I also wanted to share with you that I actually did a focus group. I interviewed students, community, and teachers. And just so you know, they were all Latino, Latinx people, right? Latino people, Latinas, mainly women. And they all said that there was a program in their school district that helped instructional assistants become teachers. That was why they were all there. There was like 30 of them. Mm-hmm. And I think about at least 90-some%. That was it. But I don't know how that all plays out in this funding thing, and what the work is. But at the end of the day, I hope that's part of it. I guess is funding, because it's going to take that. Mm-hmm. And then another question I have is, there's percentages, right? 30%. I think that when they have 10%. But what is the number? Like if we were to project, how many really? Because I think I'm like that. We need 500 teachers. Because I think that's something that in the narrative, if we say we need a number, like in business, if you have a number, like you need to sell 10 cars a month, right? If you're a salesman or something, I'm just making that up. But if you don't know that number, then you don't know it, right? But I think the system, if we could put a number to it, how many people of color do we need as teachers by 2025? We need 5, I don't know what it is, 1,000. I've never heard the number actually. Because I know like in healthcare, I had a client in healthcare, and there's a big need for diverse, and the nursing, the schools, and then the healthcare, they actually had goals and objectives and strategies and numbers, and they're getting there, right? And the reason that was important is because they knew through research that when you had a nurse who was a person of color or was from your background, your health outcomes would be a lot higher than if it wasn't. And that's kind of a life and death thing sometimes, right? So it's just kind of the same, not as, I think, not life and death, but that's something that I would like to see. Like, what is the number? No one has ever really shared the number. How many teachers are we really talking about? And if you had to break it down by ethnically, we need, 500 Latinx to match the percent. I think that would be important, because then people like me would put okay. And then you could look at the state and say, geographically, where's the, Woodburn, right? We need to average about 30 teachers a class. I mean, it's something, it's just tangible. I mean, to me, that's just, it makes sense. The percentage thing, I get lost. I was like, well, what does that really mean? Maybe that's just me. But I share that all with you because this is my dad's a teacher, right? So I totally have always been in that world, in that space, and him advocate saying we need more teachers. And so it's just ingrained in me my whole life. And I think it's super, super critical for our community. And it's not, people, when they talk about this, they think, it's like for the students of color that they need that. But non-majority culture students need to see people of color in those roles as well. It's societal, right? And because I think that's something that's not always the case, right? And I think it's important as we become a global and more multiracial that is the norm, right? And not the exception. And we have a lot of work to catch up. But I know we can get there, because when we put our heads, our focus, like you're doing, which I applaud all of your work, we can do it. But it just hasn't been a focus. Like I said, in the 70s, when my dad, that's what they talked about, and they all went to in Oregon State, and they went to, what was Western Oregon called before? OCE? It's called Oregon College of Education. Yeah, see? So they all went there, and then they all went, boom, to Portland Public Schools, Woodburn, all over Salem. So it can be done, and that was just happened because that was that generation's perception of the only, not the only, but one of the very few careers that they would be accepted. And now it's, of course, different. But I just think that I know Woodburn is doing, they have partnerships between the high school, Chemeketa, and Pacific. We're growing our own. And I'm sure you guys talk about all this, but it is, I think we can, with our help, and we can get there really quickly. Not really quickly, but it can get there faster than if we didn't put the emphasis that you're doing on it. So I applaud you, and I appreciate the work.
No, Chair Valise and Director Gill, so thank you, and members of the board, thank you so much specifically for bringing those two up. And we welcome the invitation to come back and talk to you about, so this used to be the Network for Quality of Teaching and Learning funds, right? And they go to create the regional educator networks. We have an additional $15 million given to us through Section 48 of the Student Success Act, specifically for diversifying the educator workforce, which is separate than the REN work. Now, the REN work is going to support and dock and braid accordingly because they're looking at a lot of the same stuff. But we've got a statewide initiative and proposal for what to do with the $15 million, which is exactly along the lines of what you said, which is, what does it mean to identify the pathways? What does the North Star look like in all the locations? Where are the particular gaps in the particular areas, right? Math teachers in elementary or and so on. And deeply embedded in exactly the research that you were talking about. The research is that if you are a black student in elementary and you happen to have a black teacher, you are 39% less likely to drop out and 19% more likely to go to college. And that's just a tiny stat in the midst of all of the research that shows a diverse workforce serves all students, right? Yeah. White students, non-white students. And so we welcome the opportunity to come and talk about that other body of work that we're rolling out. I don't know how that works in terms of having us come, but we're happy to come back.
I know we're running out of time, sorry. But so yes to all of that, right? A representation is vital, it's critical, it's really important. And how do you get those educators of color involved in the RENs when it's intimidating, it's scary, it's traumatizing, not to overuse the word, right? But how do you get them involved?
So that's a great question. So part of the work that we did previously was, even before my time, is going around the state and talking with educators of color in work groups in particular locations to explain what the process is and what it means to center teacher voice. That doesn't solve it all, right? But since Section 48, when I started and I needed to have a proposal starting October 1, I went around to every possible group that existed to get feedback, and what's come from it I think is pretty exciting in terms of what support looks like. So one of our requirements is to have a member from each of the federally recognized tribes represented in each of the RENs, and one of them called and said, I would love it if you could convene us to create a support group of us so that we know how we can best be of use in those RENs. And it's specific when you talk about tribal nations, right? Because their representation is a little bit different than what a teacher's representation of a district, right? They're having to go back to tribal council. They're representing a nation. It's a government-to-government relationship. And so the very least that EAC can do is provide a network of support. And a lot of what Daniel is doing with his one-on-one coaching with all of the REN coordinators is going around and observing some of the coordinating body meetings, talking and building fluency around equity in the REN coordinators themselves, so that they're starting to see what support is needed for particular teachers for whom it might be intimidating to walk into the room. We saw one of the REN meetings recently where after about 3 meetings of deep relational work, which is what we say you've got to be doing first before you jump in a problem of practice, even though people are like, let's just plan, let's let the money do something. We're saying, no, deep relational work. That an educator of color in one of the larger RENs said, I now understand why we're here, and I love that I've actually had time to be next to someone who I can walk in together with and not be scared, because this coordinator spent all of this time saying, we're gonna get to know one another, we're gonna get, like, deeply. And we're talking, I remember sitting in the car before a big meeting, afraid to go in, knowing it was probably gonna be a sea of white faces. And when you don't know what to expect. So our hope is that centering relational work, which is what all of the coaching that we're giving the REN coordinators, is starting to pay off. We're starting to see it. And then find the different pockets of support that we can create, one of which being, yes, we can pull together a network of the 10 and fund sub-days and convening costs and travel to really support a particular set of folks who are participating in the RENs. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, well, thank you very much for all the great work. I appreciate the staying a little bit later than anticipated.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I wanted to let Cole has a, go ahead, you want to?
Yeah, I just had one more item. We received a report today while we've been meeting, so I wanted to let you know that when we received this report, our Chief of Staff, Cindy Hunt, and our Deputy Director, Carmen Ciamara Urbina, went to work to try to understand what was happening. And what we know is that Tigard-Tualatin School District confirmed that they had a parent that was picked up by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, at a bus stop in front of children.
Today?
Yesterday. We have reached out to the district to offer support, so we'll continue to work with them directly as needed. But you all know the equity stance that we've shared. I shared it again this morning. We also have some deep work that we're trying to do around resiliency building and culturally responsive trauma-informed practices. This clearly is something that creates trauma for our children, every child near that bus stop, and especially the family directly involved, but others as well, right? What we're going to do is get together a communication that we can send to all districts in the hopes, frankly, that this isn't a new tactic for ICE, but if it is in Oregon, we want to make sure that our districts understand what their role is in this. So since 1987, Oregon's been a sanctuary state, and we need to make sure our districts understand what that means and what their role is in supporting children and families when these kinds of things happen. So we have our documented, undocumented toolkit, which has some of this information in it. So just a snapshot of, a portion of what will be included in that that communication is the district and school personnel should have and understand what the sanctuary law means and disseminate correct information about the law to their staff and to their families, and they need to develop strategies to provide safe environments for our kids. Some of the things that we'll point out directly is that the personnel and the school staff understand their roles and responsibilities in those kinds of settings. and how to report and make sure we're providing the kind of support that children might need. Developing contingency plans and addressing concerns and fears that students and families will have, and try to ensure them that, that we're with them, and engaging in professional learning opportunities with school staff as a proactive measure. So we'll be getting that out as soon as possible. There are parts of it, of course, that we'll have to get vetted through legal folks, but we're going to get the guidance out. We're going to point people back to our toolkit. It's already been vetted, and we'll try to provide additional resources for them. But I just wanted to make you all aware.
Okay. So hopefully it's the best for the children. It was a father, you said?
It was a parent, I believe it was a father, a parent of a student, and at the bus stop, taking his child to school.
Okay. So with that, thank you for all for participating today. Our next meeting, we actually have a work session on Monday, March 2nd from 12 to 2, and that's where the Oregon Department of Education, the staff here will present information on state assessment. So board members, you'll have an opportunity to ask questions and clarifications. I think we're going to meet probably here somewhere, or if not, people by phone. Is that?
Yeah, we'll have a phone-in option, but March 2nd.
Yeah. Okay. And then also, the board will then hold a public meeting from 4 to 6 p.m. at the Department of Fish and Wildlife regarding the Eagle Charter School review. So look on your board books for more details. I'm sure Lisa will be reaching out for us. And with that said, our next board meeting is Thursday, March 19th, 2020. And with that, we are adjourned.